To have Professor Bhanumurthy from NIPFT to chair this conference. And first of all, I would like to, on behalf of Faculty of Economics, congratulate you for winning the Mahalanobis Memorial Award for his contributions in the field of economics. So, very warm congratulations to you on behalf of the faculty. And we have two papers in this session, one by Muhammad Abu Hassan, co-authored with Anita Zaman, and the second paper is by Anjali Prasad. And the discussion, there is a slight change in the schedule. So the discussion for these two papers would be Mr. Nitin Arora from Punjab University. So over to you, Professor Bhalu.
We'll have both the presentations first, so that we'll get sufficient time. Then we will go to discuss. 20 minutes.
Honorable Chair of the session, Mr. Teachers, and renowned researchers, good morning. This is Muhammad Abu Hassan, PhD Fellow of IBS, Russian University, presenting our paper on macroeconomic determinants of the stock market index, indicated evidence from high sources. And we will start our discussion with the last one. We know that the stock market is a complementary financial system of the money market, as several studies found that capital markets development helps a stable progress in the banking sector. Moreover, a lot of studies have found that the stock market development strongly influences the economic growth of a country. So, the stock market has a vital role to play a strong industrial base of a country, of an emerging country like Bangladesh. Based on a simple discount model, we know that the stock market should be closely related to the real economic variables. So information on the connection between real economic variables and stock prices is decisive to the investors as well as to the policy makers. Efficiency has been most active and successful area of research in time series econometrics and finance in past few years. In a semi-strong form of efficient market hypothesis, nobody can earn abnormal return using publicly available information like economic variables and company fundamentals. Thus, it is important to explore the performance of the stock market of Bangladesh by determining the level of efficiency based on the action of the macroeconomic variables. The specific objectives of this study are as follows: to examine the short-term dynamics and long-run links between macroeconomic variables and stock prices. The second one is to explore the causal relationship and duration of the causality between stock exchange and macroeconomic variables, and to investigate the semi-strong form of efficiency of the stock market in Bangladesh. This paper should contribute to the literature because a special set of macroeconomic variable is preferred based on regions rather than randomly selected variables, and the way the variables are connected affect stock market prices has been also identified. Variables from each economic market are selected considering that the economy of Bangladesh follows the well-known price mechanism of free market economy. Moreover, this study within the existing literature as local and global macroeconomic variables are used to predict whether Bangladeshi stock prices is motivated mainly by domestic macroeconomic factors or global stock markets have any influence on it. This study investigates the macroeconomic determinants of the Dhaka Stock Exchange aggregate stock prices from the joint viewpoint of efficient market hypothesis and arbitrary pricing theory. The efficient market hypothesis states that how quickly and accurately the market reacts to new information, and arbitrary pricing theory states that a number of descriptors that are generated by the variation of macroeconomic and financial variables determine the market return. Macroeconomic variables version of efficient market hypothesis and arbitrage pricing theory are employed to test the semi-strong form of efficiency and the determinants of the stock prices respectively. A wide range of literatures are reviewed to find that the existing theories and empirical studies do not specify the number of variables that should be included in the multivariate efficiency model, and they are also disappointed to identify a definite guideline for choosing an appropriate set of macroeconomic variables. Top-down analysis of joint listing of efficient market hypothesis and arbitrage private theory for Bangladesh stock market, even for developed market, has not yet been done so far. That is why this study is expected to have some primary contribution to the existing literature. This study uses monthly data of all the variables covering the period from January 2001 to December 2012. Based on theoretical and empirical literature reviews, Dhaka Stock Exchange all share price index from the Bangladesh stock market is considered as the dependent variable. In contrast, 6 macroeconomic variables are considered as the explanatory variables from the major markets that coordinate the macroeconomic activities. Industrial production index are used as a proxy of GDP from the product market, broad money supply from the money market, and call money rate as a proxy of interest rate from the money market, oil price from the natural resource market, exchange rate from the financial market, and Bombay stock market index that is census from the foreign market. Quite a lot of methodologies are adopted in this study. Descriptive statistics are used to provide a general understanding of the empirical features of the variables incorporated in this study. Unit two tests are used to test the stationary of the variable, and coordination, joint and auxiliary coordination analysis is used to show the multiple long-run relationship. Vectorial correction model is applied to test the short and long-run relationship and causality and reconcile the short-run to long-run behavior of the variable. And granular causality test is also used to test the short-run causality for the variables which are not quantified. I'm skipping this file due to time constraints. Table 1 gives a summary of the statistical features of the variables. The calculated Yardley Bera statistics and p-value in table 1 shows that p-value is for all the variables, p-value is less than 0.01 except industrial production index and exchange rate. So we can comment that the monthly distributions are not normally distributed all the variables except exchange rate and industrial production index.
These are growth rates and larger than what is
Sorry, sir.
these are growth rates.
Summary statistics of the variables, not transformation. We use two standard unit root tests that are widely used, that is augmented Dickey-Fuller test and Phillips-Barron test. Augmented Dickey-Fuller and Phillips-Barron, both the tests show that all the series are non-stationary in first difference, but all the series are stationary, that is, all the variables have unit root in level, but after third differentiation, all the variables become stationary. So the primary requirements for the quantification analysis is accomplished by the two tests, since both of these series are non-stationary after first differentiation. in this study, we use of 5 different criteria to determine the optimal lag length of the bar model. Table 3 presents the result of each criteria with a maximum 12 lags. It is clear that AIC sequential modified LR and FP criteria stand in favor of 12 lags. While 12 lakhs, 10 lakhs and 2 lakhs respectively. While SIC and HQ criteria suggest for only 1 lakh. We proceed LM tests for each suggested lakhs to obtain a maximum 12 lakhs using 10 lakhs suggested by sequential modified LR criteria produces no autocorrelation in the Bhaar model for up to 12 lakhs. So this study accepts Bhaar 10 model for a quantification analysis. Results of long-run relationships based on Johnson-Dusseldorf quantification test. The table 3 shows that the test indicates for 4 quantification equations at the 1% level, while maximum eigenvalue test stands in favor of 2 quantification equations at 1% significance. We consider 2 quantification relationship based on maximum eigenvalue criteria. Since following the recommendation of Banerjee et al. 1993, who preferred the maximum eigenvalue test, moreover, Johnson and Dusseldorf also suggest that maximum eigenvalue test gives the better result. So, the first co-integration factor is normalized on the stock market prices. The normalized co-integration function gives the long-term relationship, which is shown below. The estimation of the equation gives the result that all the variables included in the model are statistically significant and long-run relationships exist between share prices and macroeconomic variables except per money rate. In the long run, industrial production index, per money rate and crude oil price have a negative relationship with all share price index, while the relationship between CMR and DSI is insignificant. Given that the call money rate does not significantly contribute to the long run relationship based on T statistics, we drop call money rate from the model and the quantification test is estimated. The first quantification vector suggested that maximum eigenvalue test is normalized on which is the normal relation between DSI and macroeconomic variables. This is reported in table 4, and from table 4 we got a equation. We got the equation 2, which is below the slide. Equation 2 performs that all the variables in the system contribute significantly to the long-run relationship with DSI and also contribute to maintain their size as compared with the equation 1. The result is implying that a 1% increase in industrial production index contributes to decrease 15% in DSI, and a 1% increase in money supply contributes to 8.06% increase of DSI. The error correction model results show that the coefficient of error correction term is rightly signed, that is negative, and also significance based on T statistics. So we can say that all the long-run causalities running from the explanatory variables to the stock market index, that is DSI. Moreover, the quantification, the error correction term for the first defined DSI, the value is minus 0.15. It shows that the 15% of last month's equilibrium is corrected this month. For the short-term causality test, we have used block eligibility wall test. It shows that all the excluded variables are there is a short-term causality running from the excluded variable to the DSI. Since the chi-square statistic is 79.79, which p-value is 0.0011. That is, it is significant at 1% level. So we can say that all the excluded variables, there is a short-term causality running from all the excluded variables to the descending variable. And individually, industrial production index, there is a causality running from industrial production index to the DSI at 1% level. Moreover, there is also a short-term causality running from Sensex, that Bombay Stock Exchange to Dhaka Stock Exchange at 5% significance. And Dhaka Stock Exchange also causes industrial production index at 10% level, and
Can we start something?
Gender causality test. Since all money rate in the quantification analysis, we have seen that all money rate is not connected in the long run is not connected with Dhaka Stock Exchange. So all money rate and Dhaka Stock Exchange index, in order to check the short-term causality, we have used Gender causality test, which shows that the all money rate Gender causes to DSI at 1% level. So we have seen that since all the macroeconomic variables incorporated in this study do significantly explain the stock prices of Bangladesh, either in the short run or in the long run, or both, it can be concluded that Bangladesh stock market is not efficient in semi-stone terms. In order to determine the robustness of the model, diagnostics rating have also estimated at 1% level of significance, the multivariate Lagrange multiplier test for autocorrelation indicates the absence of autocorrelation at all lags. And white chi-square heteroscedasticity test indicates the absence of heteroscedasticity. So the researchers have successfully achieved its objectives and answered this question. Some implications of the findings are DSC is not efficient in semi-stone form, and M2 is the largest positive determinant, while industrial production index is the largest negative determinant of stock prices in the long run. Investors in the Bangladesh stock market should look at the systematic risks revealed by the industrial production index, the price of crude oil for money supply, exchange rate, and Indian stock market in the long run, while the industrial production index, stock prices of India and interest rate in the short run, when structuring portfolios and diversification strategies. Policymakers of Bangladesh should acknowledge stock prices when formulating monetary policies and fiscal policies, as stock price index of BSE also is a leading indicator with respect to industrial production index and exchange rate in the short run. Limitations. This study will not go beyond the age of limitations. Explain the other factors excluded from this model that might have good relationship with the stock market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, and thank you for sticking to the time. Let's go for the second presentation by Ms. Anjali Prasad from Jawaharlal University, directly on the methods of contracts in India.
The topic of my presentation is regulatory arbitrage in presence of foreign bank in India. I'm an ex-PhD scholar from JNU. So this is my little girl. My supervisors, I'm really grateful to her to help me with this paper. And her name is Dr. Madhira Sharma. I want to acknowledge her before presenting the paper. Thank you. So, regulatory arbitrage arises in cross-border banking because there is presence of heterogeneous banking system across the globe. This we know because the cost of regulatory compliance differs across the countries. This opportunity of different entries to cross-border banks can minimize their regulatory cost by taking advantage of this regulatory gap. So practices through which the cross-border banks can take advantage of cross-border regulatory differences to reduce their overall regulatory cost is known as regulatory arbitrage activities. Example of such strategies include innovative financial products which are introduced in the new markets wherever they enter, which are partially controlled by the existing regulations like repackaging techniques of securitization and credit derivatives, or there can be relocation of affiliates into jurisdictions which are less stringent, have less stringent regulatory frameworks. So in the literature, there is a whole lot of there is a strand of literature which says that the strategy of regulatory arbitrage is driven by the differences in accounting standards between the countries, the differences in economies of scale and scope of bank affiliates operating in different countries. Also, divergence in notions and measures embodied in the regulatory standards also may lead to regulatory arbitrage strategies. From the perspective of the banks, we see that regulatory arbitrage is an important activity for sustainable banking business because it enhances liquidity conditions of a bank, it provides opportunity of risk diversification, and it helps banks to survive the financial sector service industry competition. So, due to these factors, regulatory arbitrage may be an important factor encouraging presence of foreign banks in different countries. In terms of theoretical and empirical studies that have tried to investigate this phenomena, they argue that banks generate considerable amount of their income by managing cross-country gaps in regulatory taxes, capital requirements, deposit insurance premium and prudential requirements. Also, regulatory differences may encourage banks which are headquartered in heavily regulated countries to position their affiliates into countries which have loosely regulated markets. Also, bank capital may flow from heavily regulated markets to less regulated markets. Now, the objective of our paper is to find out whether regulatory arbitrage induces presence of foreign banks in India. The framework that we have employed is a country-level analysis to find out whether foreign bank presence and participation in the banking sector is impacted by varying banking regulatory tendencies across jurisdictions. Before we delve further into the issue, I would like to briefly bring out the policies related to presence of foreign banks in India. We all know that the fierce liberalization of Indian banking sector in 1994 led to deregulation of banking system in India. The government of India signed two important WTO agreements in 1994 and 95, which further it increased the limit of foreign bank branches that can be established in India. In 2005, Reserve Bank of India released a roadmap of foreign banking to further liberalizing the entry of foreign banks in India. In 2011, RBI has another paper. It was a discussion paper which laid down the framework of foreign banks entry via wholly owned subsidiary and branch mode. In 2012, finalized the framework of wholly owned subsidiary mode of entry in India. So, accordingly, our foreign banks in India are defined as banking companies that are owned and controlled by non-residents. Foreign banks, they comply with regulations related to minimum startup capital requirements, capital adequacy ratio, private sector lending, deposit insurance policy, and other potential loans. Now, in order to conceptualize the regulatory differentials between India and the home country of foreign banks, we have developed a banking regulation gap index using 9 banking regulation gap indicators. And we have used a statistical technique of principal component analysis for the same. The gap is estimated as the difference between the indicator, the regulatory indicator between the home country of the foreign bank, the JL country, and India. The larger the gap, the greater is the cross-country divergence between in banking regulation. Using the principal component analysis, we define banking regulation gap index as the first principal component of the gap between banking regulation indicators and each country and India, of each country and India. Now, of the 9 indicators, 7 of the indicators have been retrieved from data on those 7 indicators have been retrieved from Barrett, Caprio and Levin's survey of banking regulation, which has been provided by World Bank. The rest 2 indicators have been collected by the author from the website of Central Bank of all the countries which are considered in the study. Now, I'll go briefly with all the indicators which have been used in the study. The first indicator is the legal submission. It is the administrative arrangement required for the fulfilled by an applicant bank to procure a bank license in the country. This is estimated as summing up the response of 8 questions related to operational structure, business strategy, credit policies, and other financial strengths of the bank. These are reported in yes and no format, and it quantifies by assigning value 1 for yes and 0 for no. Accordingly, the indicator ranges from 0 to 8. The second indicator is statutory capital requirement. It has 2 components. Minimum startup capital, which is the preliminary cost of setting up a bank from business and particular institution. It is measured in US millions. And the second aspect is capital adequacy ratio, which is the minimum capital to risk-weighted asset ratio set up by the supervisory authority of a country, which is measured in percentages. The third indicator is liquidity ratio, which is the statutory enforced reserve ratio, which is measured in percentage. The fourth indicator is ownership. It captures the maximum percentage of bank equity that can be held by a single owner. Again, measured in percentages. The fifth indicator that we take is capital market participation. This indicator examines banks' permissible limit to participate in 4 types of activities, such as security activities, insurance activities, real estate activities, and whether they can own a non-financial firm in the country or not. So these indicators, they are measured in 4 criteria: unrestricted, which is given a value of 3, permitted given value 2, restricted given value 1, and prohibited given value 0. The summing up of these values assigned to each of the activity qualifies the overall restrictiveness to capital market participation in particular country. The indicator, it varies from 0 to 6. The 6th indicator is external audit requirement. It is developed by summing up the responses of 7 questions related to the economy of external audits of the country, and it ranges from 0 to 7. The 7th indicator is depositor protection scheme. It sees whether the regulator of a country has established an explicit deposit protection scheme. It ranges from 0 to 1. The 8th indicator is provision for non-financial. These are provisioning required by the banks to report the quality of their assets. The indicator takes value 1 is the regulator make it mandatory for banks to provision for their non-performing assets and 0 otherwise. The 9th, the last indicator is information disclosure. These are laws that are required that require banks to publish their risk management procedures, and they submit their financial accounts to either the credit rating agencies in their country. It ranges from 0 to 2. In the paper, we also conceptualize governance quality differences between India and the home countries of the foreign bank. Again, we have developed a governance quality gap index using 4 indicators of governance quality. The statistical technique is again principal component analysis. The data for these indicators have been retrieved from Kaufman, Gray and Mitsubi's survey of worldwide governance indicators provided by the World Bank. The 4 indicators that we have used to develop this index is voice and accountability, political stability, government effectiveness, and control of tax. So while estimating the governance gap index, Kaufman et al. They have used unobserved component model for estimating the values of the indicators, which varies between minus 2.5 to 2.5. The higher value indicates a strong governance performance. In our estimation, we have changed the scale of the indicators by adding 2.5 to each estimated value, so that the indicator ranges from 0 to 5. The governance quality gap is computed by comparing the new values of the indicator a large gap is indicative of greater differences between the quality of governance between India and each country, which is giving an example. Again, by using KCA, we define governance gap index as the first principal component of gap between governance quality indicators in each country in India. The regression methodology employed in this paper are two set of panel regressions, which are estimated for relevant country level data during the sample period 2000, 2001, 5, and 10. The first regression is a binary variable regression, where the dependent variable is N2. It's a binary choice variable which takes value 1. If the JF home country is where the JF country is home to one or more than one foreign bank, which is present in India, and 0 otherwise. This estimates the dependent variable estimates the foreign bank entry choice probabilities by fitting the logic model to our panel data. It examines the significance of cross-country differences in banking regulations on foreign bank decisions to enter the Indian banking sector. We use a sample of 37 countries with which India has an economic relationship in terms of trade and FDI. The data for this variable has been retrieved from Handbook of Statistics of Indian Economy, published by RBI. We also include two ordinary panel regressions in our study. The dependent variables are as follows. The first one is a logarithmic of 1 plus share of offices of foreign banks originating from the JS home country in total offices of foreign banks in India time. The second one is logarithmic of 1 plus share of assets of foreign banks creating from JS home country in total assets of foreign banks in India. These two regressions examine the effect of regulatory arbitrage of foreign banks, participation in Indian banking. We have used a sample of 23 countries that are home to 63 foreign banks present in India during our sample period. The data has been retrieved from Profile of Banks published by RBI. Our explanatory variables, the first variable of interest is our banking regulation gap index, which measures the stringency of banking regulations that frame entry and operation of banks in JF countries and India. If regulatory arbitrage is an important factor determining presence and participation of foreign banks in India, then we expect beta 1 to be positive. We also include a set of control variables to capture macroeconomic and social factors. These are governance gap index, logarithmic of per capita gross domestic product, log of total trade, FDI and SII, and we also include a commonality variable, which is a dummy variable, and takes value 1 if home country is shares the same language, border or colonial past with India, and 0 otherwise. Now, this is a table. It shows the average asset share of foreign banks in total foreign bank assets during 2000 and 2012. We have 63 banks, foreign banks, originating from 23 countries, and they have been categorized according to their income levels. What we observe is that 3 banks, Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, Standard Chartered, and Citibank. These are the 3 banks holding the maximum share of assets of foreign banks in India, and they all originate from high income countries. We also present the average asset share of foreign banks by the region of their origin, and we observe from this graph that 61% of foreign banks originating from European countries hold 61% of average asset share of foreign banks in India, followed by North American and Asian countries. In terms of offices, number of offices, again, banks originating from European countries hold a major share of foreign bank offices in India, followed by Northern America and Asian countries. Now, on the basis of the categorization of banks from their home country, we present a scatter plot that divides the 23 countries into 4 segments. The first segment from the down left, countries represent the countries with which India has small gap in regulatory differences, but no presence of foreign banks. So we have 7 such countries getting into this segment. The second segment, up left, represents a small gap between the home country and Indian regulations, and high presence. We have two countries. Then the third segment up right is again large gap in regulatory differences and high presence. This constitutes of 6 countries. Fourth segment down left is representing large gap between the regulatory bank regulations between home country and India, and low presence of their foreign banks in India. These comprise of 8 countries. Now, tentatively, what we see from these diagrams, graphs, is that over the sample period, Indian banking sector is largely comprising of foreign banks that originate from high income countries. We have from France, we have 7 countries of 7 banks. From Japan, we have 7 banks. Again, United States of America, we have 7 banks. United States, we have 5. Banks from high income countries like UK and USA hold significant share of total foreign bank assets in India, and these are also countries where regulatory stringencies are relatively diverse from that of India. Tentatively, it shows that differences in banking regulations between India and home country may be an important factor driving presence of foreign bank issues. So these are our results, regression results. The first column is the results from the first regression, in which we take a sample of 27 countries. We see that the dependent variable entry, we have 2 variables, FDI and commonality, which have significant relationship with entry, and banking regulation gap index do not show any relationship with the decision of foreign banks to enter India. Also, the second and third column, we use 23 countries that are home to foreign banks in India. We see that only banking regulation gap index is a significant factor in reducing participation of foreign banks. Rest are all found to be insignificant. So the overall observation that we make from our study is that in case of foreign bank presence in India, regulatory arbitrage does not seem to determine foreign banks in India. The positive association of foreign banks, entry choice and bilateral FDI shows the economic relationship between foreign banks of the home country of the foreign banks and India's important factors that may determine their entry. Also, the negative, we see that there is a negative association of commonality with the entry decision. This may be because a substantial share of foreign bank assets in India is held by banks originating from European economies. So, because neighboring nation countries have average participation in India, the negative association seems to fit the case of India. Also, the effect of governance gap and per capita income insignificant shows that the income level and gap in governance quality do not play any significant role in determining presence of foreign banks in the banking sector. However, in the case of foreign banks' participation in the banking sector, regulatory arbitrage seems to be the only significant factor. The other macroeconomic social indicators factors do not seem to explain their participation in the market. Thank you.
We got the previous slide to review these papers. But yes, I have some comments regarding first paper by Emerson. So first of all, you are discussing the standard deviation for time series. Don't you think we should use the indices like Redwood and Dex and something else? You can't have simple measure of variance in time series. We are simply discussing the standard deviation for a time series. In time series, standard deviation is not the adequate measure to discuss the variance of the series. No, then you have written that your series is stationary at level. The CMR appear to be stationary at level when you apply the ADF test with drift and trend. If it is stationary at level, then why you are saying that all the series are non-stationary?
Non-stationary in level, stationary after first difference. It can be noticed that CMR appears to be stationary in the level with intercept and trend.
But in
case of null, when actually I have checked this with a graph. The graph shows that there is no trend and there is no trend. So we have used in this case.
So your trend was insignificant.
Now, for the null result, I accept for the CMR, we use none, the result of none test. When the time is time trend, in case of time trend, the result shows that the result shows that ADF test and field shows that there is the variable is not stationary in level, stationary in level. But in case of none, I have used three measures. In case of none,
Different trend you observed is non-stationary.
right.
My question is whether trend was significant or not. Because if trend is significant and you are observing that your series is stationary, then your series is stationary with a different trend. In that case, you can't apply the Johnson co-integration procedure because the major assumption of Johnson is all series must be stationary at same order.
And after first differentiation, all the series are non-stationary. That is, all you need to just remove from all the
You are not getting my point. Okay. Then what we observed, there is negative impact of IPI on DSI. Any reason for this?
Actually, this is surprising. Actually, industrial production, if industrial production increases, share prices should increase. Since industrial
Have you checked
production,
the simple correlation between these two?
actually there is most researchers have shown that there is a positive relationship between industrial production and stock prices. But surprisingly, my results show that there is a negative relationship. This is surprising. But all the other variables, the relationship is okay, but this relationship is not economically interpretable.
You obtain the results in units.
Yeah, you use the point mark.
Can you change the signs of a co-integration vector?
Yeah.
What is the justification of negative intercept? Negative intercept. Negative intercept means that every DSI is negative. It was negative or zero. Whenever it is negative, it does. It's equation 11. Equation 11.
Complete your comment. Let me answer it from the end. Okay, correct comments from Gaurav also.
That's all about first paper. About second paper, then we have used first principle component analysis to construct your index. Your second component is explaining about 8.21% deviation. Why you are ignoring that? And one more thing, have you worked out the probability of entering the banks? Because you have estimated the logic model, and you reported the simple coefficients. It would be better if you will report marginal effects that will reflect the change in the probability of the entry of banks due to one unit change in the independent variable commits mean. We are computing marginal effects at average. And the third one is there is a package in R called TSFA, time series vector analysis. You can use time series vector analysis to construct this type of. We are using a time series data. We are using ordinary principal component analysis.
Sorry?
We are using ordinary principal component analysis.
We are using ordinary panel integration.
Yeah. Ordinary panel. We are not doing the measurement of diagrams. In computing principal component. We have separate commands for panel data factor analysis. You can't use simple factor analysis.
But we haven't used that at all.
We are using principal component analysis. No.
PCA, we have simply tried to bring out the combined effect of all the indicators.
Yeah.
For that, we have used PCA, and we found out that the eigenvector, the first one, captures the maximum between the.
What do you know about one?
We
8
cannot-
point
There are two procedures to
something.
follow. Either you include everything, or you include the first variation, which takes the maximum variation. So we have used the first accordingly.
But I think it will be beneficial to use the other information. The variation defined by the factor is significant, the principal component is significant. While constructing the index, we use other
The
principal
first,
components also, no?
the first component uses 85%.
Yeah, 85%.
The other one is 0.08.
That is okay.
Okay. So it captures the maximum variation. That is why the first component.
Component 85%.
0.0.
85.42%. The second is 8.71%. What's one?
Point.
Then first is 0.854.
0.08. So maximum variation is first only. Okay, we'll talk about it.
We'll talk
That's not-
later on.
Thank you. Any other comments from the floor? Yes.
You're going to find very essential point only. I think you gave a number of technical results, but my observation is that on the data software, number of things you do, like you replace the GDP with IPI and proxy. Now, since the capital base of investments in the economy is low, most investments why do industrial production necessarily have a larger play than the overall or GDP? So these are also the kind of observations. Then also as my reflection on this, having looked at some data for some time, that the deposit rate on national savings, which is roughly same as in India, is the benchmark for other rates to the banking system, which is very, very high for whatever reasons, it's traditionally history. And that put the cost of borrowing of the companies is very high. So why would that sort of rates does not play a role? Because the investors have a choice of putting money in the NSG at 10 million, 12% nominal until mid-2010, mid of the first decade of the century, 2005, 6, 7, and so on. So that's another point. Why is not variable there? And the lot of noisy trading, because in Bangladesh and Dhaka Stock Exchange, noisy trading of uninformed investors who borrow money or whatever cash they have, they fund the market, things again. A huge amount of money is invested, which is purely gambling, with no interest in investing it. And the moment the prices move up a few points, they sell it. So that kind of behavior is not really investment behavior. And there have been a couple of crashes which are engineered by people in power. So how to develop a model that takes some of these actual facts into account? The very little research on that, as you said. The other quick remark on Jari's paper is that the governance indicators, I haven't looked at them recently. They have been coming up since the mid-90s, 95, 96. Early on, even up to the early 2000, 2003, 2004, they were very unstable. For a country, you have like minus 1.3 one year, next is plus 1.9. So I think it may be important to check the stability of those or some sort of a stable behavior of those patterns. And maybe sometimes better to go to the components that make up the index. Like each of the 6 is based on 8, 9, 10 indices from different sources. And those sources, the number of items for each country differs from year to year. That may give us the stability of the numbers. So before you use those numbers in a serious study, I would see the pattern of that data.
Any other questions? Yes.
Morning. On the first paper, I just have comments. Actually, I'm also doing a similar type of research on the financial integration for the SAARC region in our department. Over here, I was checking the relationship between India and Bangladesh, for instance. The normal correlation of the return indices, I'm saying it's not even, you can say, the daily annualized is hardly around what, 10-14%. There is no correlation in the returns itself. You have taken Sensex to be one of the dependent variable in this case. Any hypothesis why? Probably because these two are, and I was reading on a daily data from 2004 till 2015 March. So the correlations are totally dead. For all the SAARC member countries, they are totally dead. So probably you could just give a rethink on the inclusion of the Sensex as your one of the independent variables. Secondly, your analysis is basically on monthly observations. Predominantly, I think you have taken this because you're using IIP and all those numbers which are on monthly basis. If those could be probably changed to daily, I know that you have to drop the variable, the results would dramatically change for sure. The results would dramatically change if you drop in one or two variables which are monthly, because other variables are all available on a daily basis. So these two observations predominantly. And on the second paper, ma'am, actually your paper, very good paper actually, but the governance indicators from the World Economic Forum, I believe there are 6 indicators in total, which are contributing to a governance factor. So you have taken only 4, I guess. So probably, why did you drop the other 2, if you could just say? Because I've also taken this variable, so probably it would help in my research. Thanks a lot very much.
Any other questions?
Hello. My question is regarding the second presenter. It's just a suggestion. You have included quite a lot of variables, and I think the adjusted R-square is quite high. But still, I think there are some variables you should include. One of them is that, that the domestic interest rate in India, because the financial banks, foreign banks, their main purpose is to make money. So if they cannot make money in India, of course, they will not invest here. So maybe you can have a look at it, how the domestic interest rate varies from other countries and why foreign banks are, coming here. And secondly, I think Indian banking sector is quite developed compared to other Asian, South Asian countries. So you've also looked into that how the financial sector development is affecting the, opening up the branches for other foreign banks. So maybe these 2 indicators you can look into. And I think from World Bank database you can get these 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? One more last. Yeah.
My question is regarding the second paper. Thank you. It was a great paper regarding the governance gap index, right? So if you see the indicators which are there at the global level, and when you see as a country level, okay, as in India, so there is a much more difference in the indicators when you see at the state country level. So your results were like governance gap index is insignificant. So I agree with that. My point is that if you look at the governance index over time of India, or if you get some interaction with some other variables, then I think you could get some significant, the controls which you have taken for. So if you try to interact, because there was a paper recently, so in that it was on other sectors, so they took as dependent on health and education. So what they were doing is that they interacted with public spending. So with interacting with the public spending, the governance, it was coming significant, but alone it was insignificant.
Our major idea was to see regulatory arbitrage. So controlling the variables, that is why we have taken 4 indicators of governance gap index, not taking everything into account, just to bring the governance quality into picture. So that this is also an important factor that might give an alternative explanation to the presence of quality.
Last question. Very last question.
Thank you. My general comment regarding the first paper is that your time frame is actually causing a problem in your results, because of the reason that we had a great market collapse in 2010. So at that time the whole market behavior was abnormal. There were no rational behavior in the market. So and after that there was a huge collapse. So that's why when you are taking this time period in your data set, ultimately the whole thing is you are getting extreme results or different results from the expected one. So my suggestion is that you simply divide your whole data set into two, see what happens before the crash, and then incorporate the crash period into data set and see and what are the results. So, and making comparison between these two periods, you can come up with some conclusions, two conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me add more comments. Whatever I understood from the presentation. On the first paper, first of all, whatever has highlighted, we have a problem of choice of the method itself. See, in ADF you are getting different results, and Philosopher you are getting different results, particularly in terms of identifying the order of integration. So, given this kind of situation, using Johansson is not an appropriate kind of method. So, using Johansson is not an appropriate kind of method. In the literature also, I think it's been shown that Johansson is more robust. Alternative process like ARBL kind of model. ARBL kind of model will be a better option. And I think I also have a concern about this IPA becoming a negative, that completely collapses the whole title of your paper from macroeconomic determinants. It's more of, as pointed out, it's more of a financial market integration kind of a paper. Because the Sensex is no more a macro variable, right? You have taken Indian Sensex data also as one of the variables. So I think it's more of an international financial market integration. I think you may want to discuss with him and see what kind of result that you are getting. At least in India now we stopped using Johansson methodology. So if it comes to us, we just reject the paper without even looking at the result. I mean, that has been proved as a very, very weak method to understand the co-integration. Regarding the second paper, all along we have been hearing that India is the highly regulated country, right? And now you are showing that there is a regulatory arbitrage that is giving space for the foreign banks to come in. And I also want to understand, if you have some comments on over a period of time, is there a change in the regulatory arbitrage? I think that makes, we have not seen any new bank coming in the recent period, particularly post-2005-06. We don't see a new bank coming in. Does it mean that it's highly regulated or is it rightly regulated?
I'll start with self-confidently. Actually, we have seen our question into two parts. First is the presence, the entry itself, and participation. At the point of entry, we see that regulation is not significant. And in terms of participation, when they have entered, their expansion into the Indian banking sector, the regulatory arbitrage plays a significant role. So that is the distinction between their entry, which is not determined by the gap in the regulation. Yeah, sure. That is the evolution of how banks have been entering and exiting the Indian market. So, not dwelling much into that, we just have seen whether the regulations over time, what is their impact on entry and their expansion. So, it's clearly in the BIR empirical investigation, you see entry is not much determined by the threats in the regulations across the country. Once they enter, participation is more of a, that gives scope to the regulator, gives scope to greater participation and coverage of the Indian market. Regarding the two indicators that somebody suggested, I am thankful to the suggestion. I'll try and find out how these figure out in our regressions. So without seeing the data of the variables, I cannot comment much. I think I've answered two of the questions earlier. And every question, okay. Thank you.
Regarding the question of actually we have also checked the series evening graphs. The inconsistency comes from the level of industrial production index and thermal rate. But we have checked each test using intercept, trend and intercept and null. In case of CMR, we've seen that in the case of null, these series are indicated at level, indicated at 1, and the graph should also says that the series have no trend and no intercept. So I have taken the null, the result of null. And in case of industrial production index, we have seen that.
This is where the biasness comes. You are forced to estimate Johansen method, so then it becomes a bias tendency. So that's why you have to overcome that bias and go for ARDM, where it can have this.
Actually, after this paper, I published a paper using ARDM about this. Before this paper, actually I have actually checked and used 8.1. It was not possible to do. And then the 9.1 version I have downloaded and I have used the ARDM method. And regarding this question of that, actually the GDP data is not available in monthly basis in Bangladesh. And industrial production, the contribution of industrial production index in GDP is increasing day by day. Actually, 5 to 10 years ago, it was only just 15%. And in 2010 to 12, it is increasing up to almost 30%. That's why I have used the industrial production index as a proxy of GDP.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me thank both the paper presenters and the discussants, and also for the floor, comments from the floor. And let me close this. I'm actually completing by 1 hour, exactly by 1 hour. Thank you so much.
We are extremely privileged to have very clear presentation. We have 2 papers, one by Himanshu Kumar, which will be discussed by Saurabh Vikas from IIT Delhi, and second paper is by Amarjyoti Mahata, which will be discussed by Dr. Parikshit Ghosh from Delhi School. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let's start.
So thank you everyone for being here today, for having me, and for such an excellent panel of discussants who we extremely agree with you from the So, but let me start. So this paper is on class connections and government transfers, and specifically we are looking at the Bharadats of Bihar. So the way I want to just quickly motivate this is to say that there are actually really 2 notions of caste for us in South Asia, right? So one is this, what we call the jati, right? Which is really the true endogamous unit, the one which we really care about and think about. Sociologists, certainly anthropologists, deal with this academically all the time, and common people as well. That is what they're thinking about. Brahmin, Rajput, Jat, Gurmi, Bhobi, Chamar, Santhal, those things, right? But then for the purposes of government policy, we've aggregated these together into into these sort of groups, and the Constitution of India mandates affirmative action for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, which make up about 17 and 9% of the population, as well as the other backward classes, and then of course the residual group is the general. Right? But these are individuals who are comprised of a whole lot of individual jati groups. So scheduled castes, roughly speaking, about 430 odd jati groups, about nearly 400 different individual tribal groups comprise the scheduled tribes, and so on. The question is, it's almost a bit of a disciplinary question, right? In economics, we've been sort of dealing almost exclusively with these groups, not so much that. Okay? But this are mainly concerned with this stuff. Right? And also common people sort of, this is what they talk about when you ask them about caste. Right? Why should we sort of care that there are individual jatis? Why not just be okay with, well, part of the reason I think this has happened is that most of the data in this country has been at the level of these aggregates, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes. But we wouldn't really care if these groups were sort of very homogeneous within themselves. Okay? But that's really what I want to sort of kind of unpack, with these SCs and SCs in particular. Are these groups really homogeneous or not? And why that matters is that even if you look at it just from the point of view of affirmative action, which is really the reason that we even refer to these groups, right? Affirmative action of the sort that happens in India, which is basically quotas in higher education or in government jobs or in political representation, the direct beneficiaries of those quotas are very, very small in number. Very small fraction of SC, STs, OBCs can hope to benefit from, can actually hope to get jobs or get into higher education or whatever it is. So really implicitly this entire schema depends on some sort of passing on of benefits in various forms, right? Presumably from the few to the larger group, right? And so then we really need to worry about whether that will actually happen or not. Okay, and so in that context, in particular, if these individual jati categories within the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes are salient, and in fact the process of perhaps redistribution or affirmative action, then I think we really need to think about it, both from the point of view of government policy making, as well as from the point of view of just economic analysis. Okay, so in this paper, what we're going to do is we're going to exploit what I would argue is a national experiment on representation through the specific way certain development workers were hired in and asked to help with providing access to government programs in Bihar. Okay? So these are largely social welfare kind of programs, transfers within social welfare programs. In particular, we will be talking most of the time about the flagship housing program of the government of India, which is the Indira Awas Yojana. I presume several of you would be sort of familiar with that. It's a one-time transfer of about 45,000 rupees to construct the house. So most of the time we'll be dealing with that, but we'll also probably just show one slide on the results. And then we sort of ask about whether these transfers are affected by whether the households belong to the same jati as these development workers. Right? So does the caste match with the household matter? Okay, that's going to be the primary thing. But we also want to think about gender and education because people want to think about the issue of these equity considerations, redistribution, affirmative action. Do they have an impact on the issues? Right? There's always this sort of implicit idea that there's some sort of a trade-off, and if you do one, you lose out on the other, and vice versa. Right? So maybe cast a little bit of light on that from the particular. And just to say in right at the beginning that this will basically rely on work in Bihar, so field work in Bihar. Which was done. This work is jointly done with Rohini Somanathan at the Delhi School of Economics, and the primary survey was funded by the IGC, the International Growth Center, and much thanks due to Professor Mukherjee on that front as well. Okay, so let's look at very quickly what census data tells us. This is the sort of picture that some of us might be already familiar with. This is the evolution of inequalities amongst scheduled groups. So if you think about scheduled castes, which are in red, scheduled tribes, which are in green, and the remainder, the other, which are in blue, and look at their education levels over time. So this is census data from 1961 through 2001, right? And we are plotting two different levels of education as a sort of proxy for socioeconomic status, right? And what we find is there are these huge differences, right, between the remainder, the SCs and the STs. And remember, the remainder sort of comprises not just upper caste Hindus, but also Muslims and things. And we know that Muslims in India have lower socioeconomic status relative to upper caste Hindus. So if this were to be, census data doesn't allow us to separate these things, but if we were to separate these things, the graph would be even higher for upper caste Hindus, right? So there are these very clear sort of inequalities, right, and immutable sort of hierarchy, which you observe, right? And it's not very clear that there is any really convergence going on. These lines never intersect. Okay? And if you look at just literacy, there is some amount of convergence. Okay, now I should have actually just very recently, Census 2011 data has come out, but I haven't incorporated it out here, but you'll find a little bit of convergence happening in literacy levels. But the moment you move up to higher levels of education, there's just no evidence that there is any convergence, right? So we get this picture that between these big groups, there are these sort of big differences which are not going away, right? We've been doing affirmative action right from the beginning of this period, right? And really, we see that these are very durable hierarchies, right? But what if we actually break this down? So census data actually does exist for individual jatis within the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Okay? So I'm going to look at these are the major scheduled castes of Bihar, the jatis in Bihar. Okay? And this is just fascinating. This is not a graph which I was expecting. It's fascinating to me that you have amongst these individual groups, so we are talking about Dhobis, Pasis, Dusards, Chamars, Musahars. Most of you must be familiar with these terms in various ways, right? So Dhobis we think of as a traditional occupation being washermen, Chamars, various kinds of leatherworking, Musahars and Dusards and Pasis are generally agricultural workers. Pasi also do some amount of body tapping, things like that. Okay? What you see out here, again, are very durable hierarchies, right? So the individual jati seems to be really, really salient. This would suggest that there is a real salience of individual jati, because if there was homogeneity within the scheduled caste, right, you would expect these lines to keep crisscrossing, doing all sorts of things, right? It wouldn't really matter. But this seems to say that if you started being being a Dhobi, you would, Dhobis continue to remain, to start at the top, remain at the top throughout. Right? And again, no convergence happening that you can talk about, right? So the very divergence, if anything, out here. So these groups seem to be very different, they seem to be hierarchically organized, and those hierarchies are not going away. Okay? So that's to motivate the study, which is to say, it seems, the census data seems to suggest that these individual jati differences within the scheduled caste really matter. Okay? Okay, so what are we going to in particular look at, right? So you find out here, for example, let me go back for a second, two big groups that I want you to think about, for example, are the Chamars, right? These are about 29% of the population, of the SC population of Bihar, right? Dhobis are 5%, the Dusards are also known as Paswans, right? These are about 26%. The big group is Musahars, right? 21%, and you really see them, they're really not gaining anything over the years. They're completely flatlined at the bottom, right? They really don't share in the gains from public, the growth of public education over time or anything like that. Okay? So there has been over the last couple of decades a certain amount of civil society sort of action in Bihar from groups like the Musahars, etc., demanding that there be special sort of efforts made towards the upliftment of those groups. Okay, that most of the benefits of affirmative action, etc., are actually captured by groups like the Chamars and the Dhobis, who are above, they're much above them in the hierarchies, but groups like Musahars are really not getting anything, right? So in response to this, when Nitish Kumar became Chief Minister, very shortly after that, he set up a Bihar State Mahadalit Commission to identify Mahadalits, the most oppressed within the scheduled castes. Okay? And suggest measures for their upliftment. So between 2008 and 2009, 21 castes out of 22, one was left out. Okay, 21 out of 22 were designated as Mahadalits, right? And then the particular program that we will be studying was that in 2010-11, they appointed these development workers, these what they call change agents in their reports, the Vikas Mitra. Literally, for those of you who are not familiar with Hindi, this would translate to something like development buddy, help or something. And so their main job was really to help, help improve access to welfare programs. These are not full-fledged government officials. Okay, they are on short-term contracts, right? But they are supposed to help provide access to existing government programs, social welfare programs. So we're thinking about things like the Indira Awas Yojana, but also Narega, a whole lot of various things. Okay, pension, social security pensions, all sorts of programs which exist. Okay? And then there was a very specific rule, which is what we're going to exploit, about the way these people were recruited. Okay? And this was that they had to be a resident of the panchayat, right, in which they were appointed. So these Vikas Mitras, there was one appointed pretty much for every panchayat in the state, right? And they would have to be a resident of the state, and most importantly, they would have to belong to the most populous Mahadalit Jati in the Panchayat. Okay? Always recruited from the numerically largest Mahadalit Jati of the Panchayat. Okay? And so, what we want to do is we want to look at these development workers and say whether the household's caste match with the jati of the development worker matter to whether households got better program access. Okay? Now this immediately sort of leads to the way we are thinking about our identification strategy. Okay? So what we do is we actually collect household data from Bihar, right? And what we do is we try and isolate panchayats with two large Mahadalit groups, which are relatively equally sized. This is in the context of the fact that numerically caste groups tend to be very, very concentrated. Okay? You typically find in panchayats some groups, there are lots of households in some groups, and then there are other very, very small groups. Okay? So we try and find panchayats which have more equally sized two groups. Why do we want to do that? Why we want to do that is, the moment you hear me say this, that the Vikas Mitras were recruited from the most populous jati, right? And then you're stepping ahead and thinking about giving program access, right? So then we are thinking about households who belong to perhaps the jati, which is the largest jati in the panchayat versus largest Mahadalit jati in the panchayat versus other households which belong to numerically smaller Mahadalit jati. Right? Well, you may then argue, the very first thing any political economy person would argue is that, well, maybe this works through political representation. Maybe it has nothing to do with the fact that it's the Vikas Mitra who belongs to the jati. Maybe it's got to do with the fact that this is the largest Mahadalit jati, and so politically they are more salient, and so therefore they manage to get more program benefits. Right? So by doing this is the sort of natural experiment or whatever that we try and exploit, where once you control for size in a certain sense, once you try and get to panchayats which are relatively equally sized, two large groups, then you're kind of ruling out the political salience, you're hoping to rule out the political salience argument, right? And then you may argue that between those groups, the caste identity of the Vikas Mitra is sort of pseudo-randomly distributed. Okay? So that's the sort of identification idea out here. Okay? It's not an RCT, it's we have to work with the data as it is and the program as it is, right? On the ground. Anyhow, so using data from these panchayats which have two more equally sized Mahadalit jatis, we ask, does belonging to the same jati as the Vikas Mitra improve government transfers? What are the chances of getting government transfers? In particular, the So, very quick thing on who are the Mahadalits of Bihar. If this is, the pie chart is all the scheduled castes of Bihar, right? The really big groups, like I said, Musahars are about 16%, right? Dhobis, Pasis, Chamars, all of these are included in the Mahadalits. Only one caste, so these are 21 castes out here, only one caste is left out, which are the Dusals. Okay? But those Dusals, that one caste, is about 30% of the entire SC population. So that is a fair chunk of the scheduled castes which are left out of being Mahadalit. Of course, just to go back here, if you look at where the Dusals are, those are the ones in green. Right? From this graph, a bit hard to understand why Dusals would be left out of this category of the most oppressed, as opposed to, say, the Dhobis or the Pasis or whatever. It may be important to remember that Nitish Kumar's primary opponent is Ramvilas Paswan. Paswan the Dusals. So, the Vikas Mitra. Okay? The Vikas Mitra, these are, we mentioned this, they are one per Gram Panchayat, recruited from the numerically largest caste of Panchayat. Half of them are, half the positions are reserved for women. They were appointed in 4 rounds. They first tried to hire Vikas Mitras who would be class 10 pass, right? Then they couldn't find people from the largest, numerically largest jati, who were class 10 sometimes. So then over time, over the year, in 2010-11, they actually reduced the education qualification till, right, at the last level, they were actually recruiting women who were just literate and men who had passed class 5. Okay? But they weren't expected to, over the next 3 years or so, passed class 10. Again, to note that these are not really full-fledged government officials. They're there on contract. At the time I did my survey, they were on 11th-month contracts and were being paid 5,000 a month. I'm really happy to see when I went back to the field a couple of months ago that now they're being paid 10,000 a month. Okay, and they have been tenderized a bit more. They've been told that they would stick on as permanent sort of employees, but they don't get the usual TA, DA, all of those benefits that we are used to as full-fledged government employees. They don't have any of those benefits, but they have been told that they can stick on for more than 12 months. Okay? They have weekly filings. Okay, I don't care. I'm going to move much faster now. I don't care about explaining this stuff. So, the empirical strategies, we're going to look at panchayats with a numerically large, two numerically large groups. Estimated probability of program access using a logit kind of specification, okay? Where the primary one of interest is going to be whether the household belongs to the same jati as the Vikas Mitra, but we're also going to control for, we're going to put in caste fixed effects, we're going to put in a bunch of household characteristics, we're going to put in other things such as Vikas Mitra characteristics and Gram Pradhan characteristics, because Gram Pradhans are also important in getting program access, right? And so Vikas Mitra characteristics are going to include education and gender and things as well, so we're going to sort of do that. Okay? We're going to do some robustness checks by getting down to panchayats, which have even more, doing a subsample sort of analysis and looking at pre versus present, pre-appointment of Vikas Mitras and so the sampling design, let me skip over these. Basically, I just want to quickly let you know that we have doing 4 districts in Bihar. And if you can see the yellow crosses out here, those are our villages. We have about 94 villages, 48 panchayats in our data, so 48 Vikas Mitras and 24 households that we, 2,400 households that we serve, 24 calls household characteristics by caste. Again, since I really have to speed through this, notice that if you look at, say, differences between 2 sort of major jati groups, Chamars and Musahars, you invariably find Chamars in our samples, agreeing with the census sort of results. They do much better than Musahars, right? So, for example, look at matric. 20% of the Chamar households were matric, had somebody who was matric passed. Only 5% of Musahar households were like that. Landlessness far more prevalent, 4 times more prevalent among Musahars than Chamars. And various things of that sort. These are the household characteristics that we will be controlling for in our survey. Okay, so just sort of quickly powering through this, I'm afraid. But this is sort of the headline slide. This is the results of our main specification, which is a logit specification. The various columns are how many things we really control for, right? So the first one is the most basic specification. In the second one, I add household characteristics. Then in the third one, which I would call the full regression, we have household characteristics, caste fixed effects, village characteristics, those match variables, Vikas Mitra and GP characteristics, all of that stuff going on. And then finally, the last specification is a little bit more cruel. It's actually got panchayat fixed effects. Okay? So then I can't actually study Vikas Mitra and Gram Pradhan characteristics because these are of course constant for the panchayat, but for what it's with, it's that. What we're reporting out here are odds ratios. So the exponentiated coefficients from the logit regression. And the headline really is that if you belong to the same caste as the Vikas Mitra, the chances of getting access to Indira Awas, which is the dependent variable out here, whether you got access to Indira Awas or not in the last one year, the odds ratio is 2.5 times. Right? Or the order of 2.5 times. If I look at the full regression, it's really 3 times. Okay? And even controlling for panchayat fixed effects, it's 2.3 times. Okay, these are odds ratios. Now I understand that not everyone is completely comfortable with odds ratios. So in terms of probabilities of access, right? Now odds ratios are constant in a logit regression, but once you want to look at probabilities, you have to start saying something about x's, right? So this is estimated at the mean. At the mean, this is what is going on. Okay? So the households which do not belong to the same jati as the Vikas Mitra have a probability of about 9% or 8.5% of getting Indira Awas, and that jumps to 21.6%. Okay? And these are statistically extremely significant, of course. Okay? Now, interestingly note, and this is already saying something about that whole equity efficiency sort of thing. You would expect Musahars, much less educated, much lower social status, etc., probably not be able to perform that well. Do you see any differences between Chamar Vikas Mitras and Musahar Vikas Mitras? Not really. Is there therefore an equity efficiency trade-off? Arguably, maybe not. Maybe this is like a free lunch that we're getting. Okay? Robustness checks. What we do is, instead of looking at our 48 panchayats, we reduce it to 24 panchayats, a subsample of half the panchayats, which have even more closely sized these top 2 Mahadalit groups. Okay? If our whole thing was spurious, our results should sort of go away. Instead, they become strong. Okay? Out here, the full regression, we have 4.8 points. Okay, so 4.8 times is are the odds if you are matched with the same level. I should actually go back very quickly to this to say, in terms of other variables, again, for various sorts of reasons, you would expect maybe women don't have that much agency, that much voice. When the Vikas Mitra is women, maybe they won't be able to deliver as much, right? What do we get? Insignificant coefficient, right? What is notable out here is that it's not a negative coefficient. I mean, in all ratios that it has to be below 1. Okay, will be sort of negative in that sense. We don't get numbers below 1, and we don't get that female Vikas Mitras are statistically different from male Vikas Mitras once you control for all these things. Okay. Similarly, Vikas Mitras who are more educated don't do better or worse. Okay. So, as much as the caste match is deeply interesting to me, and most of my results are about that, this stuff is also really fascinating. Okay. That you don't see a difference between these. It goes against some of the research on Gram Pradhans, for example. They say that women Gram Pradhans perhaps don't do as well. Okay. Then we also look at very quickly, I'm going to extend a little bit.
-1 now.
Okay, sorry. We're going to, so if again our results are spurious, right? If we do the same exercise and look at how people got benefits in the period before the Vikas Mitra was appointed, right? So we asked some recall questions, okay? In the sense of, did you get Indira Awas? When did you get Indira Awas? So before 2010, there were no Vikas Mitras, right? And we have those answers about how many people got Indira Awas and did not get Indira Awas before 2010. And if you look at the past 1 year, right, this is just repeating the regression from the full, the result from the full regression you saw earlier, this 2.9 times. If you do the same thing but look at before 2010, in that period, it just goes away. So again, just to sort of convince you, because I mean, I need to convince you because it's not an RCT or whatever else it is, right? But we do these various robustness checks and we are sort of very confident, fairly confident at this point that this is actually operating through the Vikas Mitras. Okay? What do the Vikas Mitras really help with? Most importantly, they're sort of providing information. Remember out here, the group, this Mahadalit are deeply, people who are widely sort of illiterate, all of that, just getting to know about the government program is a big, big deal. Okay? So getting to know about the program, helping them fill the application, get the application submitted, actually do the withdrawal from the bank, open bank accounts, those kinds of things are what the Vikas Mitras are helping. Okay? So actually, because I'm completely out of time, I will skip on everything else. We have a whole bunch of other results to sort of talk about. But also just to say that these results, we find them with Indira Awas. We don't find them with other programs like PDS, old age pension, scholarship. The Indira Awas is a big transfer at one time, right? All the same, is this to do just with corruption? You know, that's one sort of thing. Is this just nepotism, corruption, where there's money, that's where the Vikas Mitras are helping? Well, we have this program where radios were distributed to Vikas Mitras, to Mahadalits in Bihar. We find the same effect out there in radios as well. Okay, so it's not entirely just operating through money. I don't want to be. I do feel that it will be a mistake to be cynical about this and say it's just the money and Vikas Mitras are just helping where there's a lot of money. I think there's a bit more going on out there, but these are sort of the most suggestive. Why it works with Indira Awas and not with some of the others, we can sort of think about it. Now I'll stop there with apologies to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I noticed that the practice is that you have the two speakers speak first and then to discuss this. Yeah. Okay, then. How much will
I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here. And actually this is a joint work with one of my former colleagues in CBS, and now both of us are not in CBS, so we are very thankful. And this work is about how the political parties form coalition, and if they form coalition, they form the coalition before election, and they contest the election as a coalition, and if they win the coalition, if they win the election, then whether that coalition can form the government or not. So we are generally dealing with this problem. Now, mainly the politics. So coalitional politics has become a norm in most of the countries, especially in India. We see most of the time that the coalitions are forming the government. And when forming the coalition, there is a lot of complex calculation going on among the parties. One is that when they are forming pre-election coalition, ultimately the main motive is that they want to gain some ministerial seats. But they can't decide on how much ministerial seats they are going to get before the election. So here we segment the motivation. The pre-election, the main motivation is to win the election. And post-election, they want to divide the ministerial seats. So that is that is how we segment the motivation. And so now we say, this is related to the literature on coalition, and in coalition in economics there is a huge literature. It was started by Norman and Marston. And the main two broad thing approach that is used is the blocking approach and the non-cooperative bargaining approach. And that is, there is a big literature review by Ray and Bohra 2014. And in the first blocking approach, it is like mostly the cooperative solutions they use. And in the bargaining approach, they use the Rubinstein kind of bargaining model. It's of different variation of that. And then we see in the literature that the main endogenous coalition formation, endogenous coalition formation, it was started by Hart and Kurtz. And then there are some other works by Ye, Belafemi, Ray and Bohra, and there are some extensive surveys like Dhillon, Bandyopadhyay, Chatterjee, Hasdorova. And in this literature, what they have, especially in Ray and Bohra, they have looked at both, that there is a cooperation and within the coalition, and there is a competition among the coalition. There is 2-3 suppose coalition, and there is a competition among them. So there is something called inter-coalition competition, and they have brought in something called the first aggregates in this model. Means generally, means they have used stationary perfect, subject perfect mass equilibrium in this. Now, we will move to the literature in political science. In political science, there is a law that is called Gamson's law, where if there is a coalition that is going to form a government, then generally they distribute the ministerial seats as a proportional equity. So that is called a Gamson's law. But it is an empirical evidence, means empirically they have found it. But the theoretical theoretical backing for that is not very strong. Things like paper by Baron, Ferizon and Morelli, they have questioned the theoretical of this Gamson's law. But if we look at in a hedonic BM form, but then we have, there is a paper by Lee Breton where they have shown that the Gamson's law works. Now in this, even this literature, what we have done, we have taken a situation where we see that there are some political parties who want to form coalition, means they want to contest the election. So before that they want to form coalition, and once they have formed the coalition and there is the election, they again try to form the government. And if they form the government, they have to divide the ministerial seats. Now here, so the main question that we want to address in this equation is that under what condition political party will be able to form an ex-ante coalition, and if this ex-ante coalition is formed, whether it will be ex-post stable, and what rule is used to divide the ministerial seats. To do this analysis, we have assumed a model where there are two big parties, party A and party B, and these two parties, they don't form a coalition among themselves. So it is like BJP and Congress. So there we will not find any coalition between BJP and Congress. And then there are very small parties, which these big parties, they will take them as a coalitional partner. So these parties we represent it as I, and this script M is the set of this small parties. And there are n constituencies in which all of these parties contest election, and the set is represented by this script M. Now what happens? We define that pre-election, there is a probability that each party will win in a given constituency, and we represent that through PIA for the party A, sorry, PJI for party A in constituency J, PJB for party B in constituency J, and there are n constituencies, and for the small parties it is PIJ, and the sum of these probabilities will be 1 for the given constituency, because there will always be one party which will be winning the game. Now, given this, these are common knowledge, so they accept these probabilities, and we make an assumption that these expected seats, the expected number of seats they are going to win is always less than the n by 2 plus half, means that is the majority threshold that they need. So it is always less than A. So because their expected seats are less than this threshold, so they always want to form a coalition. So for both big parties and also the small parties. And now if there is a coalition, so we represent this coalition by as A for party A and coalition for party B as B. And the small parties, we assume that they don't form a coalition of their own. They either belong to any of these coalitions or they contest independently. Now, what happens? So once suppose there is a coalition that is SA, then the probability of winning in a given constituency of that coalition, it increases, because what we do, we add up the probabilities of all the partners, and then that becomes the probability of the coalition winning that constituency. Now what happens? If this coalition gets more than n by 2 plus 1, that is majority, then they may form the government, and if they form the government, they have to distribute this K ministerial, and this K is always less than n by 2 plus 1. Okay. Now we describe how this coalition is formed. Now this coalition is formed through that these two big parties, they simultaneously make offer to these small parties, and this offer is a vector which we represent it as a CSA, which constant means each element is the total number of seats each member of that coalition is going to contest. Okay. Now so what is happening in the pre-election, the payoff is the expected number of seats that each small parties are going to win if they belong to the coalition. So this strategy is to distribute, the strategy of the big party is to distribute this total n constituencies among all its partners. And the payoff is the expected seats. But the actual payoff is if they win, then only they will get the actual payoff, and that is in the number of ministerial seats they are going to. So because of that, we have segmented this. And while forming the coalition, or while this big party is making a proposal, they will do this optimization. The optimization is that they will offer the small parties exactly what they were getting as their own expected. If they win, if they contest independently, then what is going to be their expected seats. And since they are forming the coalition, the main objective is to win the election, so that the expected probability of expectation of the whole coalition is greater than n by 2 plus 1. And also, when this party A is forming the coalition, so it wants that its expected seats is also greater than what it is if it is. And what is trying to maximize? It's trying to maximize the number of seats it can contest after distributing it among all the other. Here in this, here what is happening, it is a kind of alternative bargaining kind of thing where the party A is making the offer and the small parties, they can either accept this proposal or they can reject this proposal. Now if they accept this proposal, they belong to this coalition, but if they reject, then they will not belong to this. But then if this party A can form a coalition, then it's over. But if it can't form a coalition that exceeds the expected number of seats, is going to win greater than majority, then it will make a second proposal. And this will continue. And by making the second proposal, it will leave all the parties which have rejected this previous proposal and which have accepted the proposal of the other party B. So it will continue till they can form a coalition. Now here, so we assume that suppose when we come to the results, then we will discuss whether the coalition will actually form or not. Now, so the strategy of these all small parties is to either just accept or reject, and the strategy of the big party is to distribute. And we have used, because post-election we are looking at the stability, whether if suppose the coalition is formed pre-election and that coalition has won the election, then whether that coalition is going to form the government or not. So we have used the Nash stability, and I should agree that this is a very myopic definition that we have used. Means to study stability, Nash stability is generally considered a myopic because it is looking at that if there is any partition which is giving you better payoff, you will just say, you will just only one, so you will not look at repeated. Now, but the post-election, all these small parties, they have also an outside option, and that is represented by 5 But in this case, we will only consider the case when all these 5 eyes are okay, 5 eyes are 0. So now we so there are some assumptions, and the assumptions are like that. So these assumptions are made mainly to so the first result is that when they make offer, these big parties pre-election, the offers will be such that the offer means they will distribute the seats in such a way that the expected number of seats they are going to win if they belong to a coalition will be same as if they contested independently. Okay, so we get it. The idea is mostly like a Batra kind of competition, and because of this assumption, and there is a definition that we assume that in that maximization, the maximization problem, that the feasible set is not empty. So then we get a solution to this optimization because it is a finite number of options from which he has to make a. Now, post-election, what happens? There are 2 reasons for the instability of this winning coalition. One is that the party which has proposed the coalition, it sees that with a lesser numbers of members in the coalition, they can form the government. Or the other coalition which has not won the election, it can try to attract some of the parties belonging to this winning coalition and form a government. So because of these 2 forces, there is a possibility of instability in the winning coalition. Now, so we come to some definition that this definition is what is the minimum coalition, because we will need this while we getting the A. So minimum coalition is that. So if the party A has won its coalition, and its coalition is the total number of seats required to cross the threshold is the minimum. And the minimum threshold is that the gap that is between the seats of party A and it requires to cross the A, if that gap is filled by a number of number of parties which is filling that gap, means the minimal, means this gap. This gap is the filled by minimal, because here this is the minimal thing that is filled. So that is the minimal threshold. So this can be same, or this minimal coalition may be same as minimal threshold coalition, or it may be different. Now, while analyzing the post election coalition, so we get a two situations. One is the existing coalition of party A. Suppose the party A coalition of party has won the election. Now coalition is A, whether that coalition is same as the minimal threshold coalition or if it is not. Now it has to be at least same as threshold or it has to be more. That's why they have won the election. In the first case we assume that suppose it has same. In this case we get two sub-cases. One is if from this coalition, if any member shifts to the coalition of the others, that is party B's coalition and rest of the A, and that becomes a majority. So there is means each party belonging to the coalition of party A is a pivotal issue. So in that case, we get a, so that is one case. In the other case is that in this coalition of party A, there are some members. If they shift, they can't shift to the other coalitions. The other coalition won't be able to form a majority. So these two are the exhaustive cases. Now, so in the other case, we partition this coalition. When in the case 2, we partition it as a SAB and the rest. The SAB is such that if anyone belonging to SAB shifts or the whole of that shifts to coalition of the others, then the other crosses the threshold. But if anyone belonging to SA minus SAB shifts, then the others cannot cross the threshold. Okay. So given this, we get some result. The result says that if given that the ministerial 6A is less than equal to the WI, is greater than A, and we are in the case 1, then the stable coalition is if and only if there exists no SA such that there exists SAB, and SAB is a subset of SA bar A, and the distribution they use is they give the whole ministerial 6. The ministerial 6 are such that they give the total number of winning seats. So in that case, why we are getting this? See, if they don't, because here now WI, sum of the WI is less than the ministerial 6. In this case, if suppose party A doesn't give the WIs to the party I, then the other party B can give it to that much to others. So what will happen? So party B can destabilize it. So to stabilize A, to keep the coalition intact, so what party A will do? It will give the total number of ministerials. Total number of winning seats as a ministerial seats. Now in this case, when the number of ministerial seats is less than this summation A, WI, in that case we will always get an unstable coalition. Because what will happen, if you give the total number of winning seats as a ministerial seats to each, we will not be able to cover up that way. The whole, there will be some party which will get ministerial seats which will be less than its ministerial seats. Less than its winning seats. So in that case, party B can offer that party only the whole WI, and that party will shift. Now we are in the case 1, if that party shifts, then this party B and the others, they can form the coalition. So that's why in this case we will always get an unstable coalition. Now in case 2, what will happen? So we have we have a subset of this minimality. So in this subset, so if the summation of the ministerial 6 is greater than this summation, then we will get a stable. And if it is greater, we will get an unstable here. Now in this, so I have some more results, but so we will come to the conclusion. The biggest paradox that we get here is that the big party, the party A that is forming the coalition, it may end up getting 0 ministerial seats. So that is, this result is something like button paradox, because here we have a discontinuity in the payoffs. If you cross the threshold, then only you get something. If you are below the threshold, you will not get. And because I think, and there is competition between party A and party B to form the government, so that's why they will keep giving the ministerial seats to the coalition partners, so they end up getting paid. And another thing is that we don't get a stable coalition, means the ex-post coalition is not always stable. So that's why we have to make a segmentation in the motivation, because pre-election party A or party B can't commit to any particular distribution rule. That they will distribute the ministerial seats in this way. Because they know even if they commit, there may be a situation in which means they will not be able to keep the commitment. So that's why we segment this here, and we get that under certain conditions this table and under certain conditions. Thank you.
I want to open 4 minutes. So, literally, I have seen this paper growing from preliminary draft to this stage, and thanks for incorporating all the previous comments. Like, I've seen this presentation at least 3 times, but this is for the first time I read your paper thoroughly. So, this paper is all about, like, he has presented his main result, but what I'm very interested here in this paper is that basically this paper is separating out the confounding effects of Jati affiliation of this Vikas Mitra and the beneficiary household from the effect which is coming from the political salience, which is the strength of that particular caste in that local panchayat. Okay? And you have taken a very good methodology of selecting only those panchayats where you have the 2 largest caste groups, they are very close. But one thing I must say, like while looking at your paper, that the difference between these 2 caste groups are sometimes as big as 80%. And I think there are several cases, like you have large variation in this gap. Okay? So my first suggestion would be like, why don't you just exploit this variation itself? I mean, you have panchayat level fixed effect, but you take this gap, instead of panchayat level fixed effect, you take this gap from the lowest, the second largest, the competitor caste group. Okay? Because it's very much continuous and you have large variation here. So that is one suggestion. The most important result what I found interesting and which you have not discussed, but you have discussed in detail in your paper, that look, this caste affiliation works only in other village. What I mean that I do not actually like the caste. If you are living in this village, I am with Vikas Mitra. I am not actually beneficial to my caste group in my village, but I am very much beneficial to my caste group in other village. So what is happening here? Like, do you think that I cannot even I don't take any discriminatory actions for the people who are living in my village, but I can easily take this sort of discriminatory action for the other villagers. Those who are living in other villages. That is very interesting. If that is the case, then there is another effect. You see that another layer of thing you have to like peel that thing. So that is the third thing I would like to say. Also, like your sampling strategy is very complicated, and these comments are not going to help you anyway because it's already done. But probably for the future, like do you have to really make that complicated to separate out these 2 effects? I don't think so. Probably you should think about it. I think yeah. So that's all. There are certain inconsistencies in your table and when you are reporting, but we'll discuss it later. Not here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 5 minutes? 3? Okay. So this paper, I enjoyed reading the paper, Jyoti, and obviously it's a very relevant paper in the age after the Mahagathbandhan, right? And especially the Indian context where coalitional calculations are very, very relevant. So I'll skip, there are some questions and puzzles I had on the technical aspects, but I'll skip that because not much time. I'll try to sort of talk about the main sort of conceptual point, which I was somewhat puzzled by. So it's a 2-stage coalition building thing which is going on. In the first stage, parties are interested in maximizing the number of seats in which they get elected. Right? That's the objective function. It is taken as given in the first stage. In the second stage, the parties are interested in the number of ministerial berths that they gain. Right? So one thing I was a little scratching my head about is if the final prize is ministerial berths, then winning the number of seats is an instrument. Right? It's a way to achieve how many seats. Now maybe there's an easy connection that the more seats you win, intuitively it seems like, if you win more seats, maybe you end up with more cabinet positions. But I would have liked to see that sort of connection being derived, and a more general point would be some sort of spirit of Sakya perfection, that there is a well-defined final objective function, and the strategy at the intermediate stage before the elections is ultimately driven by an eye towards the final prize. More generally, if you kind of take a couple of steps back, the entire exercise of coalition formation, etc., has a tension, I think, right? Which is a tension between increasing the chances of winning and rent sharing. So if you have a bigger coalition, bigger chance that that coalition will win, but then everything has to be divided. I was kind of wondering whether that trade-off could be sort of made sharper and more well-defined. Once again, going back to your ex-ante exercise, or the way you set up the optimization problem, it's that your certain, the party, the big party who's building the coalition has to give a certain number of seats. So it's trying to maximize the surplus, right? The maximum number of seats that it itself hopes to win. But then you put a constraint that the total expected number of seats of the coalition should be just over the margin. Okay? Now, things are random, of course, it's a distribution. So, again, it's not clear why just getting over the margin should be, parties may find it optimal to play it very secure, build a large enough coalition, don't just take it over the edge, because then there's still a substantial probability that the coalition will lose. Make the coalitions win nearly secure, and then we'll think about how to share the seats. So that again goes back to this trade-off between ex-ante increasing the chances for the coalition and ex-post sharing of seats. The other thing which is relevant to this connection between the ex-ante and the ex-post problem is the question of commitment. So you make an assumption, which is fair enough, which is an extreme assumption, which is that the ex-ante coalition has no residual commitment whatsoever. Ex-post, everything is fair game, right? Maybe you can think about modeling, another modeling approach where maybe ex-post there's some flexibility, but there's also some amount of commitment. One way in which I think the ex-ante coalition comes in is that ex-post there may be many stable coalition partitions, right? But I think I think you're looking at it as a coordination device. If three parties had a pre-election tie-up, then that's of the many coalitional partitions that are possible in the sub-game, that's the one that you will select if it's stable, right? So maybe that's worth sort of clarifying that although there's no zero commitment assumption, there's the ex-ante coalition formation plays a coordinating role about what happens afterwards. Overall, in my mind, the main message of the paper was that, related to Gamson's law, which captures this intuition that parties should be sharing the spoils roughly in proportion to the number of seats that they have won. And what your results indicate is that the big parties, which are making the proposals, who are the sort of main coalition partners, may actually end up with very few or even zero prizes. And the logic, as you mentioned, is that of Bertrand competition. So I think there's a strong intuition there. But I also wonder to what extent it's robust to some of these alternative assumptions that I was talking about. Not to say that I'm quite agnostic about what the right assumptions would be, but it would be nice to know what how sensitive they are. The last point I'll make is that you could do an exercise, and I think it would serve as a useful benchmark if you do an exercise where there's full commitment. It's like the complete contracts approach, right? Ex ante, there's a complete contract with full commitment about who will run in how many seats and who will get how many seats. And especially we would like to know that, do we just get back something like Gamson's law, or does the logic of Bertrand competition still rule? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Some comments from the floor before I speak. Yeah. From the floor.
This is an observation on the just an observation on Himanshu's result. That at least given the robustness of the result, it seemed to be a very simple implication policy would be to recruit this Vikas interest proportionately to the group you want to serve. If you serve them more than proportionately, then again recruit them more proportionately that way. And that's one obvious thing, and that can probably be implemented very easily in the next round. Now there's another suggestion would be to add more work, which is to let the government Bihar buy into your research and give them the free hand, and you do an RCD kind of exercise where you identify some faraway panchayats from others and give them training that you must give to everybody, some sort of model lesson for a week or something. And the other one you don't do anything and let them go the way they're merely going along and see. And Bihar still is a bit disconnected region which one visited some years ago. So that probably this paper would not be that great.
We are really running out of time because I was told to end it in an hour. Okay. That's where we can keep it off. Anything more? Just two quick comments. I think what Himanshu said very dramatically about Nitish's main opponent being that's not true. It's not as a crime and natural crime. Because that was done in the first instance. So then friend Paswan was not in the running to be considered as a main opponent. Second, that
I think we would like a discussion at some stage on your paper, the notion of stability that you have. What would be a more robust definition? But please quickly, it's 2 minutes, and we'll finish in time.
Since reference was made to some results that I cannot actually show. Let's very quickly just so in the meantime, yes, about the large variation in gap that you mentioned, I think that's a very good suggestion. I know you made it before, and I have been remiss in not really incorporating it properly. It's true that there is a large variation in the gap between the top two. So in the sampling frame, the average gap, just to give you a sense of where these things are, between the top two cars is 7:1. That's the sort of ratio that we're looking at. In our sample, we, because of our strategy, we're able to bring it down to 2:1. Okay, but there's still a fair gap. And I think that, so one of the things which I do, which I didn't point out here, is that the fraction of the caste in the village is one of the controls I use. So I'm controlling for that, but I could do better. I look at the panchayat thing, and yeah, that's absolutely spot on.
Himanshu, we are running out of time.
I'll just stop with, just wanted to, the other village, I think very quickly, the results that I have given on the slides is basically that this caste match result is extremely significant, is huge in the village, which is not the Vikas Mitra's village. So to give you context, in the panchayat, I made sure that we were sampling from two villages. One would invariably be the village of the Vikas Mitra, and one would be the other village which had the largest scheduled caste group. And we find that this caste match really plays out in the group which is other than the Vikas Mitra's village. What does that tell me? I think there's an interesting story here about maybe how social networks are formed and how they discipline their members and so on. There's a sense in which I think in the village maybe your community is much more than your own jati. Right, so you care equally about others, and maybe there's a disciplining story there, maybe there's a social networks of various sorts kind of story out there, that in the village that's the relevant group. But the moment you step out of the village, then the ones you really work for are the people who belong to your specific jati. So I think that is a very interesting result, and sorry for the effort you guys are putting in, but I think I'm just bound to the chair because we are out of time. But yeah, there's some more interesting things out there.
Yes, I'm extremely thankful for the comments. They are really helpful, and there are some more things that we can do with this year. And the main thing is why we have included that we expected that constraint that it has to be just greater than n by 2 plus 1. One reason is that actually if we don't keep that resistance and we keep that if they want to the probability, they want the expected number of seats to be very high, then we may get a situation where there is no clear strategy in equilibrium, because both the parties will be trying to get the coalition which has the maximum, which will give them the maximum probability of winning the seats, winning the election. So to get rid of that thing, yes, we have.
Thank you. And my apologies to the speakers and the discussions. I should have given you more time, but I don't have it. So don't blame me, it's the organizers.
We thank Mr. Andal Mukherjee for chairing the session, and also to discussion, Parikshit Ghosh and Saurabh Pipal. If you want, you can have a quick tea, but come back in 5 minutes. But meanwhile, we'll get this tolerance for the next session.
I just walk around a bit to show that I have my feet.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to sit here this morning and chair this session on structural transformation in South Asia. The speaker is Raghvendra Jha, who most of you, all of you must know. And actually I personally met Raghvendra in January of 1989 when I had one of my short sabbaticals from my home university in Montreal to Kingston, which is 150 miles away. Raghavendra was away from Delhi School of Economics as a visiting associate professor at Queen's University, a very distinguished university in Canada. And I was a second semester there, reading for academics. Raghavendra, as you know, has a PhD from Columbia University, and his advisor was Edmund Phelps, the Nobel laureate, and after which he even taught at Columbia and also another American university, Williamsburg, before coming to Delhi School of Economics. And then after his Canadian stint, he, among other things, he mainly joined the IGIDR as a professor and moved on to the rank of senior professor. Then in 2001, he's been in Australia, and I haven't seen him a lot in the last 15 years. We do a big disconnect, but it's great to run into him again. He is now the chair of the Department of Economics at ANU, Australian National University, the leading research university in Australia. He has published many books, over 100 articles, book reviews, other newspaper articles, and the media and public domain. And he is editor of several journals, is a distinguished scholar and a prolific writer. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Raghavendra, and you are speaking on structural transformation in South Asia in about 40 minutes. We will do a time crunch.
You will keep me just 10 minutes left. Right. Thank you very much, Syed, for those very kind words of introduction. Now, before I begin this presentation, let me focus my remarks a little bit. First, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly my old friend Santosh Panda, for inviting me here and for his and yours very kind hospitality in the South Asian University. I have really enjoyed my hours here and meeting all the people. And second, I would like to say that over the course of these 2 days, I have been very impressed with the quality of research that is being done. And as someone who has spent considerable amount of energy and time teaching students in India, it gives me great pleasure to see that the good work is being carried on and Indian students are doing so well in research. It's really a great pleasure. So now, let me talk about structural transformation in South Asia. This, I'll actually draw on 2 things. One is a paper that I have written with it's very appropriate. My PhD student, Sadi Afrin, she's from Bangladesh, so it's very appropriate to do this paper in the South Asian University. But I'm going to mix this, my discussion of this paper with things that I will draw from a book that I'm writing. It's a book called, it's an economic and social history of India. And the book is called Facets of India's Economy, Society, and Their Place in the World. It's going to be published at the end of 2017, early 2018. So I'm going to draw on some of the work that I have done for that book as well. So let me, without further ado, let me begin this paper. So first, the paper is divided into 4 sections: the need for structural transformation, patterns of sectoral transitions, determinants of structural transformation, and then policy implications and conclusions. Now, for all of you who have done macroeconomics, who have done economic growth, you would know that if you take the theory of economic, look at the theory of economic growth from a little bit of a distance, you will find that there are 2 in the mainstream economics literature, not in the in other parts of the economics literature. In the mainstream macroeconomic theory, there are 2 broad views on economic growth. One is the view which may be called the neoclassical theory of economic growth, propounded by primarily by Robert Solow and a very prominent Australian economist, Trevor Swan, the Solow-Swan model, and the various variants of that model which have been propounded. And the essential characteristic of that model, from the point of view of this paper, is that in that model, the structure of the economy does not matter. It does not matter whether the economy is producing primarily agricultural goods or manufacturing goods or services or whatever. What matters is that the economy is mainly a formal economy. There is not much informality or negligible amount of informality in the economy. Parallel to that, a literature which has not yet been, which actually is a bit dormant right now, but at one point in time it was very prominent, is the literature on structural transformation. The most important advocate of that was the Nobel laureate Simon Kuznets. If you read his work on economic growth, people nowadays talk about Kuznets, but in two very different contexts. They talk about Kuznets, the environmental Kuznets curve, and they talk about the inequality Kuznets curve. But they forget about the fact that his primary work was on structural transformation, and the environmental Kuznets curve and the inequality Kuznets curve were basically byproducts of that. And Kuznets, and then Arthur Lewis and Hollis Chenery and various other people were very concerned about how the structure of the economy would change during the process of development, or should change during the process of development. So they said that the economy should shift from low to high productivity sectors, that is from agriculture to manufacturing and then services. So Simon Kuznets, of course, documented this very carefully and meticulously for the developed countries for a very long period of time, and in fact, that was the work which basically got him the Nobel Prize in economics. His documentation of economic growth and the structural transformation that accompanies economic growth. More recently, there is this paper by Echeverria in International Economic Review, 1997, and this paper shows the dividend dynamic general equilibrium model, and shows that there is a mutual causation within that model between economic growth and the structural transformation of the economy from agriculture to manufacturing to services. And there's a paper, a very famous paper by Peter Timmer, who you might know is primarily a very famous agricultural economist based first in Harvard and now in Stanford, who has written extensively on the need for structural transformation in the process of development. So we are basically saying that theory of economic growth, neoclassical theory is all fine, but when you look at developing economies, it is very important to understand that they should transform themselves, otherwise they will get stuck in low productivity activities forever and ever and ever, and they will never really make the transition to a modern, robust economy, just like the developed countries have. So there's a negative association between the agricultural sector's value added and share and the per capita growth in most countries. There's a positive association between the manufacturing and the services sector of GDP and per capita GDP growth. And deindustrialization is also a possibility, as shown in figure 1, which I'll put up here. And the similar pattern is true in terms of employment shares of the various sectors of the economy. So this is, I'm sorry I couldn't spend much time on this slide. I was doing it the day before I left. But basically the idea is that here you have on the y-axis sectoral shares in output and employment of an economy. And on the y-axis, this is the y-axis, on the x-axis you have time and GDP per capita plotted. So the share of agriculture, as you can see, should climb down like this. The share of manufacturing goes up and could reach a plateau, and there might be some deindustrialization where the share of manufacturing actually falls. The share of services goes up and then keeps going up. This is similar to a diagram by Colin Clark a long time ago. He also used it to explain structural transformation during the process of economic development. So economic development, not necessarily economic growth. Okay, now let's look at the experience in our region. So I'm going to go back to, this is now where I'm coming to my book. I'm going to go back to the 18th century and then go all the way up to the 21st century. So pretty long span of time that we will be considering. So before industrialization began, before the Industrial Revolution began in Britain, this is 1750, oops. These are astounding figures. This is from a working paper by Killingsmith and Williamson, the Howard working paper. India, that's undivided India, not the current India, had almost 25% of global manufacturing output. Unbelievable. We think today that would be the case. China had 33% almost, and the rest of the periphery, which is other colonized countries, Africa and so on and so forth, had about 15.7%, and the current developed core had about 27% of organized manufacturing industry. If you go down now to just before the Second World War, 1938, India's share had collapsed to 2.4% of the manufacturing share, and China's to 3.1, the rest of the peripheries to 1.7, and the developed core from 27 to 92.8. So this is just illustrating what Kuznets did for the developed countries, expanding it to include the whole world rather than simply confining ourselves to the structural transformation that occurred in the developed world of the world. So this is a picture of the same numbers so in a diagram. So this is India's share collapsing like that. This is the share of the developed core, and this is the share of China and the rest of the periphery. This is what has happened over. Yeah.
Was the population the same? About what is the population at 750? Was it roughly the same? 4 blocks, equal blocks size?
Equal block size, almost, yeah. Well, population was not very different. Population was not growing very fast in any of these regions. The demographic transition occurred after 1750. So now let's look at the sectoral value-added shares in GDP in South Asia. This is in 4 countries. So this is probably Bangladesh. Yeah, this is probably Bangladesh. We have it in alphabetical order. So Bangladesh share of agriculture, this is raw before we control for anything, is going down like that. The manufacturing sector is going up and then becoming stationary at a very low level. And the services sector is growing like this. This is for this is for the 4th time. Okay, let's just go. Let's go. This is for Bangladesh, agriculture, Bangladesh manufacturing, Bangladesh services. India agriculture, India manufacturing, services. This is the Indian experience. So in all these cases, the manufacturing sector is hovering between 15 and 20%. Currently, it is 15%. So if you look at the same figure for Sri Lanka and Pakistan, the other 2 countries that I have in my sample, I couldn't get data for Nepal and Afghanistan and other countries. So Sri Lanka is going like that. Its manufacturing is really in a mess. And services actually fell and then grew. In Pakistan, agriculture is falling like this over time, and this is manufacturing, and this is services. GDP per capita log here is the 2005 constant US dollars. This is how we measure GDP per capita. So, while the general pattern of structural transformation is known, we know little about, in at least the South Asian context, what factors influence structural, what factors have influenced the structural transformation. Okay, what are the determinants of the shares of agriculture, manufacturing and services in the aggregate output or value added or employment or whatever you like to choose. So the main focus of this paper is to understand these determinants of structural transformation over a fairly long period of time. And we estimate structural transformation equations, and we isolate three broad categories of factors. First, what we call country fundamentals. Country fundamentals are things like GDP per capita, GDP per capita squared, availability of land, arable land, so on and so forth. And then we have policy factors like FDI, trade openness, and so on and so forth. And the third thing we have is country effects, that is, with the fixed country effects in the model. We run these equations. So for this we employ data from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka over the period 60 to 2014. The Bangladesh data starts from 1971. So this is already we already talked about that. So we rely mostly on data from the World Development Indicators and various other sources. So the various the kinds of models that we estimate are threefold. First, we do a pooled OLS regression estimates of the determinants of sectoral shares. Then we do quantile regressions, that is differentiating between different levels of sectoral shares. So 10th quantile, 20th quantile, and so on and so forth. Then we do fixed effect panel data model, because the fixed effect model fits quite well. And finally, we do generalized least squares, Zellner's seemingly unrelated methods estimation for these countries. So these are pictures of agricultural, manufacturing, and service sector quantiles. As you can see, the agriculture sector is behaving quite well. Manufacturing sector flattens out very considerably, and the services sector these are cumulative fractions. So the services sector goes quite robustly. Let me now just summarize the results of the analysis. So there are three broad categories of policy of variables: fundamentals, the policy variables, and the time dummy and country dummies, with Bangladesh as the base category. The variables that are included in the fundamentals are log of land availability, log of population, log of arable land availability, age dependency ratio, that is the number of the proportion of the population below 15 and above the age of 64. So that's the age dependency ratio. These are log of GDP and log of GDP squared to isolate inequality, Kuznets type inequality effects, Kuznets type structural transformation effects. And policy variables are secondary education enrollment, availability of power, electricity, openness, FDI, and capital investment. And there are the country dummies for India, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan using Bangladesh as base. And we have a dummy for 92 because India had its big reform in 91 and Bangladesh had reform starting in 92. So we thought that there might be some specific effects on sectoral transformation going on because of these reforms. So the results of sorry, as you can see, this table summarizes a huge number of results. So this is the result for the pooled OLS. So this basically means that the sign is positive, and for population, this is for the agricultural sector. So when the land availability goes up, there is a rise in the share of agriculture. It is not surprising, and that coefficient is significant. Similarly, when the availability of arable land goes up, that also has a significant and positive coefficient. This is the age dependency ratio, the GDP here. So you can see here that after we control for all these things, GDP doesn't seem to matter very much in the share of agriculture in these countries. And these are the effects of the time dummy and the country dummies. So this is for fundamentals only. When I have fundamentals and policy variables, land availability still has a positive impact on share of agriculture, and power seems to be going to the manufacturing and services sector. Openness improves the share of agriculture, and capital investment is largely non-agriculture. So, and then we do solve with constraints and the fixed effect model. So there are various results. I'll summarize them in different tables later on. Let me go to the manufacturing sector. And in the manufacturing sector, the availability of land is negatively associated with the manufacturing sector here, the population, arable land, and so on. When you include policy variables, the share of manufacturing responds quite strongly to, and that effect persists, as you can see, with the availability of power and with capital investment. So availability of power and capital investment seem to be very important determinants of the share of manufacturing. That's true in the most of the models. Fixed effect model with policy variables also is true. And what is interesting here is that once you control for all these things, the share of manufacturing, the effect of GDP per capita in share of manufacturing is actually the opposite of the Kuznets effect. With the Kuznets effect, you should have a positive sign here and a negative sign here if it is plateaued. But it's actually a negative sign here and a positive sign here, which means that the share of manufacturing after controlling for these things is following the U curve. It is falling and then rising. So this is completely different from the standard business model. Similarly here, we do it for services, and services again there is a, if you look at it, there is a U-shaped curve on the pooled OLS model, but there is and a U-shaped curve for the fixed effect with country fundamentals model. But random effect is actually not very useful. The underlying statistics are not very significant. So we choose the fixed effects models, and the GDP relationship with GDP per capita is again very tenuous and sometimes has the wrong sign. Now let's look at the results from the quantile regression. So what we did was we did quantile regressions for 0.1, 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, and 0.9 for agriculture, manufacturing, and services. So let me just pause a minute here and tell you something about the quantile regression. What we do is, and what is expected of us, is that we draw the coefficient. We plot the coefficient from the pooled OLS, and around that, which is a constant, and around that we put down the 95% confidence interval for the pooled OLS. And if the quantile regression estimate falls outside the 95% confidence interval, then it is worth studying, because that means that it is significantly different from the pooled OLS. Otherwise, going to the quantile regression doesn't give us any advantage. This is the plot. So here, in this table here, so this is the sign of the coefficient, the Bayer sign of the coefficient. And here, for example, we have the sign of the coefficient, and this is significant. This is significant. Arable land is positive and significant, but for the 90th quantile, for example, but it is not different from the OLS estimate. To distinguish the pooled OLS and the quantile estimation, we have used this other category called the hat. If a variable has a hat and a star, it means it is significantly different from 0, and that it is significantly different from the pooled OLS regression. So this is what we have done in this table. So for 75th quantile of agriculture, the age dependency ratio matters a great deal for the share of agriculture in the 75th quantile. And as you can see, the use of quantile regression doesn't give much traction, except for here and other places it is and here. So it doesn't give us much traction. Doesn't give us much traction, except for a few cases. Now, if you get I'll just put that. So that's for agriculture and manufacturing. So for manufacturing, this is very important here. For 10th quantile, which is the lowest level of manufacturing share, and this is very important to the 50th at the median, and for the dummy for 92 is very important for the 50th quantile, and so on and so on. And this is for services. In the services sector, we have again, we don't have too many differences with the pooled OLS model. So quantile regression doesn't give us much traction, but there are some cases where it is useful. So that was for the country fundamentals model. Yeah, country fundamentals. Then we do the extended model with policy variables, and then things turn around quite a bit. When you do the policy variables, you can see that agriculture, you can see this is significant here. Land, the availability of land is a very significant determinant, and it's different from the OLS regression for the 10th quantile. And it is positive and significant for the 90th quantile, but not significantly different from the pooled OLS. Population, here you go. Agriculture, the higher the share of population for the 10th quantile of the share of agriculture, the greater the share and it is significant and is very significantly different from the pooled OLS results. So these are the results across all these sectors. This is for the manufacturing sector. What is very important is to note that education is very significant for sub-quantiles, And electricity is significant for almost all the quantiles, and so on. FDI doesn't have much of a contribution to make in the share of the manufacturing sector. So, and this is the same table continued. For capital, agriculture has a negative, generally a negative association with capital. Manufacturing has a positive association, but it is not necessarily significantly different from the pooled OLS results. The reforms in 1992 made a difference to the share of manufacturing in that for the 75th quantile and the 90th quantile, at the top of the distribution, not at the bottom of the distribution. And that's significantly different from both the pooled OLS as well as from zero. So this is for the services sector. For the services sector, you have arable land having a significant impact for the 10th and the 25th quantile, and education having a significant impact for the 10th and the 25th quantile, and so on and so forth. So these are all results from the model. So let me summarize these results. Overall, South Asian structural transformation pattern matches the pattern of other regions except for manufacturing. Manufacturing is very stuck in South Asia. Access to electricity usage and capital investment are central to the enhancement of manufacturing, which I get to value added. The results relationship of the shares of the GDP per capita are fragile and sometimes counterintuitive for the manufacturing. No matter what we control for, they are going exactly the opposite way of Kuznets we had. So the outlook is analyzing structural transformation in terms of sectoral share of employment. The total employment can reveal important labor market implications for this region, but we simply don't have enough data on the share of employment in these various sectors for these countries. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I wish you can stay where you're standing. Great presentation and very much in time. You didn't need any kind of notice. So even asked for 10-minute notice, you finished before that. So we have at least 10 minutes for discussion. I know there's a bit of a rush about the next session because some of the speakers can leave at an hour. So the idea is for us to break, if possible, 2-3 minutes earlier and also start the session after lunch. The organizer will make an announcement on that. But we certainly have 10 minutes for discussion. We'll take questions, perhaps 3 or 4 questions at a time, and then answer. So can we have questions? Somebody? Okay, maybe you'll now be hearing me well. So we will have 3 or 4 questions, and then we will have Rabindra respond to these, and before we see the more questions. Can you use my mic, please? Please identify yourself for the benefit of our rapporteurs.
It is excellent presentation. So basically, manufacturing shares has gone down, as you said, during the Second World War and before that.
Speak louder, please, to the mic.
So I'm trying to actually understand that what has happened to this region during that time. Now we have been experiencing that particularly in South Asia, India, Bangladesh.
You mean before the Second World War?
Yeah, and at least to some extent industrialization is happening, industrial shares from these So what kind of transformation changes has happened?
I'll answer that. Yeah. You want to answer right away?
I will take 3 years.
My name is Mehdi Choudhury. Obviously you talked about structural transformation, and I was thinking is that obviously you are talking economic transformation or how the economic sector, economic activities are getting transformed. But with economic, what we observe in South Asian countries is that with economic transformation also we see social transformation. and kind of like I would say that can be quite substantial. You can reflect the class division, not traditional one, new type of class division. So how can that be addressed also? Can we really isolate? Can it, is it possible? What type of insight do you have? What type of idea do you have on that type of trust?
Say I should answer that. That would be a hypothetical, because that's not part of my paper.
Yes, I know that, but
I'll give you a guess. Right. Third question, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. When we're talking about policy variables, was there any attempt to include South Asia-specific policy variables? For example, in agriculture, where we talk about public sector investment, for example, there's a huge thing, in debate in the sense of whether public sector investment should be more as against subsidization. So has, in terms of policy variables, was there any attempt to include, specifics as far as South Asia is concerned, public sector investment, infrastructure in terms of connectivity, road, railway network, as far as other than power, also even as far as land is concerned, was there any distinction made in terms of land that is under irrigation, otherwise? Because these are all specifics to the region. So if you include these, are there any changes in the results?
I'll answer. Can you take two more questions? Then maybe we don't have another round. Whatever you want.
We have to finish.
So I
had two questions I wanted to ask them last.
Okay.
So you can hear them now, you can hear them later.
You can go ahead now.
You keep track of this thing?
Yeah.
All right. First, very obvious, very simple point. On the role of capital, the asymmetry in the agriculture and industry. One would presume that perhaps this implies that the role of capital in agriculture is flattened out and it's not doing that much more now as opposed to industry.
Right.
Another way of reading that is the nuanced view is that perhaps technological advances have come into the industrial capital, but the capital embodied in the technology embodied in the capital for agriculture is not moving up that much. I mean, what we had say in 70s and green revolution stuff, and therefore it's not moving away from that. Whether you can comment on that, this first. Second thing, a larger question is that I think this is a very painstaking work, and you've done a great job. I think one should probably not lump service as a sector anymore. It is so big, 60-70% of the national GDP, and there are various divisions within services, with the role of technology and IT and everything else. Now, if there is a data set you can make your hands on that allow you to just analyze these 2-3 components of service sector, between informal, scale, low scale, whatever. I don't know what the data would be like. I mean, that would be interesting to see how the countries are different, especially South Asia, developing countries. How the components of service shaping up as time goes on, because size share is stable and very high, and that is must imply different productivity within these components, and the gap between the productivity and the return to labor and return to capital. The Thomas Piketty kind of issue, the inequality shares, inequality rising across various groups of society. I mean, that would be, I think, a huge area of research for along this line of work.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. First, to answer your question, that the literature, I cleaned the literature quite carefully, and literature has basically put forward 3 reasons for the industrial decline of India from 1750 to the beginning of the Second World War that you had here. The first reason is that starting in 1707, Emperor Aurangzeb died, and for 43 years, that is before up to 1750, there was no central authority in India, and breakups were there. The Maratha Empire had come up, and so on and so forth. So this was a period. This is what works like Cambridge Economic History of India by Dharma Kumar and others have cited quite a lot. This was a period in which agricultural productivity really stagnated. Agricultural productivity stagnated, and therefore the cost, the output that was coming out from agriculture and the wage had to be at a minimum. It couldn't fall below the minimum that already existed. So basically, because of the sluggish or even declining productivity in agriculture, because of the breakdown of central authority, there was a cost disadvantage to Indian agriculture. It developed over these years. That is the first reason. The second reason is that when the Lancashire cotton mills and other things opened up in England and then in Europe, of course in England and then in Europe, India was looked upon as a source of supplying raw materials quite a lot. And what that meant was that huge amounts of cotton were exported and then textiles were imported into India. This meant that there was a appreciation of the rupee vis-a-vis the dominant currency at that time, which was the British pound. So India went through a dust disease phenomenon because of the change in the structure of exports. Okay? Prior to 1750, or maybe even earlier than that, Indian textiles used to be exported to many parts of the world, but they were not industrially produced, but they were very popular. So final products were being exported, not raw materials. So there's a dust disease effect. Exports are going up like this, and then you don't have the capacity to service import substituting goods, and therefore the economy suffers. Okay, so that's one reason. The manufacturing sector doesn't grow. And the third reason was I don't want to talk too much about it, the hostile policy setup during the East India Company rule and the subsequent rule by the British Crown. So these three combined to make the share of manufacturing go down very strongly in India. Ironically, the share of manufacturing in India improved just before and during the world wars, because Britain needed lots of materials, metals, particularly for the manufacture of guns and bombs and so on and so forth. So at the beginning of the Second World War, so many of these industrial houses that you see today have their origins in the production of armaments or metals for armaments just before and during the two world wars. So the two world wars, ironically and sadly, were associated with the revival of Indian manufacturing in the period before independence. Okay, so that's my answer to your questions about social transformation. Well, it's not modeled here, but my guess is the following, and my guess is that personal relations, societal relations, we had a session on this in the morning, matter a lot in agriculture, in the rural sector. And but once you move into the anonymity of the manufacturing sector and urban sectors and services sectors, then you don't wear your caste identity or your jati identity so openly as you do in the rural sector. So if there is a structural transformation like this, then I think there is a social transformation of a beneficial kind, that jati identities become less important than they are in the rural sector, where they are dominant. Okay. So I think that's my guess. I don't have anything to prove that, but that's my guess. And now, sorry, what was your question?
Specific, region specific.
Region specific, yeah. The data is basically data availability. Data availability is very difficult to get data. I have a copy of the paper. I sent it to Dr. Panda. You can take a look. Data availability is a real serious. There are large gaps in the data. To construct this data set is very difficult. But all these variables are of course, country specific. So it's not that I'm imposing global figures. So this is education, secondary education for India, for Bangladesh, for Pakistan, and so on and so forth, for Sri Lanka. But to break it up into different investment categories is very difficult. It's very difficult to answer your question. And the services sector, what I can do is, this is and in the first paper on this topic written, structural transformation and market shift, what we if you consider this as a benchmark after further elaboration and clearing up of this paper as a benchmark, then what you can do is to reconstruct sectoral shares from, let's say, industry level data or firm level data and make proxies for services sector. But that's a huge research agenda way down the line. So I will have to wait for that, and I would very much like to do it, but this is a very useful suggestion, but I'll do that later on. Please. So, any other questions?
Thank you, Reverend. We have roughly 1 or 2 minutes, so maybe one very urgent burning question if someone has to take, say it in 45 seconds, we'll answer it in 35 seconds.
Yeah.
In that case, I thank you very much for being with us today in the distinguished University, and particularly the Faculty of Economics and Dean Dr. Kanda. I'm very pleased to hand over a small token to you and then the bag, conference bag.
Thank you.
भाई रास्ता क्यों बंद किया?
This session will be chaired by Professor Syed Hasan. There is a slight change in schedule. Instead of Professor Arun Mitra, Professor Syed Hasan will chair this session. And there are 4 papers. Once again, there is a slight rearranging of the order of the presentation. So the first presentation will be by Bhaskar Jyoti Neo. Second will be by Ramindu Pereira, then Mehdi Chaudhary and by Kanika Mahajan. And 2 discussants for this paper, we have Dr. Jasim Pais and Dr. Dibyendu Maiti has very kindly agreed to discuss this paper. So let us begin. There is a slight time constraint that we have because one of the discussants, Dr. Dibyendu Maiti, has to leave by latest by 2:30 I am told. So therefore the first 2 presenters are requested to hurry up and keep strictly their time limit and try to finish it within 20 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Shomo. Yes, as we know, we have a time constraint here. So 4 presenters. Is everybody in the room or by now? Presenters? Only 2, right? I see Mehdi and I see. Huh? Ramindu? Yeah. Okay. So, are you ready to start? No, you already announced the other speaker, right? Yeah. Okay. So, he's the second speaker. Yeah. Fine. So, the first speaker is Bhaskar Jyoti. So, the rule is that technically you have half an hour for each paper, right? But that means maximum 20 minutes for the presenter. And 20 is 20, not 22 or 24. So I have to enforce it exactly. But I've already lost 5 minutes. So we discuss it. But I'll still give you exactly 20 minutes from now. Okay? Exactly 20 minutes, including we have to stop at the time.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bhaskar Jyoti Neo. I'm a PhD research scholar in IIT Kharagpur. So I'd like to present my paper on labor market segmentation in the Indian economy. So to start with, so at the outset, I'd like to define my 2 segments. So I define my formal. So I'm doing my study on labor market segmentation. So I have defined my or distinguished the 2 segments as the formal and informal economies. So my formal sector consists of all the So my formal economy would consist of all the employees who are eligible for social security benefits, and the informal economy or the informal sector consists of the workers without access to social security benefits. How do we define labor market segmentation? We will say that the labor market is segmented if there are barriers to entry or barriers to mobility between the sectors. So if labor is able to move between the sectors, he is moving to the sector of his choice, and in the process maximizing his welfare. But if there are barriers, sort of institutional barriers to the mobility of labor between the sectors, then his welfare is not maximized. Matters to study segmentation. How do we study labor market segmentation? Generally authors have relied on wages to study labor market segmentation, wages of the formal workers, wages of the wage determination process. Most of the studies have relied on decomposition, mainly the Oha-Kamaider decomposition, where we divide the total wage gap into an explained component, that is the component attributable to the characteristics or the endowments of the workers, as well as the plus the unexplained component, which is the component attributable to the returns to those endowments. However, study relying solely on wages has its own errors, or the study relying on wages to studies relying on wages to study segmentation is error-prone in the sense that apart from wages there are many non-wage components. Non-wage components such as tax. Workers in the informal sector are not really liable to pay taxes. They have greater flexibility of working hours. In the same way, the formal sector workers have greater job stability as well as social security benefits. Relying solely on wages to study segmentation has its place. However, we consider non-wage components in our study as well. But firstly, we will like to limit our study to wage, study solely on wage. Oha-Kamaider would be one of the methods. Another method that has been used is wage regression. So before conducting a wage regression, we model, our sector selection. We have to correct our model for several selection errors. In order to do that, we divide the total economy or the total labor force into 6 different segments. That would be, and I would like to point out that our study is mainly related to the wage employed. So it is the formal wage employed versus the informal wage employed. We are not considering the self-employed. In the model for sector selection, we are considering the formal wage employed, informal wage employed, the self-employed, the not in the labor force segment, and the agricultural laborers, and finally, modeling our sector selection through a multinomial logic model, we derive the probability of sector or employment in a particular sector, and we augment our wage regressions for the formal sector laborers as well as the informal sector laborers by adding a selection term. The process is very much similar to the Heckman methodology. Here, it is a bit different in the sense that we are considering a multinomial selection model rather than the binomial selection model in the case of Heckman. The methodology for this model was proposed by Lee in the 1983. The interpretation of the selection term that we use to augment our wage regression has a very important interpretation. If we find that the coefficient of the selection term is positive or insignificant, the interpretation would be something like unobserved working characteristics such as suppose motivation or entrepreneurial spirit, which raises the probability of the worker to work in, let's say, the informal sector, would actually lower his wages. In a sense, the worker is working in a sector where his wages are not the highest. That would imply a segmented labor market. On the other hand, a negative coefficient would imply that workers are working in a sector where his wages are supposed to be the highest. So that would, in essence, imply a competitive dilemma. So apart from regressions and decomposition, we also rely on non-parametric matching and reweighting methods. So in matching, what we do is we try to compare the wages of workers in the formal and the informal workers, controlling for all observable characteristics. So suppose we have just two variables, let's say age and so we are in effect we are comparing the wages of formal versus informal workers for each wage and for each gender. However, in our study, let's say we have not two variables, suppose we have 20 variables. So there arises a problem of, that has been cited in the literature as something like recursive dimension. So there are too many variables to control for. The matrix of all available combinations of the variables. So what has been proposed in the literature is we conduct a logic regression, derive the probabilities from there, and use the probabilities or what has been pointed out, mentioned as the propensity scores, and match the workers on the basis of this propensity score. So the properties of these propensity score matching method is such that the matching results are not unbiased. Under reweighting, on the other hand, we weight the wages of the formal and the informal workers such that the distribution of observable characteristics such as like the X variables, such as the age, education and other such variables are similar for the formal and informal workers. However, I would like to point out that both matching, reweighting, decomposition, wage regression, all those methods have their own benefits as well as demerits. The matching methods and the reweighting methods are better in the sense that they are less susceptible to parametric assumptions. On the other hand, decomposition methods, although they are based on parametric assumptions, however, they do not rely on CI, conditional independence assumption. Since they model the sample selection model, they correct for sample selection. In the case of matching and reweighting, we have to assume that they are CI assumption is correct. So here are our wage equation results. We see that the structure of wage determination is very much different in the formal and informal economies. We had conducted a study for 1999, 4-5, 2009 and 11-12. I was just presenting the results for 4-5, 11-12. And especially we see that the education has higher returns in the informal economy compared to the formal. So the variable or the coefficient of interest would be the selection term, the selection term, which is significantly positive in all the cases. So which is the first indication of a segmented labor market. We then move to the decomposition cases. So these are the decomposition. All the coefficients are significant at 1% level of significance. We find that the overall wage gap and even the unexplained wage gap, since the wage gap attributable to increases in returns to workers, or returns to the characteristics of workers. So all these coefficients are positive, and the important thing to note is that the difference of total wage gap and also the unexplained wage gap is seen to rise in the 1999 to 2004-5 period, after which there is a secular decline. So the matching results also point out a similar picture where there is a significant wage gap between the formal and the informal workers, and the wage gap rises in 4-5 period before falling hereafter. Okay, so we move on to the quantile wage gap decomposition results, where we find that the wage gap is or the unexplained part of the wage gap is seen to rise in the initial part of the initial quantiles before falling hereafter. And another noteworthy factor would be that the unexplained component is mainly responsible for the U-shaped pattern. It is the contribution of the explained factors, which is the yellow bars, remains more or less similar. It is the unexplained part which is mainly responsible for the differences, the overall, the shape of the overall wage pattern. We see a similar pattern for 2011-12 as well. I also conducted a Wellington decomposition. It's something like we are comparing the wage gap in 2000, as we had already discussed earlier. The overall wage gap was seen to rise in the 1999 to 2004-5 period, before which we had seen a overall decline, secular decline. So we tried to find out using a methodology proposed by Wellington in the 1990s. So we tried to find out what were the factors. Is it the discrimination effect or the endowment effect, or is it the factors attributable to the endowment of the factors, or the factors attributable to the returns to those characteristics or returns to those endowments, which are responsible for the changes in the wage gap over time. So in both the periods, we see that it is the discrimination effect which is mainly responsible for the changes in the wage gap over time. Similar to what we have seen in the quantification, it is mainly the discrimination effect which is variable. And finally, as we had already discussed earlier, wages are but one of the factors of overall utility that a worker derives from this job. There are other non-wage factors. So we try to consider a variable available in our NSSO data set. The workers were asked whether the worker is looking for additional or alternative work. So there was a study by Pratap and Quintin in the case of Latin American workers who had used a similar sort of methodology where they had considered workers looking for additional or alternative work as a proxy for job satisfaction. If a worker is looking for alternative work, then he is supposed to be dissatisfied with his work. So we consider it as a proxy for overall job satisfaction and try to find out whether there are differences in the the levels of job satisfaction for formal and the informal workers. So we find that using all the decomposition as well as matching methods, we find that job satisfaction is significantly higher in the formal economy compared to the informal economy. So lastly, come to the conclusion of our paper. So we find a segmented labor market. All our methodologies point out to a segmented labor market. Wages are seen to be significant, but declining over time. There has been a rise in the 2014, but thereafter there has been a secular decline. The quantile wage decomposition show a inverted U-shape, especially for the unexplained component or discrimination component that can be attributed as the wage penalty of the workers. And the discrimination effect is what is playing a major role in the changes in the overall wage gap over time and over quantile. So it is, the endowment effect is more or less stable over time. As far as policy implications are concerned, government efforts definitely need to be taken to remove the interdependence to mobility between sectors. As a limitation of my study, I would like to point out that availability of panel data would have been a much better indicator of the mobility between sectors. So in the Indian context, at least at a representative level, there is, as far as my knowledge goes, there is no such data set available. But in the Latin American context, many studies have been conducted, and even variables depicting job satisfaction would have helped a lot. But as far as my study goes, the conclusion is that India, in the context of India, we have the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first speaker who needed no warning time to finish on time. You gave us a solid 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you so much. So you can take your seat, and we will definitely make sure we get extra person for you. And with others you were assisting. Okay, so we now immediately go to second speaker, and that's it's Namita Perera from Sri Lanka. You were speaking about economic policy and legal and state policy in comparing India to so we have 20 minutes altogether, so I'll give 5-minute warning after 15 minutes. Okay?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ramudu Pereira from Sri Lanka. First of all, I should mention that I am a lawyer, not an economist, but I am interested in studying the correlation between law and economy. Therefore, I would really value your comments on my study to develop the study further. The title of my study is the impact of neoliberal economic policies on the legal framework and state policies on labour, a case in Sri Lanka and India. If we come to a brief introduction, in the recent 3 decades, most South Asian nations have entered into a process of economic liberalization. The neoliberal economic regime, which replaced the previous social democratic regime, has made a profound impact on legal mechanisms of these countries. The labor law regime is the legal framework which governs relations between employers and employees, or in a wider sense, between capital and labor. And it is a part of the legal system in any modern countries. So my research question was to identify the impact these neoliberal economic policies have made on the labor law regime and the state policies towards it. For this purpose, I selected the legal developments in Sri Lanka and India as 2 case studies because these 2 countries are notable countries in the region which adopted a social democratic nature of development since their independence from the British, and equally, both countries have moved towards a neoliberal economic policy framework in the recent few decades. So in this study, the methodology I adopted was basically based on a review on the existing literature, labor legislations of both pre and post liberalization periods, commission reports and government state policy papers were referred, which notably includes the report of the Second Indian National Commission of Labour, 2002, the 1978 White Paper on Employment Relations, and the Regaining Sri Lanka Vision and Strategy for Accelerated Development. Also, academic literature regarding labour reforms was referred. The most referred authors are Deakin, Bhattacharya, Dhyanvida, Shyam Sundar, Sood, Nath and Ghosh. I don't intend to go into details regarding this literature because of the time constraints, but in my presentation, I hope to refer to this literature when it's necessary. Liberalization period, when we examine the nature of the labour regime, it can be clearly identified that the state intervention to protect the weaker party of the employment contract. The social democratic doctrine advocated in achieving a compromise between capital and labour with state intervention in the economic life. Thus, it distanced itself from early modes of capitalism. In early days of capitalism, an employment contract was considered as just another contract between 2 parties, which ensured the stronger party of the contract, that is the employer, and prerogative over the employee. The social democratic state attempted to restrict this employer's prerogative through incorporating social legislations. Therefore, various labour protective laws regarding issues such as minimum wages, working conditions, working hours, and dispute resolution were made. Altogether, these legal enactments formed a legal mechanism which was widely recognized as a pro-labour legislation framework. Sri Lanka and India both adopted an interventionist policy towards labour since their independence. In Sri Lanka, in the post-1956 period, the orientation towards social democracy was enhanced. Therefore, labour protective laws were made regarding minimum wages, maternity benefits, and the working conditions of shop and office employees. A notable legislation in this regard is the amendment introduced to the Industrial Dispute Act in 1957. This amendment established a body called Labour Tribunals. The Labour Tribunal was a quasi-judicial body, and in cases of unfair dismissals, employees were entitled to seek relief from these labour tribunals. Thus, this law restricted the employer's contractual right to terminate the work of employees by will or by notice. The Termination of Employment of Workmen's Act 1971, popularly known as the TEWA, can be considered as the high watermark of labour-friendly legislations in Sri Lanka. According to this act, to terminate the employment of a worker, either the consent of that worker or the approval of the Labour Commissioner was needed. So if the worker does not give his consent to such termination, the employer was required to obtain the approval from the state. These legal developments spelled out a wider degree of job protection in the part of workers. And also in 1970s, various laws were enacted to enhance trade union rights. In the case of India, three main pieces of legislation are influential in attributing a labour-friendly character to the previous labour regime. In 1976, Chapter 5B was introduced to the Indian Industrial Dispute Act, which restricted the discretion of the employer to terminate work of employees. This is, in essence, is very much similar to the Sri Lankan TEWA that we discussed above. In 1970, the Contract Labour Act was enacted. It prohibited the usage of contract labour under certain circumstances and also introduced strict laws in utilizing contract labour. While the Indian Trade Union Act recognized a wider conception of trade unionism, it enabled outsiders from the workplace, such as professional trade unionists, to get engaged in trade union activities. So it is this form of legal framework that was later came into severe criticisms within the discourse of neoliberalism. So Sri Lanka in 1970s and India in early 1990s started moving towards a more liberalized economic regime. This shift in economics was accompanied by a similar shift in intellectual and political circles, which presented the case for labor deregulation. The neoliberal theory emphasized on the minimal state, which means the withdrawal of state from economic activities, leaving it to the market forces. Therefore, privatization, state non-interventionism, and deregulation, which includes labor deregulation, appeared as key themes of the neoliberal reform project. Neoliberal ideologues have cited multiple arguments to justify the dismantling of the social democratic welfare regime. This regime has been described as an obstacle to growth, as a factor of unemployment, as a factor of the rise of informal labor, and also high labor standards compatible with developed countries are said to be incompatible with third world realities. Also, with the advent of globalization, most developing countries started adopting an export-oriented industrialization policy. Therefore, to attract foreign direct investment, it has been argued that local labor standards should be relaxed or liberalized. This neoliberal reasoning finds its application in the sphere of legislation in the post-liberalization period in both countries. So I would like to take some notable examples to demonstrate this fact. In Sri Lanka in 1977, the Greater Colombo Economic Commission law was enacted to establish free trade zones in the country. This was followed by the White Paper on Employment Relations 1978, which introduced groundbreaking reforms to the existing labor regime, which notably includes the restriction of scope of labor tribunals, restriction of trade union activities by replacing it from employees' councils, and repealing the effect of the TEWA Act to make firing of workers more easier. But due to strong trade union resistance that had to face, this was not enacted as a law at that time. But since the defeat the trade union movement faced in early 1980s, the reform process got momentum. Therefore, in 1982, laws were enacted to curtail the discretion of labor tribunals to award an order on gratuity payments. And in 1985, the existing limits on night work of women were relaxed. Although this law was covered with the rhetoric of gender equality, the real purpose or the real motivation of the law was to facilitate the investors of the free trade zones to manipulate the increasingly feminization of the Sri Lankan labor force. In 1990s, however, there is a temporary halt in the labor reform process. But meanwhile, international financial organizations continuously pressed the need to liberalize laws, especially regarding termination of employment, strike activities, and limits on overtime work. Adhering to these recommendations, in 2001, the government came out with a policy proposal called Regaining Sri Lanka, which contained a comprehensive reform framework to the Sri Lankan labor regime. Based on this framework, in 2002 and 2003, a series of laws were enacted to restrict the scope of the TEVA Act and to liberalize limits on overtime work. And in 2006, the next newly elected government published its policy framework called Mahinda Chintana Development Program. And this program also recognized the need to liberalize labor relations according to the neoliberal doctrine. When examining the policy papers, it is evident that the reform language of consecutive governments have become extensively one-sided, that is pro-employer. Proposals forwarded by trade unions, such as upgrading the standards in free trade zones, have been continuously neglected, and such proposals do not find any application in these reform packages. In the case of India, the reform approach of the post-liberalization era has been identified as a dualist approach. While being reluctant to enforce existing labor regulations, it tends to adopt new laws to facilitate capital. Policymakers have well identified the need to liberalize the labor regime. Thus, the task force report of the Indian Planning Commission in 2001 recommended the total removal of Chapter 5B from the Industrial Dispute Act. It further recommended the promotion of fixed-term contracts over permanent employment, and also the provisions which restrict the usage of contract labor in perennial forms of activities of a firm was considered as cumbersome for the employer, and also in the trade union sector, various reforms were proposed to discourage trade union formation and to restrict outsider participation within trade unions. And in 2001, the Indian Trade Union Act was amended to give these recommendations the legal effect. And the second National Commission on Labour report, it was published in 2002. Although this report contained certain labour-friendly reforms, such as regulating the informal sector, in the final instance, it also acknowledged the case to restructure the labour regime according to the liberalization lines. However, regarding the question of inspection, in 2006 and 2011, further laws were enacted to exempt enterprises branded as small and medium enterprises from the purview of state inspection with regard to a number of laws. Now, even though the Indian regime has been nicknamed as an Inspector Raj, the inspector rate of the Indian state has been observed a drastic fall in the post-liberalization period. One of the interesting developments in India is the role played by state governments with regard to neoliberal reforms. As the subject labour comes under the concurrent list of the constitution, state governments are entitled to make their own labour laws. Therefore, states such as Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat have successfully made laws to exempt special economic zones within their regions from the purview of Chapter 5B of the Industrial Dispute Act. And the Contract Labour Act has also been subjected to similar reforms. Therefore, controversial reforms which have not yet been materialized in the union level has for a large extent been incorporated in certain states. In the union level, the most recent reform attempt is the proposed Labour Code on Industrial Relations, which have already been subjected to civic action by trade unions. One of the notable proposals of this code is restricting the application of Chapter 5B, total abolition of outsider participation within trade unions, and also introducing strict laws to control strike activities. Now, a reform like total abolition of outsider participation within trade unions reflects a very narrower version of trade unionism, which attempts to limit the activism of trade unionism within the confines of the workplace. So therefore, when we sum up all these recent legal development, it is evident that the neoliberal bias is operating within the reasoning of the state apparatus. So as a conclusion, I would like to argue that the neoliberal shift in the economic field has produced a paradigm shift in the area of state policies towards labour from a labour-friendly, labour-protective character into a more employer-friendly, capital-friendly character. In the current neoliberal discourse, labour reform is something more about relaxing labour laws to facilitate capital rather than upgrading labour standards for the sake of labour standards. To achieve economic goals such as economic growth and economic efficiency, it is attempted to relax labour laws in order to assist this. So finally, I would like to argue that this model of development is an unbalanced, one-sided mode of development because growth is not about everything. So to adopt a more balanced and a more democratic mode of development, one should take notions of social justice and human rights, which includes workers' rights in a serious manner. So I will end my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravindu, again for being very much on time. Very fortunate for cooperation from the speakers. Now we also need cooperation from the audience and the remaining discussants and remaining speakers. We have a little break here in the sense that we will have a discussion on the first two papers at this time for logistical reasons. Not the first best, because the four papers are kind of the same broad area. So we'll now invite Divendu Maiti to make his remarks about 5-6 minutes. We need to have a discussion on the from the audience too, and they have a question on your remarks as well.
Thank you, Jim, for your opportunities. 5 minutes for to discuss this. I would also like to thank the manager for giving me the opportunity to read those papers. I read those papers with great interest. I have been also working on the similar issues for some things. Let me first discuss the last paper that was presented. Obviously, this is really the issue for the current development activity taking place. We are now industrialization. Industrialization was a key factor that could actually lead the development and growth process of these regions. And many scholars have been saying that one of the critical constraint that is actually binding the growth is the labor market rigidity. And India is a great example. So that's, but he has actually taken different view. That's I thoroughly enjoyed. That's why and it's a good paper in terms of bringing all kind of anecdotal evidences that has happened in last 30 to 40 years in both Sri Lanka and India. And even I did not knew some of the that has happened. So definitely thank goes to you for bringing all this reform and facts together in one thing. I'd like to raise a couple of issues of further thinking. First of all, so why the government or let's say scholars were recommending for the overall reform? I'm not talking about the labor reform. We all have experienced that the sector were protected, were performed badly. If you look at the public sector performance, where labor got huge rights and all kind of social securities, performance, productivity of those sectors was extremely bad. And in spite of all kind of favor that was given, industrialization was not actually picking up. Even if you look at that, India is now in terms of growth or even industrial growth, it is next to China. If you look at the manufacturing sector contribution, still only 18% of the GDP. So the reform was done so that at least industrial sector get kind of bit of space and autonomy to excel their activities. Now let's, for the time being that no labor reform hasn't happened. Even then, if you look at the number of strikes that has happened in India last, let's say, 20 to 30 years, in 1980s, the number of strikes was 700 in one single year. Now the number of strikes is less than 60. No substantial reform, although minor reform that was mentioned, has happened on labor market. That kind of strikes is not actually happening in India. Why? Because formal sector has shrunk. This is one. Second thing is that the wage share that is actually paid to the workers, formal sector workers, has actually come down from 30%, which is international figures, has come down to 18%. This is true also for some other recent. So even if you haven't actually no substantial reform, still labor are actually getting less wages. Now see, we have actually also come out from the fundamental changes. Initially there was a consensus that if let's say 20 sectors that has actually identified, that has been recommended to all the developing countries to apply all those kind of reforms. So that was known as Washington Consensus. But we have actually come out of the Washington Consensus because all kind of reform may not be actually feasible for this economy. So that's why you try to diagnose the economy and identify a couple of critical sectors and then do some kind of reform. So now this is actually happening, in terms of policy and in recent times. So that's why Washington Consensus is now renewed. So that the neoclassical revelation that is actually happening is not actually applied to in general all the time. This is one. Second thing that has been happening because of now we are now becoming more environmental conscious because as income grows we are also going for the product which is quality induced. So that means the moment we are actually then obviously we are thinking that informal sector production product may not be that quality. So that's why that consciousness is also trying to bring some kind of incentive for the formal sector production. Third, which is also becoming quite important now, governments and institutions, because when the neoliberal policies were began, the consensus was that the government will be having a passive role. Now we are thinking that the government definitely must have some role, and obviously in terms of bringing the quality of institutions at the higher level, government. So with those kind of things, at least formal sector, obviously formal sector rights and other things has little bit gone down, but on the other hand, those who are working, let's say 90% workforce, those who are late, those who are not coming under the formal sector, they are getting more demand and their productivity, their wage has gone up. And that's why even in the first paper was saying the wage gap in the last few years has come down because of that. Now if we can actually improve the standard of living for the informal sector, which is 90% of the workforce, at the cost of formal sector wage, will that be bad strategies? I'm just kidding. Showing these questions for you to think. This is wrong. Otherwise, I like, although I'm not actually the best person to read, because Jasim would have been the best person to comment your paper. Okay, the second paper, sorry, I have only 2 minutes. See, the title was the labor market segmentation, but basically the methodology that was actually used, labor market discrimination, something like that, because we have tried to say that how discrimination, to what extent discrimination exists on the waste and this is definitely also good methodology to examine whether discrimination exists, and that methodology, whatever methodology is applied to a large extent this kind of exercise. But my question is, I'm not also good on English literature. There is a distinct difference between discrimination, segmentation, and dualism. Because theoretical premises of your paper, initially, even in the introduction, you have written Aristotle model, and Aristotle has clearly given the labor market segmentation exists in this kind of economy, and then you are trying to prove whether this kind of segmentations are still prevailing on that. I mean, when you say that dualism exists, Professor Zhao was mentioning because of structure of the economy. So that means your formal sector activity is so limited, that's why they are unable to absorb all working forces in the formal sector. So that's why those workers who were left, they are actually working in the informal sector. There is although you have initiated with the choice, there is a features. There is no features. Informal sectors workers, they are forced to find job in the informal sector because they did not find job in the formal sectors. There is no free mobility in the informal sectors. So that's why the structure of the rule is such that the dualism exists. Dualism doesn't mean that the discrimination and segmentation. Discrimination is that somebody willingly or unknowingly discriminating between, let's say gender. I don't want to give payment, good payment to the female workers. This is called discrimination because culture or something like that. This is called discrimination. But dualism is something else. Now that dualism exists, as you have seen, that there could be some kind of barrier. Why informal sector is actually getting low wages? Because entry, they don't have right, they don't have union powers, they are not getting capital to actually increase their capital base. So these are the reasons. None of those factors actually has come to a model. So you have tried to actually explain what are the determinants of wage in the formal sector, what are the determinants of informal sector, then try to see the gap exists. Gap exists because of investment and discrimination. But discrimination, maybe because of the entry barrier, because of rigidity or so many other institutional factors, infrastructure are not there. So those kind of factors could be there. None of those factors exist. Fundamentally, even if you have started with the Aristotle has never said there is a discrimination between Aristotle said that in the formal sector, wage is high because of the technological development, modern sector development. That's why wage is high, marginal productivity high, and the workers more and more worker employed. So as I supply
wage would be upward sloping and there would be equilibrium at higher wages. And at this, those who are left, they will be absorbing informal sector, unorganized sector, or let's say informal sector, where the productivity will be. So that's a wage will be paid according to their marginal productivity or something like that. He entirely developed his model based on pure market environment. There is no discrimination. So it is theoretically wrong and incorrect. So that's why I felt really discomfort reading this paper at the beginning. Otherwise, there could definitely this could be potential contribution. The way you actually handle the discrimination issues, but conceptually, I mean, I would say that you should actually think twice whether dualism really synonymous to the discrimination. That's all.
Thank you, Nitin. All right, so we have definitely some time for questions. So we will take questions on the first two papers only. Again, 1 or 2 questions on each paper from the floor. We will be very quick. Okay. So do you have any questions? Is there a mic there somewhere? I'll see.
Yep.
Very brief.
Sure. Thank you so much. My question is to the paper of segmentation related, right? So you have mentioned that government should take some efforts to remove or eliminate such kind of discrimination in the wage matter, right? So based on your evidence in your paper, what should be the remedial policies that government actually take up for removing this kind of discrimination?
Thank you. Thank you. The question will be like that, very short. Would you please keep any track of questions? You have 2 to 3 minutes to respond to us. Yeah. Yes, please. Mike, here, please.
My question is again to the first presenter. So I just want to just get some clarification on how the wage gap really represents the discrimination, in fact the segmentation part that you talked about initially. So how does the analysis of the wage gap really show a segmentation in the labor market? So just get some understanding of that.
Thank you. Do you have a question on the second paper, the law, legal matters and economic law and economics? No? Okay, we'll stop for a minute here. One of the discussants to leave. Now, just in case, if you have a question on roughly what he said, maybe that will be probably more urgent to make it now. We can have another round of discussion at the end of the other 2 papers, so we can combine everything. So maybe a quick response to things along the lines that Divendu activated to you.
Yeah. I have a view which is slightly different from Devendu's on the labor regulations thing, and my awareness of issues are limited to India, not to Sri Lanka. So I would like to say a few words on that. First of all, on the ground, the evidence is that there is a lot of labor deregulation. Devendu tried to say that not much has happened. So, though formally labor laws remain, labor laws have not been changed. On the ground, there is a lot of deregulation. So, and what eventually matters is what is on the ground. Okay, and I'll explain very quickly why it is. We have the laws, and then we have rules made by governments to implement the laws. Then we have executive orders which come from time to time, and then we have certain other actions. The presenter spoke about certain other actions such as special economic zones and so on. So you have certain other actions that governments undertake in either direction, in favor of or against. So special economic zones is one of them. Today's newspaper says Haryana government is going to set up police stations inside industrial areas. And so it's some kind of a pressure on workers not to go on strike and misbehave and so on. You see, so you don't need to change the labor laws, but you can make labor flexible. So in India, over the last 20 years, a lot of labor deregulation has happened. So this is the first point I want to make. So we call it reform by stealth. And then I would like to explain why we are doing this reform by step. It's because since the 90s when we started the reforms, we haven't had a single government which has had the majority to change the laws. Every government was a kind of coalition government struggling to stay in power. The present BJP government is the only government which has the power to change the labor laws, and they will do it. Okay, so but then on the ground, since there's a lot of deregulation, changing laws now hardly matters. Okay, so that's the first point I want to make. The second point is somehow there was a belief that quality of output and quality of labor are kind of independent with regard to the labor deregulation. So labor standards were not supposed to be important. And World Bank, IMF, everybody spoke about it. Doing Business Index used labor deregulation as a negative. If you've seen very recently, they've all brought labor regulation as a negative. In fact, Doing Business doesn't talk about labor regulation at all in the latest. Because labor regulation, good labor regulation, is a positive to good quality output, productivity and so on. So that's what I would like to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. My 2 cents coming now. On the last paper, in line of what Jasim just said, the labor laws are very important in many ways, more ways than one. Particularly for economists in this room, at this university particularly, the free trade within the region is their target. We may not have it sometime soon. The so-called SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Agreement. And as you know, that trade agreements are unraveling around the world. The larger ones like the WTO and the Doha Round and all that. Partly because the labor laws within the countries, the member countries, are so intricate. They're very hard to bring them into coordination. And that's sort of leading to the unraveling of the agreements. So just a simple observation question to you is that do you believe at this time that the two countries you have analyzed, Sri Lanka and India, are the labor laws, the reforms, moving the direction towards a more homogeneous labor laws, that it's more consistent labor laws vis-a-vis each other, so that there could be sort of agreement about free movement of goods someday, which is sort of respects the labor laws of each countries. Otherwise, do think hard along those lines. On the first paper, similar to the questions raised by the discussant and other authors, I'm not I didn't follow the technicalities, but you seem to have separated out the wage gap between the discrimination part and the skill premium, correct? Now in that case, your conclusion was that the policy is needed to remove impediments to mobility. Now as has been spoken already by the discussant and other speakers, that mobility can be thwarted by skill barriers. Skill could be barrier. You can't be a lawyer or a medical doctor if you want, right? There's a skill barrier there. So if in that case, how can you have more level playing field so the skills can be acquired by everybody, kind of act well, okay? So if that's the issue, we should be clarifying that. Secondly, then if discrimination remains, then is it a question of legislation? Or what is exactly the residual discrimination, if not skill premium? Thank you. So I'll give you which order you want to come. So about 2 minutes each. Or you can share the time if you need 1 minute less time. 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you everybody for your comments and suggestions. Firstly, I'd like to answer the question posed by Mighty sir. I acknowledge that dualism and segmentation, these are two different issues. So I'll need to be more consistent with my introduction and the other parts of the paper. Regarding, my study mainly focuses on segmentation. So there was a question raised here also regarding how wage gap is actually considered to be segmentation. So actually what happens is that suppose you are considering a normal pricing of goods. So suppose there are two markets, and if the prices of goods in the two markets are different, then there is definitely a case that goods are not flowing freely between the two sectors. So similarly in the case of labor market segmentation, we have two different segments, and and we are controlling for the endowments of the workers. So whatever wage gap that should have been there due to the differential characteristics or different levels of education, different levels of skills of the workers have already been taken into account. If something remains after that, then definitely it should be a pointer towards the fact that the mobility between the two sectors is somehow hindered. There are flaws in that rule because, as I have already pointed out, wage gaps can even arise after, due to the fact that the non-wage components are playing a role. So I have also considered that into my account. My main objective is to study segmentation. So I have considered wage gaps, I have considered job satisfaction, analysis of job satisfaction. I have considered the coefficient of the selection term, the wage regulations, as well as matching. So these, that is the main objective of my study. I'll try to be more consistent with my objective in different parts. It's just a work in progress right now. Finally, the remedial policies towards, to remove mobility. I think, in the development literature, the causes of, labor, informality has been quite varied. Some authors have pointed out about labor, informality being a voluntary, of a sort of a voluntary nature. They point out that due to some, restrictive labor policies in the formal sector or in the formal economy, or the benefits from formality not being very high, people are voluntarily moving on to the informal sector. So that's an hypothesis put forward by Maloney and other world bank economists, especially in the Latin American context. Many authors have found that labor informality is in fact voluntary in nature. So their analysis point out that the labor market is not segmented at all. It is a competitive labor market. On the other hand, I think in many other countries, especially my paper really shows that it is of a segmented nature. In fact, I have another paper which finds that in the case of, I have considered only the wage employed, but for the, self-employed, if we are considering the informal employers and we are considering the MPC level, the income levels of the informal employers, it would be at par with the formal sector employers. So, there is not much of a mismatch between the workers, the income of workers or informal employers versus the income of formal sector employees. So, for their case, labor informality may definitely be voluntary of a voluntary sort. In the case of wage workers, it may be of involuntary nature. So definitely, we need to take a balanced view of take into consideration all the different motives of why the workers are in the informal economy and accordingly take measures. There is not a single view that labor informality definitely is of a voluntary nature or an involuntary nature. Is the economy overall is segmented or competitive. So definitely need country-wise as well as within a different segments of the informal economy, policies need to be of varied nature.
Thank you.
Sir, may I just respond? Sir, only for 30 seconds? Only for 30 seconds, may I respond?
Quickly.
Just it would be really good to recommend something in a paper based on your evidence. So you have recommended that the government should take some kind of efforts to remove or eliminate such kind of discrimination in the market, right? But that should be based on your research or based on your evidence. So I'm really, just for your suggestion, it would be really good to have some specific policies or some kind of reform policies from your evidence. Thank you.
You want to say something?
Yeah, just one second. About the fact when you mentioned that there are these different views, whether it could be that the self-employed workers might actually be the ones who have a similar MPC as the formal sector.
Not the self-employed as a whole, but at least the informal employers. Informal employers.
Yeah, informal employed. I know that. So what I'm trying, you're saying the MPCs might actually be the same across those two things.
I'm not saying that, but there is definitely a case for making. There is definitely a case for that.
Let me, just a factual thing there, all the studies that have been widely accepted in India right now, at least for, all these Vigo studies and all that go on, there's a high level, there's almost like an absolute overlap between informality and the poverty in the country. So there cannot be a segmentation there. Probably a very small proportion of it, but majorly, around 80% of that segmentation would not exist.
Yeah, informal employees just consist of around 1% of the overall. But they are still a component.
Informal employment consists of
Informal
80%
employees. Informal employees. So informal employees consist of just 1% of the overall workforce in my study. I have not considered the agricultural laborers, but it consists of. So, but still, that's a component. So, if policies need to be taken, then one size cannot be.
80%, 85, 86% enterprise, both household enterprise and the informal sectors. And then if you take the Indian OM, DAB, then it will be around
87% of the total
informal sector. They are entrepreneurs. And their return, that's what she was telling, is not much more than what they pay to the workers, their workers.
The wages that the enterprises pay, they cannot even pay themselves that much back.
Discrimination, they are, suppose let's say they are earning and the wage that they pay and wage they pay to the household workers are paid even lower than that. That's a number of actually studies. The discrimination is also there. So discrimination between, because same employer not giving wages to the informal sectors and the formal sectors. Then you could have actually said that discrimination is happening.
Actually, sir,
I think this is gone a little long, but I think good to have all the interventions. And if you're sticking around, I'm sure you're mostly here for another 2-3 hours, so you can come during the tea and everything. We need to give Ravindu, yes.
Thanks for the panel for comments. First of all, I would like to say that the purpose of my study was to demonstrate that a shift has happened in the labor legislation field. Whether it's good or bad is another debate. We may have various opinions. So first I would like to say that. On the issue raised by the first honorable gentleman of the panel, that the neoclassical notion of neoliberalism has changed. I also agree that neoliberalism does not take place everywhere in a homogeneous manner. It's different in UK, it's different in US, and when it comes to the Asian countries, there is a difference. But my opinion is that the basic logic of neoliberalism is very much same. That is about like deregulating and lessening the state intervention. So I would like to say that. About the second thing, that about the formal sector and the informal sector, I would like to differ. Actually, it's important to raise the standards of the informal sector. There is no argument on that. But are we going to sacrifice the level of protection that formal sector workers have achieved with the time? I think what's more appropriate is to raise the standards and the protection of informal sector laborers as the same as the formal sector laborers. That is my opinion. On the comments of the second panelist, I agree with most of the ideas that in the legislative level, though there are no main successful reforms, in the executive level and in the ground level, there are attempts to deregulate. I agree. The purpose of my study was to document the developments in the legislative sphere, because as I thought it would be important to provide that aspect also. The question raised by the chair, that the South Asian countries are moving towards economic integration, free trade and all, and whether the countries are moving towards homogeneous labor code. Actually, my idea is, I think it's very important to get integrated in economic free trade, and it's all are very important. But the problem is, how are we going to achieve these goals? If the integration happens at the expense of certain things like labor standards and environmental standards, I think it's not a good thing. So while we adopt things like free trade and globalization on, I think one of the aspects we should take into consideration is protecting things like labor laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be talking from this source. We now have the next two papers. We sort of change the order deliberately to take care of the contingency. So we now have Mehdi Chaudhary from Bournemouth University, UK, to talk about remittances in Bangladesh. 20 minutes. 18 plus 2.
Thank you, Professor
Said Hassan, and I would like to thank also the organizers of the conference to give me the chance to present my paper. And as you can see, this is a paper on the impact of, it's an impact study on the of internal and international remittances on the households net assets in Bangladesh. Net assets is we define it as the purchase and sale of lands and vehicles. Okay, so that's it. I just want to give a short story of the how it has been written. So I work on migration, and my initial research was like industrial IO type of applied IO type of model. But I wanted to work on that based on I had a data set, and so I approached Dragan, who was my colleague at that time. So can you do something? And I said that yeah, because probably you can apply propensity score matching. So she looked at the data set, and then she said that because we have continuous treatment variable, so I can use generalized propensity score. So she started working with that, and I also contributed. So this is how from the two separate, we complemented without actually any overlap. So that's it. That's the background of the paper. And one more thing is that this is the first time I am presenting this paper somewhere, and I welcome your comment. This is very much working paper, and feel free to make any comment. I will try to take all of them. So where is the clicker? Okay, the way I have it organized is that I have first, I will give a short summary of the paper so you know what is in that paper, and then I will have a short literature review. I will probably skip that if it's not really that important. And then I cannot see them. I will talk about the method that has been applied here, generalized propensity score, and then after that, again, you cannot see here this. You cannot see is I have the data and empirical analysis with data description and final result. Okay, so this summary of the paper is that this is an impact study of internal and international remittances. So what is internal remittance is that remittance that comes from the country. The household in the household expenditure survey data, there is a specific portion on sources of remittances. So and also on the amount of remittances. So from them I could categorize internal or international remittances. You may also say domestic remittances. And also, and as I mentioned that also that amount is available, so different households have received different amount of remittances. So the remittances variable is available as a continuous check. And so because of that, and also I mentioned about we have the household expenditure survey also has had questions on the purchase and sale of assets. And so I could then link them, and it was possible to apply this generalized propensity score to the impact study. And obviously, the most important thing that we have to address is the selection bias problem, and how this generalized propensity score is addressing selection bias. I will talk about that later on when I will discuss the theory. And as far as I know, this is the first application of GPS, from now on until GPS, in remittances literature, but you can see some application in trade and migration, but not much. And so what we finally found is that we found an inverted U-shaped relationship between international and internal remittances and net assets. So initially it goes up, then falls, and an upward sloping relationship between international remittance and net assets. So it goes up. So you may think about also to some extent we have addressed this literature on fungibility of remittances. It's whether source of remittances actually has any effect on the end use of remittances. So it can be linked to that. Okay, that is the summary of this paper. And so now, what is the methodological issue here? In the remittances literature, you will see it's really widely discussed that you can find like endogeneity. Most of them they get endogeneity problem. We have reverse causality, selection bias, household receiving. That's actually main objective, main target in this paper. That household receive different amount of remittances, they can be of different characteristics. And then obviously there can be and also there can be omission of all the labor and observability. So yeah, I accept that obviously I could not actually capture all the values. Obviously that can be observed. That are within the household. Obviously they are not in the household phase. Something like that. And to tackle that, there can be randomized experiments, nature experiment, panel data, and constructing counterfactual, propensity score matching. Also, there are different selection model and instrument dependent. So there are different types of methods depending on the obviously data and the research objective or question. So there are the methodological issues, and also what is the goal of this literature is mainly they want to see the effect of remittance on poverty, health, education, investment, labor for participation, and economic growth. And you can find some significant surveys by Adam, Young, Sid Casey, and some other papers. There you can find some papers on Pakistan or Sri Lanka or Thailand. But I must say that remittance literature is severely biased towards Latin American countries, and they are actually of no use to us. Yeah, so I must say that those studies are of no use to us. And I have not found really any study on Bangladesh, or at least any recent study that looks at the effect of remittances on assets and investment. There can be some, but I have not yet found any. So if you know of any, please tell me. So I can look at that. So there are obviously some studies on Bangladesh by Usmani Istal, but those studies that I have here, they have mainly used time series data. Not many use of microdata except this paper by Compare et al. They use that use survey data, mainly time series data and like CTA modeling, but you do not see many use of microeconomic analysis. Okay, so that is the literature review or background to some extent. So now we move on to the method that we have applied, is generalized propensity score. So what is it? I will discuss the theoretical framework. So and then I will try to establish how that this application of this method is to some extent addressing the selection bias program. So we have the method, the generalized propensity score method has been developed by Hidano and Imbens in a paper 2004. That is an extension of the paper by Rosenbaum and Rubin, 1983. That developed, that kind of proposed the propensity score matching. So it's kind of generalized. In propensity score matching, there are two treatments, 0 or 1. The individual receives treatment or not. And here, individual can receive different amount of treatment, different amount of doses. And also this is and also one thing we need to remember that we have non-experimental data, they are observational data. So we don't have all the observation, we don't have any control group or treatment group as such. So now we have a random sample of units like the individuals or household receiving treatment. We define it from I as I, 1 to n. And we have the set of potential outcomes that we observe. We call it YIT, and and their function of t, in which t is the treatment, and which is an interval which is an element of, say, this is squiggly t. Okay, I don't know what to do with this. And so this YIT is referred as unit level dose response function. And as I mentioned already, in binary treatment case, we can have t only as 0 and 1. But in this case, we have the treatment at an interval. So from 0 to 10, you can obviously make some intervals between them. And so then we have average dose response. So if individual receives different amount of doses, okay, what is the different individual receive different amount of doses? What is the average of that? You can interpret it like that. So this is the dose response. So that is what we actually try to get. Fine. And so we want to see, we are treating different individual with same amount of treatment. So let's see what is the average outcome of that. And we observe also the covariates, how the level covariates or individual level covariates, and also we observe the treatment received, and we also observe the final outcome. These are the things that we observe. Now, so first the definition, we have this assumption called here is called with unconfoundedness, which says that which says that when we control for the covariates, which should be actually quite large, then the treatment received and the final outcome they are independently distributed. So it is kind of, because we have it's kind of like a Bayesian thing, is that this is not observed post a priori. So treatment assignment, we assume that we have control for all the covariates, and the treatment assignment is that okay, the person it's just randomness. So then, given this assumption is there, then we have the definition of GPS. What is GPS? GPS is the conditional density of treatment given covariates. Okay, so this is GPS is the conditional density of treatment given covariates. So for the household, this is the specific level of treatment or remittances, and given the covariate of this covariates already observed, we can now calculate using the functional form that we want, the GPS, generalized probability score for R. Okay? And then we don't need to worry about that. So last line. So we can calculate GPS, and now GPS has something called balancing property. Once we condition for GPS, and then treatment received and the covariates, they are independent. They are independently distributed. And now, given we have GPS by definition has this balancing property, and already we have made that with unconfoundedness assumption, then we can say that the final outcome is unconfounded given GPS. That is proved by interpolating that, and we can do that. Now what then it has done, it has solved dimensionality problem. Now households, they have been transformed into GPS. Just one single number, they have different type of characteristics. We cannot compare all those characteristics. Now we have solved the dimensionality problem to some extent. They are all converted into GPS. This is the way I think it's more makes intuitive interpretation. Now because now it is possible for us. Now we have households defined by GPS, and we now can check the treatment, and we have the outcome. So we can now easily regress. We can regress outcome as independent, and treatment and GPS as independent, and then get the coefficient. Then we have that things. Okay, so now, so this is how this bias. Actually, I already mentioned about this. So the bias is removed, as I mentioned, is that already we have now established that the GPS is GPS and the final outcome here, they are unconfoundedness. So it's already we are on the way of removing the bias. Now what's the procedure implementation? We first estimate the GPS, and then we estimate the conditional expectation, and then finally we estimate the loss response function. I think it's far clear in the next slide. This is how we use the starter routine developed by Via et al. 2008. And so from using that, we use a generalized linear model, dropping some outliers. We use that to estimate our GPS. And then we wanted to check whether actually GPS has balanced the sample. Okay, like whether this is the, I may discuss if given time is there how balancing is done. And then once balancing property is satisfied, we are happy that our covariates are now equally balanced. This is a intuitive explanation, not from full explanation. Then we estimate conditional expectation of outcome using this functional form. So this is the observed outcome, this is the observed of the treatment, and this is calculated GPS. So now we get the estimated value of this. I'm sorry for sometimes there are some typos. So I missed the beta here, and so we have these estimated values. Now these estimated values are here in this equation. So look at this equation. So we are no longer using the actual treatment. We are rather using our targeted treatment, and that targeted treatment. And with the actual coefficients, we are calculating GPS, and we are calculating this equation for every single observation, and then we are adding them and averaging them. So this is the average dose response. Yeah, so I just have some more. So this is the procedure. We don't need to. You will see later on some diagrams that this is the procedure that has been used, but obviously we need to put data in Stata and then put some on. Okay, so now this is our activity analysis. So we have, I already mentioned about our survey and household expenditure survey data. We have rural and urban households, and households can be categorized as no remittances, nothing received, domestic remittances received, international remittances received, and foreign received. So we have used only internal and international remittances data. Okay, no one, not these two, we have not used them. Just for you. So now this is the summary statistics, and I was looking at the summary statistics, and I apologize, I forgot to put our main outcome summary statistics here. So what is the structure of that? We have many zero for our data sets, many zero, and some negative and some positive. So that's the structure. And this is the internal remittances observation. We use these 1,475 observations, and you can obviously see some dummies there, and obviously we have to provide them. And then also we have international remittances, some statistics. And then this is the I have no title of that. This is the estimation of GPS. So this estimation has no interpretation. Okay, we just want to see whether we get some significant level or not, and as long as we have it, we are satisfied. Pardon. So it has no interpretation. We use these numbers to calculate GPS. To estimate GPS for households. So then, after that procedure, we test whether GPS has balanced the covariates to them. So that has been done by dividing samples in some intervals. For internal, it is in 9. For international, it is in 7. It is arbitrary, but it doesn't affect final dose response function. They are not equal intervals. And then we have to also follow some procedure in dividing GPS in some intervals. So I skip that. So then we are satisfied that balancing property has been satisfied. So then we move on to estimation of dose response, and this is the diagram of that. Just we look at this one. This also comes as marginal effect. This is easy to see this one. So these are the treatment received, different level of treatment, say for example 0 to 500 for only X internal remittances, all the households, rural and urban. So initially, start from 0, it's kind of like, it's just above 0, it starts falling, then start rising, then it starts falling. Okay, so this is the effect of as internal remittances goes up, this is what happens to data sets. Initially goes up, then falls. And then what happens to international remittances? Initially we see some fall up to say treatment of say 50, so actually 1 lakh, up to 1 lakh, and then we start increase. We start to see increase. So that is the effect. That is how international remittances affect purchase of assets, land. And also I have then looked at rural and urban. almost similar structure, almost similar, and also I looked at international, rural and urban, almost similar, and almost similar. So what we found is that I would not with full confidence. I do think that I have managed to tackle selection bias program to some extent. There are some other covariance data that I probably could use, but I don't have access to that data. Okay, and I had to use what I have. And so within that, what I can conclude is that if on internal remittances we have U-shaped dose response function, initially increasing, then initially increasing, then decreasing. For international remittances, we have upward sloping dose response. It goes up. And so we see that the internal and remittances and international remittances impact differently. We must be obviously cautious because they are not directly comparable. But if you want to make that statement, we can make that statement with a bit obviously some caution. And I should do some robustness check, but I'm looking for some time to do that. If you have any comment, I will take that on board. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, David. So now we go to the last paper, and then we're going to take now papers. 20 minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm audible and not use the mic. Thank you for coming to this talk. The question that this paper seeks to answer is probably one of the most mysterious questions that the labor economists are trying to find answer to in the context of India. So it deals with the fact, it tries to explain the fall in female employment over time in India. I don't make a claim to be able to answer that question in the whole, but this paper hopes to shed some further light on this question and probably gives rise to more questions than to answers. So the way I present the paper to you, I'll give you the brief motivation of this paper, why we answer this question, some literature review, data studies on this, the data, the methodology, and finally the results. So in general, female employment has been of interest to economists, largely because access to labor opportunities also promises to a certain extent access to within household making decision part, etc. And globally, more and more women have been joining the labor force. But in case of India, women are actually withdrawing from the labor force. So we're struggling to answer why. Why are women not joining the labor force and actually withdrawing from the labor force in the past 3 decades? So this graph shows the trends in male and female employment rates in the age group of 15 to 65 for India. It plots these for the years 87, 99, 2009 from the NSS. And you can clearly see that there is a fall both for males and females. But the fall has been more drastic for females in some sense. However, if we move on to the age group of 25 to 65, the fall disappears for males. The fall only remains for females. So primarily for males in the age group of 15 to 25 attending higher education institutions, it completely explains the initial fall that we observe in the age group of 15 to 65. However, for females, even in this age group when you no longer enroll in education institutions, females are still withdrawing from the labor force. So the interesting question remains that why are only women withdrawing and not just men in this particular age group? We have a similar trend in urban areas, but the magnitude of fall is very small, and hence in this paper we only focus on the rural areas. So one question that might strike you is that I've picked up certain years from the NSS, but NSS has many surveys, so it's a nationally representative survey of households in India. So why have I just used these 3 rounds and not looked at the other round? So here I've plotted data from all the rounds of NSS for the age group of 25 to 65, males and females. And we can say broadly the trend, the overall long-term trend has been that of a fall. The only anomalous year has been 2004, where there was a spike in female employment. And many economists have attributed that to the fact that that was also a few years where agricultural productivity was really low. There were consecutive droughts from 2001 to 2004. And hence females could have just joined the labor force temporarily to supplement household income. So we begin with 1987 because that's around where the district identifiers are available. And then we proceeded every 10 years to see how the long-term trend is changing, because of course you can't study each and every year. And hence,
the spike in urban data?
No, this is spike in the rural data.
The urban does show anything.
So urban I'm not analyzing in this particular paper because there's not much of a fall in urban areas. So and hence we stick to our previous 3 years that we've chosen for analysis for the long-term trend. So the next question that we would like to answer is that fine, females are withdrawing from the labor force. Can we actually narrow down within females any particular demographic group that is showing this fall? So for example, this graph shows you by marital status how female employment has been changing over time. And you find it striking that the fall over time in 2009 from the earlier higher employment has only occurred for the currently married group. It hasn't happened for the other groups of women. So only married women are withdrawing from the labor force and not the unmarried females. So what are the women who are withdrawing from the labor force? You have to be spending your time in something else, right? You're taking your time away from one activity. What are you really spending your time on? And if you look at the other activities that NSS quotes, we find that the decline in employment is one-to-one correlated with rise in domestic work by females in rural areas. So this is striking. It's a striking feature of the changing employment scene. So largely it's a puzzle. Direct females are withdrawing from the labor market. You are in a period of high economic growth. Education levels are increasing. So why is this happening? The existing studies, what are the reasons that they quote? So they don't look at specifically married females because none of them really are able to show this that only married females. They don't really probably discuss this issue. They don't find this, but we find this when we slice the data a bit further, that it's only married females who are showing this fall. So in general, some of the reasons, hypotheses that have been floating around in the existing papers, one is the rising education level, so rising enrollment. But as we saw that could only be an explanation for 15 to 25 age group. But females are still showing a fall beyond the age of 25. This cannot completely explain the fall. The next reason that has been offered in the literature is the fact that the real incomes are increasing over time, and hence females might withdraw from the labor force because it's no longer required to work in the labor market, so they can just stay at home. But what we find, so what we did was divide these three NSS years. NSS does not give you the data for income, it gives you data only for expenditure, so monthly per capita expenditure. So we divide our households in 1987 by the MPCE decile. And then we adjust that decile. For example, suppose the cutoff for the first decile was less than 100 rupees per month in the year 1987. We adjust rupees 100 for changes in inflation in the year 1999 and then have a new cutoff in the year 1999 for the first decile. So suppose rupees 100 is now equivalent to rupees 200 in the year 1999. Now the cutoff in 1999 now becomes rupees 200. So what we find is that if you keep this real income constant over time, it's the largest fall, there has been a fall throughout, but the largest magnitude of fall has been among the lower income households and not the highest income households. So this negative relationship that existed prior to 2009 has actually become flatter and in some sense in fact positive in 2009. Of course, this could be an endogenous variable completely. So it could just be that females who are withdrawing from the labor force because they're not earning, those families are becoming poorer. So there could just be an endogenetic concern here. But still, the very fact that this relationship existed earlier, why is it going away now? At least this relationship should have been maintained, even if the fall is happening in every side. The third reason is the falling demand. Now, what we think is that, of course, this could be an important contributor, but the supply side cannot be ignored. And one hint could simply be taken from, by looking at the relative female to male wage ratio and how it's changing. So, for example, if only demand for female labor was falling in the Indian economy, then you would also observe that female to male wage ratio, since they're very close substitutes, would also fall over time. But if you look at the wage ratios over time, they have been increasing. That could only happen if fall in demand has occurred along with an increase in supply, along with the fall in supply withdrawal from the market by females. Otherwise, their relative female wage wouldn't have increased. So, you can't ignore demand, but demand cannot be the only factor in this. So, in fact, this chart just plots it state-wise. So, it just plots the changes in relative wage on the x-axis with changes in female labor force participation. And you find that negative changes in female labor force participation are associated with positive changes in female to male wage ratio. So as an accompaniment of all these reasons that have already been proposed in the literature, another reason that we would like to add to the literature is the changing education structure of the female working age population. So, for example, let's look at, for each of these rounds, how female employment changes along this education gradient. And we find that with initial increase in education levels, from literacy to primary, middle, secondary, there is a fall in female employment. They withdraw from the labor force. And then they come back to the labor force once they are graduate and above. At the same time, education structure has been changing. More females in the rural areas are now in the education bracket of 2, 3, and 4. So are they just following this path, where the education levels have increased, and hence the structural relationship shows that they should be actually withdrawing from the labor force. And in fact, the relationship of domestic work along with education is exactly the opposite of that of employment. So as education increases, females engage more in domestic work, and that only falls for the highest level of education again. So this is one additional factor that we would like to analyze in this study. Within education groups, again, there is no one particular education class that has observed a fall. Both illiterate women and literate women who are lower secondary educated have experienced a fall in their employment. So the methodology that we undertake to be able to quantify, really this is the first step that quantifies that, okay, these are the reasons proposed. But now let's quantify the magnitude or the importance that each reason has to play in explaining this fall in labor force participation rates over time for females. So the first thing that we try to see how much proportion is explained by these supply side factors, and secondly, what is the contribution of each of these characteristics to that explained proportion. And we decompose the changes in female labor force participation rate between 87 and 99 and 99 and 2009 to see how this is changing over time. Okay. So I've already given a brief description of how national sample surveys in India are conducted. Employment is measured in terms of primary and subsidiary status. So you're said to be primarily employed if you have worked at least for 6 months in the last year, and you're categorized to be subsidiarily employed if you worked for at least 30 days in the last one reference year. The techniques, so the first paper in this session pretty much discussed these techniques. But in this context, we don't apply these techniques to decompose any wage gap. All we're trying to see is that labor force participation rates are changing. Okay? So what proportion of the change in the labor force participation is explained by changing characteristics of the female working age population, and what is this unexplained proportion which could be because of other factors. Of course, we can't call it discrimination. It's just some other factors which are not present on the supply side, but they're working and resulting in this fall in employment over time. We use both a parametric decomposition and a semi-parametric decomposition approach. Just to briefly explain to you, so here I have my employment variable. This is for 1987, this is for 1999. The change in employment over time. The first part of this decomposition tells you the explained proportion. This is only because of changing xi from xi 1987 to xi 1999. This is evaluated at the beta coefficient for 1987 using the regression for each year that we do. Okay? So I could have evaluated this explained proportion at beta 1987, or I could have evaluated it at beta 1999. Okay. So I will show you both the results. Although in our context, we would like to take the beta 1987 here because we would only like to change supply. We would not like to change demand over time. Sometimes we would like to keep the demand conditions as they were in the base year. And since our base is 1987 when we are decomposing between 87 and 1999. So in our objective, perhaps looking at the coefficients for 1987, looking at those results would be more useful. But I present both the results. In the context of semi-parametric decomposition, again it's a rebasing technique. So you're just giving rebates to your household. So for example, I want to calculate how much proportion of the change in employment is explained by these changing characteristics. So I need to calculate the counterfactual of what would have been the employment rate in 1987 had the population in 1987 had the same characteristics as that of the population in 1999. So what I can do is simply construct rebates. So I give a higher weight to higher income households, more educated households, etc. Because now in the year 1999, proportion of these households has increased in my population. So I'm just reweighting my households, giving, instead of treating all of them equally, I'm treating households which are more likely to be in 1999, with a higher weight, and which are less likely to be representative in 1999, a lower weight. That's it. That's the methodology behind it. The rest is all technical.
5 minutes. 5.
Okay, I'll just quickly do it. So, this is just a change in covariance. Age structure hasn't changed. Education structure, of course, literacy is falling. Land ownership has changed only between 87 and 1999. Income deciles, of course, income is rising. More households and higher income deciles. Male education is increasing. Household size is falling. Male members constant. Children in household are falling. Other variables have no change. So,
migration of women.
Sorry?
Migration of women going for urban jobs.
Unfortunately, if they're migrating, then NSS does not release the details. It's only one round of NSS in 2007 that actually captures those women. That's it. In sense that we don't have data. So perhaps that could. I'm not ruling it out, but there is no data to validate it. So let's look at the decade of 1987, 1999, 2009. So what these results show is that, let's look at the column, the third column. So the explanatory characteristics that we've included in this regression are able to explain 104% of the fall. So in some sense, they're able to explain the complete fall in the decade of 1987 to 1999. However, if we move on to 1999 and 2009, they're only able to explain 46% of the fall at the 1999 coefficients. So the level of the fall that can be explained by these x's is falling over time. So earlier they were able to explain the complete fall. In the more recent decade, they are not able to explain the complete fall in female employment rates. The semi-parametric decomposition gives you similar results. Now let's come to the contribution of individual variables to this explained proportion. So let's again look at column 3. We have the overall explained proportion of 104%. Okay? So what is the proportion contributed by each of these variables to this 104%? So which are the important variables that are really explaining the explained proportion in some sense? And here we find that when we only control for female education without controlling for male education in the household, female education is the most important variable actually contributing to this fall. However, once you control for male education in your 4th and 5th specification, the contribution of female education falls drastically. And that's largely because consolidating weighting. So more educated females are likely to get married to more educated males. And hence because there's high correlation between these two variables, you suddenly find there's a dip in the explanatory power of female education, but it's still large and still significant. Similarly, the results remain same for 1999 coefficients as well. Let's look at the decade of 1999 to 2009. Again, in the third specification, education, income are important. However, the surprising bit here is that if you use 2009 coefficients, the coefficient of income turns negative. And that is because of the graph that I showed you. So suddenly, in 2009, this negative relationship between income and female employment disappears. You have this flatter, slightly upward sloping relationship, which shows that as females belong to a higher income group, they are perhaps more likely to be in the labor market. But again, given that this variable is endogenous, we do exclude that from one of our specifications. It's not a completely exogenous. So broadly the results, the early decade, the supply side factors are able to completely explain the fall. In the more recent decade, they can at most explain 50% of the fall in female employment. The important characteristics are female education, male education, income. Land ownership is inconsistent. I will not show the results of the other factors because they are not very important. So now the important part is what constitutes the unexplained proportion. One, as I said earlier, could just be a decrease in demand. A decrease in demand for female laborers. Second, as the sociology literature points out, is the status concerns. So over time, lower caste households, lower income households want to ape the higher income households. So even if they become slightly better off, one status indicator is to withdraw their women from the labor market. That's a status symbol. So that could be a supply side factor, but you can't really capture it. You can't capture preferences. That could be another contributor to this unexplained proportion. In terms of mechanisms, okay, I have to rush it up. I will have likely to spend some more time on this, but so how is female education really contributing to this decline? It's important to understand the mechanism behind any result that you obtain. They can be various mechanisms. One could just be home production. That females, with high level of education, they become productive at taking care of their child, educating their child, taking care of the health of their child. So perhaps, the wages that they get in the labor market are not commensurate enough to help them get out of the home production sector. Second, it could just be a change in preferences as females get more educated. On the other hand, with respect to male education, it could either be changes in preferences or a simple income effect coming out of higher male education. So, just to see the mechanism of home production, we decompose the domestic work over time as well, and we again find that education is an important contributor to increasing domestic work over time in the country. So, this could be one mechanism through which education is playing a role, but of course, this is measuring home production like this has its own problems. So let me just end here. So in this paper, we are trying to be able to show that the trend in female labor force participation has been more of a long-term trend rather than just the last trend in the last decade or so. And at the same time, we're able to show that the initial call, while it's completely explained by the characteristics that we can measure on the supply side, the more recent fall cannot be completely explained. So of course, there are other factors that are playing a role. And amongst the supply side factors, women's own education and that of the men in their household is playing a role in explaining this fall over time. And a potential mechanism could be home production. Could be.
Thank you very much. We are lunch time more or less well. We have roughly 6 minutes or so. So please give 4 minutes to the only discussant left in the room. The same Pius.
Thank you. Two very interesting papers. I thought they also had some similarities. You see, when we talk about workers' employment, earnings in the third world countries, women's employment and remittances are two second sources of income. And so both the papers, one paper is talking about remittances and the other about women's employment. So I think there's some kind of similarity there. Okay. I don't know much, I should apologize, I don't know much about Bangladesh, so I will not be able to comment much on the first paper, though. You see, you mentioned that the assets you're talking about are land and building, but in the paper you don't say anywhere. So throughout I was imagining assets, liquid, illiquid, financial, gold, everything. So I was carried away in some from that. Okay. So I request you to put this land and building there. So it makes it easy for one to understand also. Okay. Then the other fundamental question I had was, you see, one is the flow variable and the other one is the stock variable. Remittance for a particular year is looked at explaining assets which are collected over years, and then since you don't even say what is assets, so in my imagination I said how can it be possible? Ancestral assets, land, building, gold, financial, floods, Bangladesh is always in floods, assets just disappear. So there is this question about having a flow variable explaining a stock variable. How do you deal with it? Is it an issue? Why don't you think it's an issue? The second question that I had was, if you look at your tables and your numbers, the number of members of the household abroad is almost nothing. And then there's a huge amount of remittance. Who's sending money to you? This is the question which came to my mind. Yeah. So if we know who's sending money, then we can explain why it's going into assets and not into assets. Okay. So I think we need to know who is sending this money. Okay. Anecdotally in India, I thought there was a period, which is now finished, where young, high-earning Indians who've more or less settled outside India, NRI, PIO, whatever, somehow thought that they should invest in a nice home for their parents, for their brother and sister. They sent money. I think that period is over. So you had an individual who's not an Indian, who's never in India, not a member of the household, but still sent remittances. So is something like that happening in Bangladesh? Is that what you're saying? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. So there's one more small little comment for you. I'm very sorry. I don't have much to say. How much of your total is matched by the BOP statistics? There is a balance of payment statistics, total remittances, and your whole country, some estimates. How much is it? Are you 20%, 80%? So some idea, so that we know. Okay. That, and my last comment. You have a very nice result. A U like that for internal, and a U like that for external. And somehow you say there's no fungibility, they are very different and so on.
No, they are used differently.
They are different. Why not a line down S? It's the same thing. Because the internal remittance is a lower amount and the external is a higher amount. So as the amount increases, then you have a sleeping S. Why not? Okay, instead of showing us a nice cute S, U, then another cute U, I think it's a continuous thing. Okay, so I ask you to think about this. Okay, I have finished with your paper. I'm very sorry, I don't have much to say. On the second paper, what was very striking, in your presentation you somehow hint, you use the word Sanskritization. What is very striking is you talk about India, you talk about women's participation, you even talk about married women, and you don't use the word patriarchy anywhere. Okay, how do we measure it, what do we do is another question. Okay, but you don't use the word patriarchy. A very related term is caste. There are castes where women are allowed to go out. There are castes where women are not allowed to go out. There are castes where married women are not allowed to go out. Younger women are allowed, unmarried women are allowed. So you don't use the word caste, meaning there is a table with caste, but you don't use patriarchy. So I am saying it's not, your work is not complete. Whether data is there or no is another question. But your work is not complete unless we tackle caste and patriarchy in the Indian situation. Okay. And then I urge you in your thing to put the social group as well, along with education and others.
It is there.
Yeah, I know, we want me to, yeah, we have not put it in the first. Put it, and though NSS is limited, do it the way you like, but I'll tell you. SC, ST, OBC, non-Muslim, Muslim, other non-Hindu, Hindu, general Hindu. And you will see your results will change completely. Your male education will become insignificant. All the others will expand. Okay, that's my hunch. So think about it. Okay, so that's something about the caste thing. I think caste is very important. I've conducted lots of surveys of workers and stuff, and caste somehow turns out to be very important. The other thing which is very important, which is there somewhere is migration. It was mentioned by internal migration and migration income, internal remittance, domestic remittance, is turning out to be very important in India. Okay, in rural India, you have households which are doing very well, reconstructing their house, children going to school and so on. The source is migrant workers from that family in urban areas, in industrial areas and so on, sending remittance. Okay, which also means the absence of some able-bodied man, which means the woman has other responsibilities, which means she is not working. So there is something there that we have to think about. Okay.
Particularly the age pattern of the people who join the labor force. Age pattern.
It's more in the younger group, less from the older group. More withdrawn from the younger group.
Yeah, the age, somehow she seems to have captured the age part. Okay, let me say what else is there. Yeah, so my thing about migration is it's single male migration to services, construction and industry, where the woman and the rest of the family remain. And so that changes something. How we will incorporate in your thing, I don't know. But towards the end, when you think of the care thing. Now, yeah. Now, when you come to data, NSS data of domestic work and external work is an identity. There is no point saying women work and those who don't work do homework. It's an identity. You have 12 hours in a day, for example. If you don't spend outside, you spend inside. Total 12 hours.
But they also have something like seeking work. That is not, they don't calculate that.
It's
Half
a percent. Half a percent. Rural women 1%. Doesn't matter. Your regression will not show. So it doesn't matter. Okay. So stressing on domestic work doesn't help because domestic work plus external work together, it's an identity. Okay. The other thing that I want to say about your data is there's something called principal status and something called subsidiary status. Sorry, ma'am, you got it wrong. But anyway, the NSS doesn't say 6 months and all this. It doesn't say. There is a very peculiar way of capturing it. Very quickly, they ask you, what do you do? Let's say I am a student. Principal status student. Do you do anything else? Yeah, I also help at home. Subsidiary status help at home. Do you do 30 days of helping at home? Yeah, subsidiary. Okay. There is no 180 days, there is no nothing. Now, when you talk about women's employment and you put principal and subsidiary status together, there is a problem because a large number of women are doing the second part, subsidiary status, a lot of that. So, why don't we repeat your exercise with only principal status?
I've done that.
Yeah, and see what it does. Okay, so that's one thing that I have to say. Yeah. The relationship between the male education and female education, you say we are not able to do it in NSS, but actually you can do.
No, we are, so this is very highly correlated. Once you control for male education,
Yeah. No, I'm saying you know who's the husband and wife in NSS.
I recently found out that I can do it.
Yeah. So that's what. If you
I
not
can
found
do
out,
that.
I'm telling you,
Yes,
you can do
recently I
it.
found out I can do
It's
that.
a little roundabout,
It's a little roundabout way.
but you can. Okay, and when there is no husband, that means he is my category, he is migrated to Kerala and
Thank you very much, Jacinth. I think we had a very good set of discussion at the end, and I think the presenter probably knows the discussion already. If not, I'm sure we talked back and forth during tea. We really out of time, so otherwise it's not fair to not give the audience a chance to ask questions, and more particularly the authors to rebut. You have urgent, anxious thing to say in less than 1 minute. Yes?
So at least for the international remittances, I don't know if you can make use of these shocks that happen to the currency. So for example, the value of the remittance will change if the currency appreciates or depreciates.
I can answer that quickly. Bangladesh, the currency remains very stable for the last 10 12 years. So it is not an issue there.
It's just actually the way question is asked is what happened last 1 year. So it's not
It's the most stable currency in the region. The governor was here yesterday, and somebody else did a paper where they showed all the currencies and they showed hugging that zero line. Yes. So that's one of the events that happened there. Okay, we're really out of time, and I really regret not being given a chance, but I think they're not really questions directly that will answer, but something for suggestion and more. So thank you so much. Thank you for your great cooperation. We break for 10 minutes, maybe not in that, 8 minutes. Okay. But that's fine. You can ask it. Thank you.
So welcome to the last session of this conference. We have a total of 1.5 hours for the session and 3 speakers and 2 discussants. So what I suggest is that we stick to an outer limit of 20 minutes per presenter, and then maybe 5 minutes for the discussion, and then in the question and answer we can always elaborate on points that we might have to leave out because of the time constraints. So let me start straight away by asking Tara Kaul from the 3IE to present on household responses to food subsidies, evidence from India.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this paper today. So this paper looks essentially at how households respond to food subsidies using evidence from India. And the motivation for this study essentially is the fact that food subsidies are one of the most critical forms of assistance to the poor. And this is true not just in developing countries, but in developed countries as well. And there are many different formats through which food subsidies can be provided. So they could be implemented via food stamps, via in-kind transfers, subsidized quotas, as in the case of India, or even through pure price subsidies. So in this paper, I'm looking at the Indian Public Distribution System, which, as many of you would know, is a nationwide program used by a large proportion of the population. And how the program works is that it provides poor households a monthly quota of cereals, so rice and wheat, at discounted prices that are set by the government. And of course, the program also subsidizes sugar and kerosene, and more recently in certain states of India, other types of food as well, so pulses and other kinds of grains. But I'll be focusing on the rice subsidy for the purpose of this paper. The second feature of this of the PDF that I want to highlight at the outset is that it is a supplementary program. which means that it's not intended to, and it certainly doesn't cover the entire food requirement of any household. And this will sort of show up in the data as well. So what it implies for the analysis is that predominantly the households are inframarginal, which means that the program works through providing an added income effect. And again, I'll show you graphs to talk about sort of what this program does to the budget and the decisions that households then make. Just the last caveat in terms of motivation, although in the paper I am focusing on the rice subsidy, however cereals do contribute a large proportion of the total caloric intake. So I'll be looking at the impact of this rice subsidy program, not just on cereal consumption, but also on total calories. And given that it works through the income effect, also on calories coming from all different food groups, so not just cereals. Very quickly, just to give you a background of previous literature looking at food subsidies. When food subsidies are provided as a pure price subsidy, they've been found to actually have a negative or a zero effect. This is a sort of counterintuitive result, and this comes from a large experiment done in China by Jensen and Miller, 2011, where they actually find a negative impact on caloric intake for rice subsidies and no evidence that subsidies actually improve nutrition. When looked at through the lens of income transfer, so the PDS in India, again, the evidence sort of suggests that its effect on caloric intake is zero, or in some cases pretty limited. So limited impact on child glycometrics, a very small impact of targeting on caloric intake, and no evidence of higher cereal consumption. However, I should note that all of these papers do look at an earlier form of this program, when it was less generous, when fewer people were accessing the program, etc. So my paper tries to improve on the previous work in this area, both in terms of methodology as well as in terms of providing slightly more recent data. So the key research questions are, firstly, what is the impact of food subsidies on cereal consumption, on caloric intake, and on calories that come from different food groups? Secondly, I try and compare how the marginal effect of the food subsidy compares with the expenditure elasticity of calories, so both historical estimates of the expenditure elasticity of calories as well as estimates from my data. And finally, given the way that this program runs, I also try and look at possible loss in caloric intake due to different levels of leakages in different states, since we know that there is a wide variation in terms of implementation fidelity of this particular program in different states in India. So my research strategy is to use two previously unexploited sources of variation that come up in the value of the subsidy. And these sources of variation are due to two things. The first is the presence of state-specific program rules. So the program is jointly run by the state and central governments. And across states, the total quota, the total amount that each household is eligible for in terms of rice varies. And this is true for the period that I'm studying, and I'll show you sort of what these quotas look like in the different states for the period that I'm focusing on. And secondly, there is variation within a state as well, because the quotas may or may not be indexed to family size. Certain states do, and certain states did, or at least did not in the period that I studied. The second source of variation is differences in the actual discount that households receive. So differences between the local market and the PDS price. Right? And this comes from the fact that PDS prices are not indexed to market prices to provide a consistent level of discount across, say, districts within a particular state. So again, I'll show you what this variation looks like in my data. And so I combine these two sources of variation to then look at how the value of the subsidy differs for different beneficiary households. So quick preview of the results. I find a positive and significant increase both in cereal consumption as well as in caloric intake, and the elasticity of calories with respect to the value of the subsidy is about 0.14, which is small, but it's still positive and significant, and quite in contrast to earlier studies that have found a zero or in some cases even a negative effect. I also find a positive and significant increase in calories coming from all food groups, so not just from cereals, which supports sort of the income effect hypothesis. Secondly, the effect is smaller when compared with the expenditure elasticity, which is about 0.4, which is in line with historical estimates for India. But again, this is not surprising because we know that there is the presence of transaction costs, poor quality, and of course leakages from the program.
And so I then look at the impact of calories on states where we know the program is implemented better versus states where we know the program is not implemented so well. And I find that the impact on calories is almost 50% lower in states that are considered to be more successful at implementing the program. So I'll give a little bit of a background of the PDS. So it's one of the government's most significant anti-poverty programs, both in terms of the number of beneficiaries as well as government expenditure. And how it works is that the central government procures food grains at a minimum support price that's set for the year, and it works alongside with the free market to distribute rice, wheat, sugar, and kerosene at subsidized prices through a network of almost 500,000 fair price or ration shops. Now, prior to 1997, the program was universal and any household could access it. However, after 1997, the program became targeted towards below poverty line households who now get a fixed amount of food grains per month at about 50% of the cost to the government. As I mentioned before, the program is jointly run by the central and state governments, which leads to certain variation in the quotas and prices that households pay across the country. And what it does is that it maintains a uniform subsidized price across districts within a state rather than a uniform subsidy value. So in terms of functioning and reform, the program, as many of you may know, has been criticized for having significant diversion, leakages and inefficiencies. So the government's own estimate is that it spends about 3.65 rupees to transfer 1 rupee to the poor through this particular program. And the primary means of diversion is illegal sale in the open market at some stage of the distribution chain, which is a feature of the way this program is set up. And of course, there are regional differences in leakages, and estimates suggest that, for instance, in 2007-8, almost as high as 44% of the grains, on average, were diverted away from the true beneficiaries of the program. So this is a significant feature of the program that I do try and look at in my group. Okay. So now I'm just going to talk through a little bit of the conceptual framework in terms of thinking about how households would interact with the program. So if we consider NF to be sort of the pre-subsidy or the pre-program budget set of a household with non-food expenditure on the X and food expenditure on the Y and food expenditure on the X-axis, essentially having access to the program entitles households to a total quota Q of say food grains at a discounted price, which is PSF, which is represented by some discount delta. So what this does is that it pushes the budget set of the household out to something like NCD, right? At which point the household could then choose to locate at any of the 3 points A, B, or C. Now, given the way that the PDS is set up, all of the households essentially are inframarginal, which means that the program is not completely providing the food needs of any household, and they're all purchasing rice, not just food, but also rice in substantial quantities of rice in the market, which means that they're all locating at a point something akin to the A in this graph. And so the value of the subsidy that can be attributed to each household essentially is given, so the rupee value is given by the difference between the market and the subsidized price times the quota that the household is entitled to. And this is what I'll be using as my key variable and calculating this for each of the households in my sample. So data come from several rounds of the NSS economic surveys in 2002 to 2008, which provide detailed household expenditures, value and quantity on over 150 food items, beverages, etc., and sort of other data in terms of household characteristics, age, education level, location, etc. Unfortunately, other than one of the rounds, the NSS doesn't collect information on BPL status, which would be eligibility for the program. So that's not something that I'm able to study in this paper. And in terms of the sample for analysis, I focus on 8 rice-consuming states, so where rice is the primary staple. Households, PDS users for me are households that report purchase of rice from the PDS. I calculate local prices using the quantity and value as reported by PDS users in a particular district cross-season cross-year cell. So that's how I get my local prices, both PDS as well as market. And I use sort of the standard ways to convert all of the food purchases for households into calorie. I also use supplementary data from the Indian Human Development Survey to essentially just check for robustness of my results and be able to go through. This is of course a much smaller data set as compared to the NSS.
Okay, so again, just to sort of reiterate the identification strategy once again, the value of the subsidy is calculated as the difference between the market and the subsidized price, which I calculate at the local level. And this is multiplied by the quota that each of these households is eligible for. Okay. So here's what the quotas look like for the 8 states in my sample for the period that I'm studying, which is 2000 to 2008. So as you can see, it varies from as high as 35 in Jharkhand to something like a 16 in Karnataka. And while there are some states such as Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal that actually peg this to the size of the household, there are some states where there is no cap. So the size of the household is irrelevant and it's completely. Okay, next I wanted to show you sort of variation in the rice discount. So I've chosen 2 out of the 8 states in my sample just for representation. The paper has all 8. But essentially what I want to point out here is that, so for instance, while on average we can see that in Karnataka, the discount, say in the winter season is about 66%, in Assam it's about 41%, and consistently the discount that households receive in Karnataka is higher than in Assam, but this does vary across seasons as well, and even within a particular season, within a particular year. So I've taken an example of 2005, each of these dots represents, for instance, a district in Chhattisgarh in the winter of 2005. So that shows you sort of the spread of the discount that households receive based on sort of their location. So combining these 2 sources of variation, the variation in the discount as well as the variation in quotas, I essentially get variation in the value of the rice subsidy. And so I calculate this for each of the, I have about 22,500 households in my sample, and I calculate essentially what each of those households was entitled to receive. So I'm not using the actual amount that they purchased from the PDS, rather I'm using the quota that they're entitled to as per the legal rules. So very quick descriptive statistics. As expected, PDS users have a lower monthly per capita expenditure, they consume fewer calories, they spend a higher proportion of their total expenditure on food, and predominantly they're more likely to reside in rural areas. And then I also wanted to sort of show you what the rice prices and quantities from my data look like. So as expected, on average the PDS rice price is about half of the market price, which is in line with what the government aims for. But in terms of rice quantity, as you can see, the households are on average actually purchasing more rice in the market than from the PDS, which again shows that it is a supplementary program, and it's sort of, we expect that it would work more through the income. So here's my basic empirical specification, where the key coefficient is the cost of beta, which is on per capita value of the subsidy. As my main outcomes, I have total cereal consumption, total caloric intake, and then calories coming from different food groups. I also control for the determinants of calories, so education of the household head and the spouse, proportion of women, location, land holdings, etc. I have regional and season effects along with state times year effects, and standard errors are clustered at the district level. So I make a number of assumptions, of course, in the paper and in my analysis, and I'm sort of happy to discuss these more if there are questions at the end, but I do try and do a number of falsification tests, robustness checks, etc. for measurement error, specification error for the various assumptions that I'm making in the analysis to check that these go through. So on to the results again. Just to reiterate, a 10 rupee. Okay, now let me explain this part. So if we look at the first column in this table, essentially what this column is saying is that a 10 rupee increase in the value of the per capita rice subsidy leads to a 20 gram per day increase in cereal consumption, which translates to about 60 kilocalories a day. So all of this is per capita. And if we look at the impact on caloric intake, a 10 rupee increase in the per capita value of the rice subsidy leads to a 126 kilocalorie per day increase in caloric intake. Right? So essentially, it's already sort of telling us that not all of the increase in calories possibly is coming through cereal consumption, which is why I then check for how the rice subsidy per capita affects not just calories coming from cereals, but also lentils, fruits and vegetables, meat, etc. etc. And again, I see positive elasticities for all age group groups. And this is in quite sharp contrast to what Jensen and Miller found in China, which is where they implement a pure price subsidy as opposed to an income transfer, and they find a zero or negative impact on calories, and they find negative elasticities for most food groups. In terms of overall elasticity of caloric intake with respect to the rice subsidy, it's about 0.14, which I then sort of try and compare with the expenditure elasticity of calories, which is sort of the more standard measure that's been computed in the past. So for my data, so from column 1, the expenditure elasticity of calories is about 4, which is the same as what's been found in the earlier literature. And as I mentioned, this is larger than what the elasticity with respect to value of the subsidy is, but again, not entirely unexpected, because we know that there are significant transaction costs associated with accessing this particular program, and there are also significant leakages that happen from the program. And since I'm using quotas, or rather the amount that the households are entitled to, as opposed to what they actually purchase, this is sort of not unexpected. 2 minutes. Okay, I'm all for that. Okay, so again, as I said, I try and sort of do a similar analysis using IHS data, which also has income as opposed to expenditure, so I try and use that as a check, and most of my results go through. Just the last table I wanted to show you, which is on leakages. So I use sort of from the literature, from the existing literature, we know which states are sort of performing better versus worse in terms of the PDS. And I do find that in states that are considered sort of more corrupt vis-a-vis the PDS, the effect on cereal consumption and caloric intake is almost half. And of course, there could be a number of other things that are happening in these states that would cause that could possibly show this result, but it is in the direction that we expect. So just to conclude very quickly, I do find that the subsidy has a positive and significant impact on calories and positive elasticity for all food groups, which is quite in contrast to results for pure price subsidies, and also a slight improvement on papers that have looked at previous versions of the PDS, where the program was less generous and perhaps reaching fewer people. So I find support for the hypothesis that the subsidy does generate income effects. The elasticity is smaller than the expenditure elasticity of calories. So in the future, I'm hoping to then expand this by looking more at district level outcomes of previous performance and other programs, and also what impact the program has in terms of protection from market risk, particularly since the PDS prices are not really indexed to fluctuations in the market prices. Thanks.
Move straight to the next presenter and have the discussion comments at the end. So our next presenter is Jizrat Ara from RAC Bangladesh, who will be speaking about moving towards sustainable livelihoods from extreme poverty, evidence from CFTR DUP program RAC in Bangladesh.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here. This is Jizrat Ara. I am going to present one of my studies, that is studying moving towards sustainable livelihoods. The title of my study is Moving Towards Sustainable Livelihoods from Extreme Poverty, Evidence from the Skill-Pay Program. Through literature review, I have been observed that works poor lack capital and skill constraint, and we seem to employ them in low return insecure occupation. And several studies show that relaxing capital and skill constraint can alter the course of professional choices and make them exit poverty. Sanson in one of his papers mentioned that going from 1 meal a day to 2 is actually more important than 2 to 3. And And basically, we know that most of the anti-poverty program targets the poverty, attempt to tackle the poverty situation in two ways. One of them is through providing capital, that is they provide capital through microfinance, banking and asset transfer. And they in another way they provide skills, that is they provide skills through professional training and adaptation. There is a criticism about microfinance that although microfinance plays an important role to reduce poverty or to improve the livelihoods of the poor, but ultra poor are the main bypassed. This model actually shows the existing approaches to the needs of the poor household. That is, most of the social protection programs they actually target the destitute, extreme poor, and moderate poor. While microfinance and livelihood development program they basically target the vulnerable, non-poor, and non-poor. My focus is on the social protection program that targets the extreme poor. And through literature review, we have been observed that in this type of asset transfer program, in the short run, this type of asset transfer program has impact on improving the per capita income, food consumption, as well as food security. First two literature basically based on the CPATP program, such kind of asset transfer program in Bangladesh, and Primkina et al. In one of his papers that is implemented in Rwanda, such kind of asset transfer program, Pakistan impact. And through this, as this type of asset transfer program has short-term impact, so my intention is to have a look whether this type of asset transfer program has sustainable impact or not in the longer term. So to address the research question, actually I am evaluating one of the drugs program. This is called CFTA-QP, that is challenging the frontiers of poverty reduction, targeting the ultra-poor program. Where the program main aim of the program is to improve the livelihoods of the ultra-poor. Basically, they focus on structural changes from wage labor to self-employment. And the beneficiaries of them, basically program target the rural women in Bangladesh, where most of them are assetless, low skilled, employed in insecure wage labor, as well as they are illiterate. Beneficiaries are identified basically through participated in rural appraisal technique. Initially, they are identified by the community people, and finally they are verified by the program staff. And program staff basically verify the household through 5 selection criteria of the program. Those are that household have less than 10 decimal land, having no productive asset. There should be one active female member who is engaged in irregular activities. There should be no active working student member, as well as school going children are engaged in wage laboring. After selection, they are offered a menu of assets of which cost around $140, and most of the cases they select the livestock combination like 1 cow 2 goats or 1 goat to 10 chicken. And along with this asset, they also provide asset specific training, weekly allowance, as well as health support. This model actually, I developed this model based on the type of support and asset provided by the program. That is the intervention package of CFTA-QP program. They provide asset through material, that is asset transfer, subsistence allowance, and social asset, that is social integration at the village level. And they provide the activities that they offer to the ultra-poor household, that is livelihood or technical training, life skill training, provide saving services as well as health services. So my assumption is this, through these services, the expected outcome is diversified income, improved food security, enhanced self-confidence, enhanced savings behavior, as well as increase the asset base. So if this outcome, if the improvement of this outcome variable continues in the longer term, then we can say it is sustainable livelihood. This model actually shows the transition from extreme poverty to sustainable livelihood, that is after 2-year intensive support. If the improvement of those outcome variable continues in the longer term, that is after 36 months or more, then we can say that this type of this program actually helps to achieve sustainable development. And to evaluate the program, basically in 2007, when we first initiated this study, to collect the baseline data. At that time, we selected 20 sub-districts from 13 forest district of rural Bangladesh, and from each sub-district we selected 2 branches, and from these 2 branches we selected one as treatment as and another one is as control randomly. And the diverse distance between these 2 branches is around 12 km, and we randomized at the branch level to minimize contamination. In 2007, we surveyed 6,747 households, and after 7 years, from those households, we successfully surveyed 5,844 households. Overall attrition rate is around 14%, and the main reason behind this attrition is that they are migrated to other places for greater living opportunity. Here actually I tried to check the did the balancing test whether they have any, the non-attributed household, based on the non-attributed household, whether they have any difference in the baseline. So we didn't find any significant difference between the among the treatment and control group in the baseline, except two variables, that is household weight, age, and having savings. These are not too much important for this program. And to do the analysis, actually I did the difference in different technique, and in the regression equation I used sub-district fixed effect to capture the geographical heterogeneity. Now I am moving towards the findings of the study. I have found that after 4 years and after 7 years of intervention, after the program of implementation, the per capita income of the household increased by more than 3,000 and more than 2,000 and more than 3,000 after 7 years of intervention. Impact on occupational choices of the working is male female member. We have been also found the same impact, that is after 4 years and after 7 years of intervention, self-employment goes up, that is by 16% and 7%, while wage laboring as well as distress occupation like domestic servant also decreased significantly. In case of occupational choices of the male members, we have found the same impact. Here self-employment also goes up, while wife employment and domestic servant also went down. And it is to be it should be mentioned here that is program actually provide asset to the main female member of the household. So, but we have found impact not only the main female but also the other female member as well as the male member. Financial market participation, here we have found that savings behavior, outstanding loan and lending out behavior has increased significantly over the year. And the most important thing here, that is household savings behavior increased by 54% and 65%. Basically from the very beginning, program encouraged the beneficiaries to save at least a minimum amount so that they can spend this money to face any challenges or for any future shock or to invest for any new business. And in case of outstanding loan, we have also found the same impact. Basically, earlier they didn't want to take the risk, but at this moment they are encouraged as well as they have the confidence to take the risk. That is why their outstanding their loan taking behavior also increased significantly. And most important thing here, that is lending out, that is increased significantly by 6 and 14%. Because previously maybe those ultra-poor households, they didn't have the capacity to lend out money to others, but at this moment they have the capacity to lend money to others. In case of productive asset holding, we have found the same impact, that is asset holding like goat, chicken, tree. This asset increased significantly over the year after 4 and 7 years of intervention, and value of productive asset it also increased significantly. But here is value of business asset, not only this cow, goat, chicken and tree, but also other agricultural equipment also included there. But after 4 years, this value of business asset a bit decline after 7 years of intervention. The reason is that they are investing more for land purchasing, and land value is not included here. That is the reason I will show it later. not only increase the productive asset, but in case of non-productive asset, we have found significant impact, that is review, electric fans, cell phone, bicycle, table, chair, bed. In all these type of asset holding also increase significantly. They not only increase their productive asset, but their lifestyle also improved significantly. This land holding, that is amount of cultivable land as well as homestead land, it has increased significantly after 4 and 7 years of intervention. We have found that cultivable land holding increased by 0.82 and 1.36 decimal after 4 and 7 years of intervention. Same impact has been observed in case of homestead land. And in case of household who have available or surplus food, it has also increased significantly over the year by 4 and 16% after 4 and 7 years of intervention. Impact of per capita food expenditure, we have found the same impact. Not only they increase their savings paid, not only they increase their productive and non-productive asset, but also their per capita food expenditure also increased significantly. For most of the animal product, that is fruits, fish, meat, milk and milk products, we have found that after 4 and 7 years of intervention, it increased significantly. In case of calorie intake, we have found the same impact, that is per capita calorie intake. In case of cereal and other fish, meat and other milk and milk products, in all the cases, over 4 and 7 years of intervention, it increased significantly and is consistent over the year. We tried to check the dietary diversity, that is, we collected data in last 3 days. So we tried to categorize the dietary diversity into 3 categories. The dietary diversity in 3 ways, that is low diversified, who ate less than 5 items, and medium diversified, who ate 6 to 8 items, and high diversified, who ate more than 8 items out of 12 food category. And we have found that low diversified decreased significantly, while medium and high diversified food increased significantly over the year, and it is consistent over the year. And we had same, not only in case of food and food diversity increased significantly, but also non-food expenditure in last 1 year, it also increased significantly, and it's consistent over the year. And one of the most important thing here, that is education is not a direct component of this program, and previously we have seen after 2 years of intervention we didn't find any impact on education, but this is the first time we have found that in the long term there is an impact on education, that is, and who never enrolled in school decreased significantly, while primary school enrollment decreased significantly by 5%. And I just tried to show the overall findings, that is per capita increased significantly. Occupational choices, both male and female who are engaged in agricultural and non-agricultural self-employment increased significantly, while who engage in wage employment, both agri and non-agri decreased significantly, as well as who are engaged in distressed occupation like begging and housemaid also decreased significantly. And financial market participation like savings, loan and lending account also increased significantly. Productive and non-productive asset, food security, food consumption, as well as dietary diversity and education, in the long run we have found significant impact. So not only in the short term we have found impact, but as the impact is consistent and moving towards in an upward trend after 7 years of intervention, that is why we are saying that is the program has an impact on improving the sustainable livelihoods of the agriculture.
So this is all in relation to the control group, right? All the figures you showed. So this is in relation to the control group. This is the increase in okay, so final paper, impact of climate change on food grain needs in India. Soumya will present a paper that she co-authored with Shikara Gupta and Partha Sen.
SAU underscore to join by Soumya. Yeah, so good evening everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. This is clearly work in progress and I need lots of comments and feedback is welcome. So in the present work, I'm trying to estimate the impact of climate change on food grain yields in India. So climate change is clearly a global phenomenon, but developing countries like India are expected to be worst hit simply mainly because of our geographical location and limited adaptation potential. There have been several studies in India looking at the impact of climate change, and the government of India in 2010 they published the INCA report, wherein they find a significant warming trend for India for 1901 to 2007. And they also find the climate change projections for the 2030s. They find that we expect a warmer and wetter India with a significant increase in frequency and intensity of climate extremes. So typically we do expect increased variability in both rainfall and temperature, which is expected to have adverse consequences for Indian agriculture. So then, why exactly did I choose agriculture? Agriculture plays a larger economic role in our country because it's a primary occupation, it's a primary source of income for close to 60% of our population. And since climate is a direct input into agriculture, hence this topic was of great interest to me. So, within agriculture, I have broadly chosen 3 food grains: rice and coarse cereals. Within coarse cereals, I have chosen sorghum and pearl millet. So mainly because the 3 crops differ significantly in terms of their input requirements, and they are the major food grains grown in our country. And they are all the 3 crops are basically grown in the summer season, in the kharif crops. And hence their yield is very sensitive to fluctuations in rainfall, particularly the southwest monsoon rainfall. So typically in the literature, the economic impacts of climate change are understood via the production function approach and Ricardian approach. However, both these approaches suffer from the problem of omitted variable bias, and they do not account for farmers' adaptation, because in the production function approach it's based on controlled agronomic experiments and we do not take the actual field outcomes. So the panel data approach that I am using is an improvement over both of these approaches. And this is the standard equation that has been estimated in the paper as well. I have included district specific and time fixed effects to account for heterogeneity. So in order to understand the impact of climate variability on production risk, I have used the stochastic production function approach. Typically, most of the studies in the literature look at the impact on mean yields only, whereas I am looking at the impact on risk in production, that is the variability in yields. And in the stochastic production function approach, which was formulated by Justin Pope in 1978, he modified the stochastic component of production to incorporate production risk. So this is very well evident in the second component, H into epsilon. In the traditional production functions, we have y equal to f plus epsilon. So using this specification, it allows for sufficient flexibility for the effect of inputs on mean yield to differ from that on the yield variance. So in terms of regression, I have two regressions, one for the mean yield and other is for the variance. Beta are the coefficient for mean yield and alpha would be the coefficient for variance. I'll just present the results afterwards. Okay, so the stochastic production function approach to implement this, I've used a 3-step FGLS procedure, which is particularly used in large sample sizes because of its unbiasedness and efficiency properties. I won't elaborate on the exact procedure, but the second stage regression coefficients are the yield variability coefficients, and the third stage coefficients are the coefficient for mean yield. So in terms of literature, there have been, as I've already said, most of the studies, they estimate the impact on mean yields only, and only one study for such study for India has been conducted by Bagnamal and Kotani in 2010, where they look at the impact on rice yield variability. They find that climate variability increases risk in rice production. So in terms of data, there are two data sources. So the agriculture data or the non-climate data has been taken from ICRISAT BDSA Meso-Apportion database, and from there I have taken 4 variables. One is the crop yield. Then I am also controlling for inputs used by farmers, 3 inputs, namely irrigation, fertilizer and H5 seeds. The climate data has been procured from it's from the India Water Portal domain, and I'm using 2 climate variables, rainfall and temperature, for my study. The time period of my study is from 1966 to 2002. So these are some of the summary statistics of my data for the 3 crops. So clearly, as one would expect, rice yields are much higher vis-a-vis sorghum and pearl millet yields. And similarly, the 3 crops, they differ in terms of their input requirements. So rice area is predominantly irrigated. 50% of rice area is irrigated, whereas the corresponding figures for sorghum and pearl millet are around 4%. So, and similarly for HYV use. So rice is the more input intensive crop. Similarly, in terms of climate variables, rice is mainly grown in rain-fed states of India, and this is also evident from the summary statistics for annual rainfall. Whereas millets can be grown in drought-like conditions and they require lower rainfall, and because of which the mean rainfall is much lower. So, in order to capture the impact of climate extremes, I have included anomalies, which are particularly used in the climatology literature. So I have defined anomalies for rainfall and temperature, and so traditionally anomaly variable is defined as the actual value of the variable x minus its long period average. I have also computed results using the standardized anomalies. So these are some of the trends from my data. Here we can clearly see that from the 1980 onwards, there is a rising trend in the temperature anomalies. Further, these are simple bar plots of the All India rainfall anomalies, wherein I find significant interannual variation in both the climate variables, because of which I have modeled the anomalies separately. So I have 4 anomalies. I'll just elaborate. So I have 2 anomalies each for, I have 4 anomalies in total, 2 each for every climate variable. So for rainfall, the idea is that for any given district, an annual rainfall within 4% of the long period average is taken to be as a normal rainfall, and it's not incorporated as a climate extreme. So I have 2 anomalies for drought and flood. So wherein a drought anomaly would capture values of rain anomaly variable, where rainfall is less than 96% of the long period average. Similarly, for the flood anomaly, I am taking the rainfall where it is beyond 104% of the long period average. For the temperature, I am using the actual deviation of temperature from the long period average. If this deviation is greater than 0.10, then the anomaly variable would pick up the temperature anomaly. Similarly, so I have 2 anomalies for temperature. one capturing low temperatures and the other would capture the extremely high temperatures. So prior to the econometric estimation, I conducted the panel. I tested all the variables for the time series properties. I did panel unit root test. I found all variables to be stationary. Then I did the Hausmann test to choose between fixed effect and random effect model, wherein the fixed effect model was found to be appropriate. So I'll just elaborate on the results. So regarding the results, I find that rice yields are very sensitive to rainfall, which is what one would expect, since rice is a highly water-intensive crop, and rainfall extremes significantly increase variability in rice yields. So these are my results from the mean. The upper table in blue shows the results for the mean yield, and the lower table shows the results for rice yield variance. And so in terms of the specification, I am assuming that mean yield, I tried out several specifications but found mean yields to be best explained by levels of inputs used by farmers and levels of climate variables, whereas yield variability is found to be better explained by climatic variability. So I have only the anomaly variables in the variance regression and not the inputs. Then similarly, I tried out several other alternative specifications with the levels of climate variables in both mean and variance, and anomalies in both mean and variance regression. I did not found very interesting results. I found that mean yield is better explained by levels, whereas variability is better explained by climatic variability or the climate shocks. And for sorghum, so the results are actually crop specific, which is what one would expect. For sorghum, I find that sorghum yields are very sensitive to temperature changes. Mean yields reduce with higher temperatures, and sorghum yield variability increases significantly with extreme heat, which is reflected in the coefficient, in the last coefficient of the high temperature anomaly, which is significant. These are the other results. And for pearl millet, I found that pearl millet is climate resistant. Pearl millet yields are not sensitive to variations or climatic extremes in general. So my main conclusion is that that climate change and particularly climate extremes do affect yields in agricultural yields. In particular, they increase production risk. This is also important since, and the results are found to be crop specific, where rice is found to be very sensitive to fluctuations, and pearl millet is the least sensitive. Coarse cereals were expected to be relatively less sensitive, which is true. From policy perspective, it is important to therefore understand and adopt suitable adaptation policies. So for example, rice is primarily grown in rain-fed states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, etc. And it is grown by female. Most of the agricultural workers are female. So particularly with increased fluctuations in yield, this would affect the farmers significantly because it will affect their incomes. So hence it's important to understand the variability and formulate suitable policies.
So we start with the discussants' comments. Our first discussant will be Aparajita from Ashoka University.
Thank you. Very interesting papers.
I think she has a PowerPoint.
paper. So I think the paper is a very important contribution to the literature on the impact of this large subsidy program that we have on nutritional outcomes, which has a very limited literature as well. It nicely motivates the whole research question and very nicely posits its results in the view of the earlier studies. I also found extremely good use of the program implementation information and the use of data sets available. And it really used nicely the information and looked at the difference on the relative importance of quota, price subsidy and the interaction, which was not explored in earlier studies. Some clarifications and suggestions that I have for Tara. So although she mentioned that when you talk about the calorie intake, we can relate it to health outcomes. I've already mentioned that it might be a possibility of including what is happening to health outcomes. Since you already use ISDS, you can look into the anthropometric measures that are already available in the data set. That is one suggestion. So I was wondering, you mentioned that there is heterogeneity in the states in terms of deciding how to determine the quota. Some are based on household size and some are not. And I was wondering whether it makes sense to aggregate all these data together, because these states which do not use this criteria may be very different administratively. So maybe you can just filter the results by dropping and see if the results remain the same using a different criteria. I was wondering if it would be useful to get a sense of how this result varies by the relative position of the household in the expenditure distribution. And I'll talk more about that in a later slide. And I find that you mentioned somewhere in the paper that there might be under-purchase problem due to supply constraints. And my question is, then are these impacts lower bounds if you feel that this is an important problem which is coming from the supply side? Now, one question, a clarification on the identification of beneficiary household is that you use information from the self-reported data from the NSS and you use what their consumption, how much they buy under PDS and non-PDS. That is what the sense I had reading the paper. So I was wondering, and there is a discussion that there's a lot of corruption, especially when the program is targeted to the households compared to when it was not targeted. So it is all the more relevant to your time frame of analysis. So that I was wondering what is happening to the households who are marginalized, who are eligible in that sense but do not have a ration card and are not buying using the ration card. So what is happening to these households? And treated households who possess a card may have access to other public programs. So once you are identified as BPL, you get other program access, and if that is threatening your identification in some way, if you have a comment on that. So one suggestion that I have is for robustness check when you analyze the non-PDS users, which I feel is a very largely heterogeneous group which comprises of the APL and as well as the marginalized households without the card. You can use the imputed BPL status as done in one of the earlier papers by Tarosi, you mentioned in your paper. Although it may be a little difficult and may not be accurate having measurement errors, but it may be a useful exercise in a robustness check to just look at the impact of the PDS on similar poor households who do not have the ration card, and you may get a negative impact which may substantiate your result more. Now, one comment I had on the elasticity, and this may be an interesting exercise or maybe a different paper in itself. So maybe you can explore more on the non-linearity of the elasticity as there's a limit to which calorie consumption can increase. So if households are already meeting the subsistence level of food, so this additional income may be used for dietary diversity and not for calorie intake. So maybe it would be interesting exercise to look into the impact of how much is going to dietary diversity as versus increasing the caloric intake with the position of the house, keeping the position of the household in mind in the expenditure fortnightly. So, although you mentioned that you worry about this problem, that household size, I was worrying basically if household size is endogenous to access to PDS, and if some families base their fertility decisions on the access to the PDS, then it may be a problem. And one thing I find very nicely that you adjust for per capita calorie amounts by large families, giving lower weight to the children. And this is a very great attention to detail, I must say. But I was also wondering whether you can bring some adjustments for gender and activity levels by which you can clearly think that consumption may differ. And lastly, I think you mentioned at some point that you look for the rice favoring states, and wheat favoring states may be very different in terms of there may be more leakage. So how much these results have external validity in terms of other states. So this is my comment for the first paper. Can you? So this paper. I enjoyed reading this paper. It's a very relevant topic. Basically, I found in the newspaper today that there's this national Kisan Suraksha Insurance Scheme which is being discussed, where the Prime Minister has gone to Maharashtra and discussing this thing with the farmers. So this looks at a very important issue of the impact of climatic extreme events on variability of agricultural yields. The focus has been on rice, jowar and bajra, so the millets. And so I feel this is very important because these are typically cultivated by small and marginal farmers with limited irrigation facility. And they are potentially the most vulnerable and sensitive to rainfall extremes. So not only does it affect the agricultural variability, but it also affects the welfare of these households, and it has important consequences for welfare and poverty reduction. So this is a very important problem to see. So I find the study makes a good use of the data from ICRISAT, Village Dynamics in South Asia, to the disaggregated information on agriculture and climatic patterns. And it defines anomalies as deviation in climatic variable from the long-term average. So once you deal with variability, which I like in the paper, and I had some questions on the on how you construct the anomalies. Firstly, you mentioned that you construct the long-term average with endogenously in the same time period that you are using. So I was wondering if you have access to the data prior to the time period that you are looking at. So if it is not endogenous to the data that you are using. And you mentioned that you have short-run versus long-run anomaly while you construct the variable. However, in the analysis, I don't find the implication or what is the differential impact you have while you use short-run versus long-run. So it does not come out in the discussion. The other thing that I was worried about is you define anomaly as receiving less than 10% of the long-term average. So I was wondering if you can take into account the severity or the intensity factor. So I was checking with the standard definitions from the IMD, and there I found that scanty rainfall is receiving usually below than 30% of the long-term average, and one can think of a severe drought as receiving less than 50%. So if you have the data, you can also create these categories to explore more on the severity aspect. So I think this would be useful in terms of thinking of the adaptive strategies that the government can use. The other thing that I was worried about is you mentioned that you use fixed effects. So definitely it takes account of the unobserved heterogeneity, which is not changing with time. So however, we worry about heterogeneity which is changing with time, and I don't see sufficient level of discussion in the paper which addresses this, which discusses at the least. So what type of bias you would incur. So for example, so how would you control for other time varying heterogeneities like access to insurance schemes which may vary by districts, public programs that may have an independent impact on yield. So for example, I know that under NREGA you have a provision that one can use the funds in improving the agricultural fields and doing agricultural work, and that may be different by the states. So if you have information, it would be great if you can control for these things. That is, thank you.
Thank you, Pranjita. Yeah. So we have the second discussant, everyone from South Asian University.
I will be talking about the evaluation for the BRAC program, intervention against ultra-poor households in Bangladesh. Now, the first thing that strikes me when I look at the presentation is something that the chair hinted at. It's a fantastic performance, right? I mean, it seems that BRAC has finally found the magic pill against poverty. Everything is so, so strongly positive in terms of the impact. And not just to start the magnitude of impact in some cases. So, I mean, there's obviously nothing wrong in it as such. It's just that it's quite striking that on all the possible angles that you've looked at, the program seems to have worked very well. And that actually brings me to my first point on precisely the variables through which you are looking at the impact. I'm not going to talk too much on the method and being the non-existent econometrician I am. I'm not going to mention it. But in terms of the variables, I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments also. So, something that you have used in your paper and your presentation also, the one variable through which you are looking at these households apparently attaining sustainable livelihoods is as they move away from wage employment onto self-employment. And there might be context-specific reasons to expect why that's a necessary sort of addition to my basket of sustainable livelihood tools that as I'm moving out of. I mean, if you typically think of the rural sector in Bangladesh, one would like to think, with very little knowledge, is that some source of wage employment, however informal and low-paying, low-quality employment that is, might actually be better in some circumstances compared to the vagaries of self-employment. So I'm not very clear on why that's necessarily a positive. I'm sure BRAC, and given that you also work with BRAC, you would have some explanation to that. So I'd like some clarification. Some of the other variables that you're looking at essentially deal with consumption. Different variables related to food consumption, diversity of food consumption. Even when you look at assets, if you take out the productive assets, essentially you're talking about consumption of durable goods, whether it's cell phones or similar things. Now, I don't deny the fact that these are very important elements of your quality of life. But when I'm thinking in terms of livelihoods, sustainable livelihoods, it's not clear that these in itself are indicators of your ability to graduate, as is the sort of term used in this literature, graduate into a self-sustaining means of supporting yourself. Now, coming to productive assets, you are primarily focusing on livestock, different kinds of livestock. Now, isn't there a slight problem there? Again, I'm asking for some clarification. Because if you remember, you said that most of these households had been supported through some initial stock of livestock. Yeah? And if you look at your coefficients there, I have one cow and I rear it and try to keep it alive, and hopefully maybe I can have another one through the normal reproductive process. That's the kind of difference we are looking at. Yeah, so if I'm given one extra cow and 10 chickens extra compared to her, at the end of 7 years I have 1.5 chickens or whatever. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that the difference between the households covered through the intervention and the other households are not that significant in that context, that given that they were started by being given that asset, right? Just one more thing about the financial inclusion. If you remember, we don't have time, otherwise I would ask you to go back to that slide. But even compared to your other results, the effect on financial inclusion is fantastic. I mean, huge increase in households lending out, receiving loans, saving. Is it in some way connected to the institutional apparatus of the brand? That is, we give you these assets, you graduate out of poverty, and then you get into our microcredit programs. And one is not implying that you are forced into that, but there's a clear encouragement to get into. Now, again, there's a slight problem there. I mean, are you doing it necessarily out of choice because you are really at a higher standard of living, you are doing this with productive activities in mind, or are you kind of driven institutionally to get into these programs? So, those would be.
Thank you, both great comments. Can I just add a few of my own? Just quick questions actually, because I haven't read the papers. So, Tara, one question is, why was Tamil Nadu not in your
Because it has universal BDS.
and these others?
Are to be clear house.
But then, when you said that they become more liberal, what is the direction in which they become liberal?
Sorry.
So didn't you say that you include phases where the program is more restricted versus when the program
No. So sorry, I should have clarified. So what I meant was that the earlier studies looked at the program when it was sort of more more restricted. In that when the program became targeted in 1997, states had to decide sort of which populations would be included in the program, and over time, the populations included in the program increased. So in the case of Tamil Nadu, for instance, it actually went back to universal PDS, where everyone is provided rice at 1 rupee a kg. So it's a completely different model from the rest of India. That's why I didn't include Tamil Nadu.
So the liberal dimension is in terms of expanding the coverage, basically.
Exactly.
It doesn't become universal, but it increases coverage.
Exactly. And the period that I'm looking at is that expanded coverage period. That's why I'm restricting to that particular time.
Second clarificatory question, these are all thin samples because you have, 7 years of data?
So 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64.
but then using districts in samples, isn't that an issue?
Well, I mean, I think I sort of wanted to have a longer, timeline to really look at the data. But
I mean, even with the thick, there's an issue of sample sizes in districts. So with thin, I can imagine that it would even.
I mean, it is. I mean, although my sample is still pretty big. I mean, within each year, because I am using NSS, it's a fairly large sample. But yes, I agree that's a limitation.
And two more quick questions. One is, this thing of within state variation using family size to link quota. So supposing you took the variable as per capita quota, per capita something, whatever you can call it, then does it really matter if the state has a quota, links it to, so supposing you look at states where there is no quota linked to family size and other states where the quota is linked to family size. But if you convert everything into per capita, does it matter really whether the state imposes quota or not?
So, right. So,
why and why?
So what happens then, because I am using per capita, what happens is that in the states where it's not indexed to family size, the per capita quota that a household receives actually varies depending on the number of people in their household.
Right.
Right. So
No, I mean an average per capita, that's what I mean. So supposing you have 10 people and so you just take the total and divide it by 10.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of indexed it for a little bit of demographics of the household, so number of kids, etc. But
Right. No, I mean, I like your results very much because I think they're very strong positive results of the PDS. So for that reason, but I'm just saying that conceptually, why would it make a difference whether you look at state-imposed quota versus just say, okay, this is my total PDS stock, this is the total number of people in my household, and this is just what per capita it is.
I mean, it just creates variation in terms of the amount that the household is entitled to. That's all. But I did it in an earlier version to answer Pradip's question, split by states that have the per person thing versus states and it doesn't.
Yeah. And finally, so the fact to the extent that non-eligibles enter, so the issue is that you don't know information about BPL. So to the extent that non-eligibles are entering the beneficiaries, to what extent is that?
So again, I can just show you summary statistics to say that on average, BPL households are poorer than the mean sample, etc. But absolutely, that's a limitation.
No, so I mean, great results, but and just I agree with all the points that we're discussing today, but it might be nice to, when you show your results, to give us some feel of what the program is. So when you say asset transfer, livelihoods, what does it mean? I mean, livelihoods can mean many different things in different contexts. Asset transfer is a universal, it's a generic term, and there are different kinds of asset transfer. So for especially those of us who are not that familiar with the Bangladesh context, it might be good to give some sense of what are these activities that people are doing, what are the assets that are being transferred, what are the livelihood opportunities that are getting created, and then you talk about this is all wage employment versus self-employment. What about job creation? So this is all supply side. What about the demand side? Little bit of the context is always very helpful in us trying to understand what's going on. And my question to you was, is it a program focused on women or is it only on women? So then the larger question that I have is this, which is that women bear the brunt of poverty. And it's and this I say about not just Bangladesh, but even these programs that target women in India as well, like the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, etc. So women bear the brunt of poverty, and they also have to bear the brunt of poverty reduction, which is a bit unfair, I think, to women in the sense that so the household is poor, but who will get them out of poverty? It's the women in the household. So I think that governments everywhere should change their perspective on poverty alleviation, which is the men also have to play their role in poverty alleviation. And so this I feel very strongly about the Indian program as well, which is that. So it's just something for you to think about. And Soumya, this is not my field at all, so think of this as completely the stupidest possible question. But what is it about your results that is in a way surprising or revealing? I mean, shouldn't variation in climate, wouldn't it increase the variability in crop yield? I mean, isn't it kind of...
No, but ma'am...
when would it not increase variability in crop yield?
So, for example, but ma'am, the result is different across the crop.
Yeah, sure. So you say in crop X it increases by Y, in crop B. So sure, I mean, these are magnitudes. But what I'm trying to say is that the result that when climate varies, climate extremes will affect variability of crop yields. I would have expected that will always be the case, right? Is there any context in the world where that has not been the case? That's one question. The second question is that given that climate changes are being caused by larger factors, when you come to individual farmers, or even in state governments for that matter, what can individuals, farmers do or state governments do to, you said something in the end of a policy discussion about saying that don't, what was it, I'm forgetting the exact sentence, but basically playing counter-cyclical measures or something like that, right? Some anti-some measures. The point is that given that climate change is a big phenomenon that's being caused by the combined action of several uncoordinated actions of several individuals, when I am as an individual dealing with climate change, as an individual farmer, what can I do? What can I do? I mean, if there's a drought, my crop is going to suffer. If there's an excessive rain, my crop is going to suffer. Right? Isn't that so? I mean, I don't want to be fatalistic or whatever, saying I'll wait for God's intervention or whatever. That's not my point. But I really want to understand what is the actual policy implication here.
So, the last point that I was actually talking about, one policy implication, it would be in terms of, for example, introduction of, say, different crop varieties or various other inputs. The idea is that agriculture as it stands in India is the inputs used by farmers are pretty outdated, even the machinery, etc. So the idea is that if you could provide them with better quality inputs which will reduce their variability, the yield variability.
So maybe it might be nice to look at context, maybe not, I don't know anything about whether India has these kinds of seeds or whatever, but it might be nice to look at other contexts where farmers have successfully minimized or reduced variability in the yield in the face of climate variability or something like that, which is a kind of something that we understand, okay fine, if I use this crop, this seed, then my variability goes down. But otherwise I'll say, okay, it rains too much, my crop is destroyed. It doesn't rain, my crop gets destroyed. And so I wait for the perfect amount of rain, which is not in my hands. So that's a kind of a little bit like a helpless story. So it might be better to have some actual policy implication in the sense of what can farmers do basically, or what can the state do to help farmers to deal with the climate variability. Right. So anyway, yes. Yes.
On that seed question, I think yesterday Bangladesh governor said that Bangladesh was successfully developing some climate resistant seeds. We didn't talk about that too much, but normally seeds are developed by international consortiums these days, although each country's own research center. So it'll be interesting to see if any of that has been implemented or not. Some very small observations on each of the papers, or most of the papers, on the sensitivity of climate. I like the idea that you bring in the variance of the climate standardized measure. Everything I hear is average going up and so on. So that's very nice. But you model the temperature indicator differently from the rainfall and drought. I was not sure why I did that, or did I not understand correctly. And secondly, whether in all those equations or estimations, did you use the standardized measure that has a variance in it? Going in the reverse order as presented, yes, I agree with Anipar's question about this self-employment versus the wage employment. So it'd be nice if you could, if you probably have the results, you could probably show the return to each per year, I don't know, 8 time pattern for 4 years, 7 years, whatnot, to see what's happening there. And also, we can understand the sample too well. You had a control group that were given the transfer of assets. Right? The treatment group. The control group, were they under regular microfinance or they were uncertain, whatever they had. It'd be nice, given the bank's involvement, to have a control group that did regular bank microfinance, and ordinarily they are very hard to find people who don't have any credit. So, I mean, they're all under some intervention. So, but it'd be good to know what the other intervention they had in the control group, so you could actually do a more refined comparison. Maybe it's already implicit in what you're doing. One other minor point is the attrition, how we deal with it. I mean, 15% not too small. I mean, if you delete them from the initial data that they never existed, you get artificially good results. If you replace them with zeros, that I don't know, conditions can deal with that. So I haven't done that. And the artist paper, I think, is a very nice paper. One very small observation is this: demand for the grains, which is subsidized, you depend a lot on the closeness of the price, the national price, to the market price. Since the market, none of them are stationary, they are set each time, whatever seasonally. So I think all this elasticity should be measured at ready prices. So if you do that, that was not relevant to what you're doing. At one time, I thought you said you replace not use the actual utilization of the market subsidized quantity, but you use the theoretical value, the tendency A1, where at the margin people do use of the full amount. But by doing that, aren't you losing a lot of heritability? Or is that relevant to what is actually
No, wait, let's just collect a few questions and because we have to wind up in a few minutes. So yeah.
So my question is to the third paper. Firstly, I didn't really understand the nature of the data. So it was the data set at the farmer level. So it's at the farm level data, or is it a district level data? It's a district level data. So HSI doesn't have farm level data in a panel. Yes. So if you're really trying to study adaptation, so one recent paper has actually looked at how farmers change their cropping choices in response to these climatic shocks in the case of India using a district level panel. So what has not been really done is using a farmer level panel. Look at how these where you just don't look at district as a whole, but individual farmers and how they are coping up with the strategies. And one possible data set, you may not get that too long back, but there is a data set that is credited for cost of cultivation. But I believe that data set can also be used to study with the farm level panel, etc. So you could perhaps use that data to see some of this.
Maybe one or two more questions and then we'll get the presenters to respond. Any other questions? Okay, maybe the presenters can respond in the order that they presented.
Okay, so thanks very much. I'll start with Rajita. Thank you. I'm definitely going to be asking for your presentation because you had a lot of really great suggestions. Thanks for reading the paper. Thank you so much, detail. A few of the things that you mentioned, I have done as checks in like old versions of the paper, and I'd be happy to sort of share those with you. So in particular, I think one of the things that came up was looking at the states where the quota is indexed to family size versus not, and whether it makes a difference if it doesn't. But again, that's something that perhaps I can actually include in the paper, because if it's something that sort of comes up when you think about it, I'll definitely include it. Thanks for the suggestion on IHDS and anthropometric. It's been on my to-do list for a while. All great points. The robustness check. So in terms of when I look at where you said that my falsification test essentially is using households that are possibly a lot richer than the previous households, but may also include marginalized households that are not a part of the program. I think that should be an easy check for me to do now. Definitely include that. So thanks for that. I think the dietary diversity comment is good. That's not something that I actually thought about before. Sort of looking at the impact of the program on that, because there has been some work looking at the PDS where they find that it actually incentivizes households to move away from coarse grains towards rice and wheat, and this may not have sort of the best health implications for these households. So I think I should try and work with that. The check on per capita weights and whether I can make them finer, etc. is also very fun. So thanks for all of your comments. We'll talk. So I think I answered most of your questions. question on elasticity, but and I'll chat with you about it after. But in terms of why I used quotas and not the actual amount that households purchase, I mean, two reasons. One is because given the way that the program is structured, very often there are supply constraints where the full amount doesn't reach households. So the decision of how much they are choosing to purchase at the PDS is many times not a decision of how much they want, but really a factor of how much is available at the store when they go. And so my idea behind using quota is then I'm able to sort of look at leakages from the program, right? Because what I'm using is the value that the households are supposed to be entitled to. So if there are certain states where the program is having a lower effect, the inference that I'm drawing from that is that potentially households are actually receiving a lot less from the program in those two. So that was the motivation.
And others for the nice comments.
Actually, that Mr. President stated program in 2002, and the main aim of this program was to target those vulnerable households, those vulnerable women who are separated, who are divorced, who have no one member in the household. With that point, they started this program and target those households that no one member in the household. The main aim of the member is involving seasonal items and daily services of patient. So, with a view to improve the livelihoods, their focus is also on structural changes, composed labor to self-employment. Is the main focus. So, self-employment, they actually try to involve them in the small business or livestock rearing or work in their own land to cultivate. So, in that point, actually, I focuses on self-employment. And other than the estate program, actually provide a package of estate that is not only the livestock like cow. They also provide other support like subsistence allowance, which lead to 10 kata, so that they don't need to sell their asset just to meet up their immediate needs, daily food. And also provide health support, not only for the main female of the household, but also for the other member at free of cost, so that they can take the health support from the breadwinner. In this way, actually, they try to improve their livelihoods. And though the program was started in 2002, now the program in its fourth phase. Now program actually trying to focus, trying to capture those households, those are vulnerable, that is female household, they are vulnerable, disabled people. From the fourth phase, actually they are also targeting those type of households. So at this moment, that program actually not only targeting the main female, but also other members. And for productive asset, actually, I have shown just the livestock, just because that difference actually not the difference between the from the control group, but also difference compared to the difference in the baseline. So we are assuming that after providing the asset after 4 or 7 years, maybe they have just sold their asset. So our intention was to look at whether they still now they have the asset or not. And additionally, we have also checked the other agricultural equipment, and we have also found significant in that also. And microcredit actually program's main intention.
You just respond briefly because I think we need to break. We can chat afterwards, but just give very brief response.
This program actually try to encourage through weekly meeting. Program provides intensive support for 2 years, and from every weekly meeting, they also encourage the participant to work properly, or they can encourage them. Okay, you can lease this land and cultivate there, so you can earn money. So for income diversification, they also motivate us also. This motivation and intensive support, I guess, one of the strengths of this program.
No more questions. Okay. Some just very quick responses. If you have any, otherwise we can talk.
Yeah, so thanks for the comments. And regarding the definition of the anomaly variables, now I take your point. And the way I have defined it is given by the IMD. Since I also have data at the all India level, and we also have definitions for how to define a drought year or flood year at the all India level, I will incorporate all these things. I have computed results also using the standardized anomalies as a robustness check. I found that the results were robust. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone, paper presenters, discussants and the audience. And I give you a quick coffee break and then the last session. Thank you.
I'm sure you would have enjoyed the 2 days that went by. 22 papers, lots of discussions, I hope. Everything went well. I was apprehensive about the rains. Now we're saved because everything was happening outside.
God is with us.
Yes, so nature was kind. In the valedictory session, our guest is Professor Vivek Dev Roy, a well-known name among the economists who are active in designing policy in this country. As you know, he is a permanent member of NITI Aayog, one of the highest bodies in this country. I'm saying in this country because we have half the participants from outside India. He sets economic policy, and I'm really thankful that he could make time to come here to address the valedictory session. If I am to introduce Professor Dev Roy, I am a bit baffled actually how to introduce him, because I don't know what is the appropriate way of introducing a classmate. Vivek and I, we studied together in Delhi School of Economics for our masters, 1974 to 1976. He came from Presidency College. I came from Ravenshaw College. He came from Calcutta. I came from Cuttack, Odisha. We wrote the entrance test to enter Delhi School. Vivek topped the list. I was number 5. And let me also tell you that the person who was number 3 in that merit list is sitting right there in front, Dr. Pujari, who just retired as the Secretary of MSME to Government of India. So he entered the civil service. Vivek and I, we decided to stay in academics. So after 2 years, we completed masters. Vivek was the topper, and I was poor 6. So I think that is enough introduction on Professor Vivek. He has been really a brilliant student, a brilliant scholar, and I must say logical, argumentative, and he is one person who is never shy of calling a spade a spade. So anybody who follows his writings can always feel that he hasn't changed over the years the way he was. Now, after completing masters from Delhi School, he went to Trinity College, Cambridge. On his return, he taught in Presidency College, Gokhale Institute of Economics and Politics, and IIFT, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. He has been the director of the Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Contemporary Studies, and also he was for some time an advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, the Government of India. he has authored many books and reports. Recently, he was appointed chairman of a group to look at railways, how the performance of railways can be improved. He has already submitted that report. But what many of you may not know is that he has translated unabridged version of Mahabharata to English, and Penguin has published that in 10 volumes. I think it is a unique. Prior to his appointment to Niti Aayog, he was a professor at Center for Policy Research, which is not far away in Chanakuri. And in recognition of his contribution, he has been awarded Padma Shri in 2015. So it is a pleasure, Vivek, to have you with us for this valedictory session. I must tell you that we had 22 papers presented here. There were 11 discussions. They were drawn from various parts of the city, from various institutions. And I think out of 22 submissions, there are 10 from outside India. So it has been really an international conference, truly. And the floor is yours. Now you can deliver the address. And after the lecture, we'll have some time to have discussion on the floor and have some questions.
Thank you, Professor Panda, and good evening to all of you. As Santosh just mentioned, Santosh, Anup and I, we go back a long, long time. There's one connection between the Ravenshaw College and Presidency College. So the famous gentleman who was rusticated from Presidency College ended up in Ravenshaw College. I'm referring, of course, to Subhash Chandra Bose. As you probably know, you may not know, that Anup and Santosh are both from Orissa. And I am from Bengal, but what you probably do not know is because I hold that Jayadev was born in Orissa rather than Bengal, and because I think the Rasagulla originated in Orissa rather than in Bengal, the Bengalis have disowned me. Which is why I am more of a frequent visitor to Bhubaneswar than As I said, we go back a long time. And another thing that knits Bengalis and Orias generally together is a fondness for 29. I do not recall Santosh having been particularly fond of 29, but I think Anup and I, we did used to play 29.
You must explain what is 29.
Oh, you do not know what is 29? God, you're missing out on a wonderful thing on that. It's a game of cards. A sort of watered down version of bridge is one way to play it. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about what you've discussed at the conference. It is always desirable to be a keynote or inaugural speaker. Then you can say various things that you want to say because they have not been said. The trouble with being present at a valedictory session, and thank you Santosh for having invited me to this, is that everything you probably want to say has probably already been said in the course of the conference, except that you are in a position of disadvantage because you don't really know what's being said. Well, let me shoot my mouth off, and I have certain remarks to make, some of which, most of which, will be familiar to all of you. And the first point I want to make is a definition of what is South Asia. What is the definition of South Asia? The natural definition of South Asia is, of course, using SAARC. I've been present at several SARC type conferences. The Indians are a voluble lot. So are the Pakistanis, so are the Bangladeshis, so are the Sri Lankans. After a while, the person who's from the Maldives says, hey, wait a minute, what are you guys talking about? This has no relevance at all for us. And I'm deliberately making this point because the interests of the Maldives are considerably different from the interests that we have in what can be called the mainland part of Asia. Similarly, in certain respects, the interests of Central Asian countries, by which I mean, in the present context, Pakistan and Afghanistan, are in some ways more closely aligned with what we regard as Central Asian countries. I'm not saying we redefine some. What I am saying is that there is a diversity in the interests and we need to recognize that. The next point I want to make is a point about the Millennium Development Goals. The Millennium Development Goals are, of course, now partly history. They've left a legacy, but they're partly history. And in looking and gauging the progress of the world towards the Millennium Developmental Goals, there is a global perspective and there's an individual country perspective. If you look at it from the global point of view, then the globe as a whole hasn't done too badly in terms of progress towards the Millennium Development Goals, except the bulk of that movement has been ensured by China. So the bulk of the reduction, whether it's in poverty, whether it's hunger, whether it's in other indicators, is being done largely. The contribution has been China's. All of you here know that the Millennium Development Goals have now been succeeded by the Sustainable Development Goals. I personally am very uncomfortable with the Sustainable Development Goals because I happen to think there are too many of them. How can you have any clarity? How can you have any focus? How can you have any attempt to measure when you have 17 goals, 169 targets, and at least 80 indicators? We have not firmed up the number of indicators. Eventually we will, but the talk is of 80 indicators. On those 80 indicators, most of our countries don't even have data systems in place to measure, monitor, quantify movement towards those indicators. But let that be. We are stuck with those SDGs. What's the time frame for those SDGs? The time frame for those SDGs is 2030. If the world as a whole is going to move towards those SDGs, the bulk of that contribution will have to come. It can no longer come from East Asia. It can no longer come from China. It will not be enough of a contribution from Africa. The bulk of that contribution will have to come from South Asia, in which, of course, India is fairly important by virtue of it being a large country. If I go back and look at the MDGs again, and let me digress from the MDGs, but talk about something else, which is the Human Development Indicators, and in particular the Human Development Index, HDI, brought out by the UN system. The HDI is essentially based on three sets of 3 X. One is per capita income. The second one is education related, and the third one is health related. All of our countries collectively have done better on HDI than we used to in the past. But if you break down the progress of our countries on improvements in HDI, you will find that the bulk of it has come from increases in per capita income. There's been relatively niggardly progress on the education front and on the health front. South Asia as a whole is not what it used to be. It has not been what it used to be since the 1980s. Since the 1980s, the collective growth rate in South Asia has inched up to about 5.5%. There are variations from country to country, but it's inched up to around 5.5%. Right now, collectively as a whole, we are growing at 7% plus. 7% plus is good. But 7% plus sometimes is not necessarily enough, and 7% or even 7.5% is an aggregate rate of growth. In several of our countries, the problem is not just the aggregate growth, it is the composition of that growth. In most of our countries, a large percentage of the population is engaged, if not in agriculture, certainly in the rural sector. In agriculture and in the rural sector, in a large number of our countries, we have problems of very small holdings, unproductive agriculture, subsistence level farming, and the problem in all of our countries, almost all of our countries, remains a problem of ensuring three kinds of transition. One kind of transition, or may have perhaps four kinds of transition. One is a transition from the rural sector to the urban sector. The second kind of transition is a transition from conventional agriculture to more commercialized agriculture, employment outside agriculture, creating off-farm employment opportunities. A third kind of transition is a transition from informal to formal. And a fourth kind of transition is a transition from subsistence level self-employment to more gainful and productive. If we did absolutely nothing else, but managed to increase the female work participation rates to the levels at which they are in East Asia, we'd probably be able to very easily double our collective productiveness. Having said this, a little bit of a slightly technical issue, which is that whether you look at income distributions or whether you look at expenditure distributions, they generally tend to be log normal, which means they're not symmetric, they look like that. Why am I saying that? The reason I'm saying that is whatever be the definition of the poverty line, in all of our countries, a significant percentage of the population lives below the poverty line, and depending on the definition of the poverty line, it can be 30% plus, 30%, 35%, 40%, depending on what indicator you're using to define the poverty. When we were students, we were told, our history of economic development ended with 1945. We generally were taught the history of economic development in the Soviet Union, the United States, and Japan. And Japan also, it ended pre-1945. So then we used to be told that it takes generations for poverty to be reduced. Since the Second World War, several countries, particularly in East Asia, China included, have so showed us that you don't really have to wait for decades. Within the space of a couple of generations or even one generation, it is possible to significantly reduce the percentage of population below the poverty line. The reason I mentioned the log normal distribution is the following. The distribution is like that. Poverty line is like this. Whenever that thick part of the distribution passes above the poverty line, you have very sharp reductions in poverty. Because the thick part is passing above the poverty line. So from 30%, it is possible to rapidly reduce it to something like 12%, 13%, 14%. If that gets stuck again at that 10, 11, 12, 13%. That is the cusp. That is the threshold that we are in collectively as a whole in South Asia. But we still must ensure, as countries, as governments, that the composition of the growth is sufficiently broad-based. And the question to ask here is, are people voluntarily poor? People are never voluntarily poor. Certainly able-bodied people in the working age groups are not voluntarily poor. They are poor because they do not have access to certain inputs that are required to ensure that they can improve their lives and get out of that poverty. And what are those things? Those things are things like law and order, roads, water, electricity. Those are things like education, skills, access to health, access to financial markets, access to technology, various other things. If those can be ensured, if our governments can collectively ensure those, if our governments can ensure that the delivery of these improve, then obviously we will do much better, not just in terms of the per capita indicators that I mentioned, but also the education and health. I guess the bulk of the papers presented will not have been on this. The bulk of the papers presented would have been on cross-border trade and cross-border investments. Is that right? I guess so. I am sick and tired of conferences that tell me that intra-SAARC trade should be much higher than it is. We know that. We know that it is probably now about 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, whatever is the figure, we know that. We know that this entire part of the world has been distorted because of what happened as a result of the colonial legacy. But by which I do not really mean only 1947. I mean even before 1947, I will go back to the 1930s, 1935 if you want me to be precise. I know some of you are from Bangladesh. Was the eastern part of Bangladesh ever economically integrated with this side of India? Of course it wasn't. Was the northeastern part of India ever integrated with this part of India? No, it wasn't. It was integrated with East Asia and Southeast Asia. That natural economic integration broke down because of 1935, broke down because of what happened after 1947. All said and done, as economists, we can debate endlessly about whether intra-SAARC trade leads to trade creation or trade diversion. And I hope there won't any more papers on trade creation versus trade diversion. Trade creation versus trade diversion is a non-issue. Because increasingly, cross-border trade is not determined per se by what happens to tariffs or even NTBs. And I will come back to NTBs in a minute. It is determined by cross-border flows of investments, of capital and labor. 2/3 of world trade now takes place within the same firm. So if someone tells me that suddenly trade between India and Bangladesh will improve if we reduce tariffs, and by the way, any reduction of tariffs, whatever we are doing under SAFTA is not really very serious because the focus is on tariff reductions. And if I don't really want to reduce the tariffs, remember the tariff reductions will always be circumvented by sensitive lists, negative lists. Despite that, if I don't want to reduce the tariffs, I will always circumvent it through non-tariff barriers. Having said that, the bulk of the economic integration will happen, as I said, only when we free up cross-border movements of labor and cross-border movements of capital. The only thing we agree about SAARC is that nothing is going to happen with SAARC as long as India and Pakistan are both involved. So the only way to break out of the SAARC straitjacket is to have sub-regional agreements. I don't think there is any other way out. I'm not suggesting this as a substitute for that, but that one is going to be perpetually stuck. And indeed, if you look at what used to happen historically, that economic integration was sub-regional in nature. As I said, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, they were integrated with the northeastern parts of the country. They were integrated with Southeast Asia. The southern parts would be integrated with Sri Lanka, even with the Maldives. The northwestern parts of India would be integrated, if ever, with Pakistan and Afghanistan. So historically, it used to be sub-regional in that particular sense. And I think today also, that's the only way this is going to happen. Having said that, trade is only one part. Trade requires facilitation. Trade requires transportation. Trade requires roads. Trade requires railways. Trade requires seamless flow at borders, most of which still does not exist. And most of which still does not exist, not only because of resistance on the part of governments, but also because of the fact that most of our governments are starved of financial resources. And remember what I said earlier about the priorities of the government, because all of our governments lack financial resources, fiscal resources, lack administrative capacities, there has to be a sense of prioritization. So far as India is concerned, certainly over the last 10 years or so, there has been a renewed focus, a greater priority given to the eastern parts, to the northeastern parts. And when I say northeastern parts, it is not a simplistic silo of India going and investing in Bangladesh. It's not that. There are plenty of investments from Bangladesh that happen, will happen, potentially can happen in the northeastern parts of India. But as I said, we don't have the roads. We sometimes don't have the agreements. It's only recently that we had an agreement with some of the countries that a truck could freely move seamlessly, still doesn't move seamlessly, could potentially freely move from one country to another country. The broad point I'm making is the following. Trade, investment, those are triggers. But the fundamental problems that remain in our countries are problems that are endogenous in nature, they're internal to our countries. And until those internal and endogenous problems are solved, there is no particular way that trade or investments are suddenly going to trigger the development or the governance or the progress towards the SDGs or the MDGs as I mentioned. Probably the last point I want to make is a point about the multilateral part of it. Again, as trade theorists, we deliberate, we debate about the superiority or inferiority of multilateral negotiations vis-a-vis regional or bilateral negotiations. The multilateral negotiations are temporarily stuck. And in a way, the world is being fragmented into fairly large regional trade groupings. South Asia does not belong as of today in any of these potentially large trade groupings. So the multilateral negotiations are stuck. The developed countries show no particular interest as of now in reviving the Doha Development Agenda or the multilateral negotiations, and South Asia as a whole is outside any of the two major potential blocks that are emerging. Is that a danger sign? Of course it's a danger sign. Is there much that we are doing about it as a collective entity? I don't think so. That is a real reason for worry. That's a real reason for worry because in many of our countries, poverty levels are still high. And in this day and age, in an age where information dissemination is very fast, where expectations of people are far out of proportion with what governments can deliver, a failure to deliver on government governance, the improvements can result in somewhat violent nature of vents for that resentment to be felt, and many of our countries have been a witness to that. This is all that I essentially wanted to say. I hope that what I have said has not already been said. Thank you once again, Santosh, for having invited me.
Thank you. So we can have some questions.
Thank you for the talk. It was really very enlightening. You mentioned about the multilateralism and bilateralism. So, in the present context, in this age of globalization or whatever we say, how do you view the future of World Trade Organization? So, in this type of issue.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. My name is Mehdi Choudhury.
So my question is regarding cross-border investments as a means to encourage trade within the region that you mentioned. So do you see a role of regional value chains like those in East Asia, which can probably be also encouraging South Asia to promote larger goals of economic integration?
I don't understand the question. Several people in East Asia have often told me, and I don't know if you've heard this before, that what's the difference between South Asia and East Asia? The difference between South Asia and East Asia is the following. That in South Asia we talk about what they do, and in East Asia they do what we talk about. Now, so far as your question about supply chains is concerned, of course we need to be part of the global supply chain. Of course we need to integrate ourselves into spaces that are being vacated or have been vacated by East Asia and are increasingly being vacated by China. But having agreed with you there is no obvious way to trigger it until we introduce the kind of reforms that we should be introducing. Let us also realize this, that increases in trade and investments do not happen because governments decide and sign an agreement. In most cases, a governmental agreement, regional, bilateral, whatever, actually puts a stamp of approval on whatever has already happened or is happening. So I agree with you, but in a sense is going around in circles. Now your question about the WTO. Question is, what is the WTO? Now what I mean by that is this. Did the WTO lead to any fresh trade liberalization over and above what was achieved in the course of the Uruguay round? The answer is no, except in instances where countries joined the WTO which were not members of the WTO earlier. In that particular case, yes, there was liberalization imposed on those countries. But otherwise, for countries that were GATT members and automatically became WTO members, the WTO did not lead to any fresh round of liberalization. However, the WTO still is an umpire, is a referee in terms of enforcing the Uruguay round agreements. That role for the WTO is not going to go away. The Doha development agenda may be dead, it may be buried, but the Uruguay round agreements remain, and the WTO's role as an enforcer of that still remains. The world, whether we like it or not, is unfair. Shouting from the rooftops that it is unfair is not going to help matters. India is better poised than some of the smaller countries, but to use a slightly different image, suppose I have to wrestle with a sumo wrestler. I don't want to wrestle with the sumo wrestler, but I have no option. I have to wrestle with the sumo wrestler. Do I want to wrestle with the sumo wrestler when there are some rules or when there are no rules? Given that choice, I would probably say I want to wrestle with the sumo wrestler when there are some rules. So in this unfair world, the WTO's role as an arbiter of disputes can never be discounted, because most of our countries, India included, would get the worst of the bargaining if it amounted to a bilateral resolution of disputes. So yes, what I said about the DDA is correct, but also the WTO's, that part of the WTO's role is never going to go away and is going to remain continually important. By the way, it's the only one where it is de facto one country, one vote amongst the international organizations.
So thank you. You emphasize on one thing in speech I found there is non-tariff barriers for the development of the trade between this South Asian region. But another one that I have some concern with there is the same pattern of product among these South Asian countries. Like Bangladesh, India, there is a same nature of the product, pure product and garments. And if this is happened, then how we overcome this in case of the trade diversification?
At what level of the HS system?
So actually, we Bangladesh, especially they have some operational group and there is a group made, and we have some.
No, you misunderstood my question. This complementarity I will measure at some level defined by the harmonized custom nomenclature. The point I am making is the following. Whether you export jute and I export jute makes no difference whatsoever. Because within that jute category, if I make it sufficiently disaggregated, it is perfectly possible, particularly if I am looking at it from the point of view of a parent company and a subsidiary company, that I am both exporting jute and I am importing jute. That is why, despite tons of papers on complementarity, I do not think any more papers should be written on complementarity. Because it is perfectly possible for a country like India to export rice and also import rice. To export steel and also import steel. To export garments and also import garments. That is why I asked you at what level. Because the more disaggregated you go, the more you will find that you can have both exports and imports of the same item. Thanks.
Good evening, sir. My name is Riddhi Garg. My question, so actually you mentioned that it is important for South Asia to be part of two major emerging blocks.
I said we are out of those two
Yeah,
blocks.
it is important for us to be a part. So can you please name them and why is it important for India?
I will not name them because they are still potential and you know what I am talking about.
Any particular reason, like strategic reasons, what, like how it will help India to be part of them?
You see, it's a bit like a marriage. Now, why am I saying a marriage? A marriage is a contractual obligation. You get something, but you have to give something up in return. You may get all kinds of things, but if nothing else, you have to give up a little bit of your independence. So entering into any agreement means you gain certain things, but you also lose certain things. You lose degrees of freedom. So therefore you need to weigh the costs with the benefits and on balance decide whether the benefits are more than commensurate with the costs. You will never have a, strictly speaking, as Santosh will have taught you, a strictly Pareto-dominant situation. You will never have that. So India at the moment, India means the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, is at the moment evaluating the options that are available. And sooner or later, I'm sure we'll get to know what it plans to do.
Professor Debra, my name is Prakash and I teach at the law faculty here, so I'm not an economist. But as somebody who works on trade and investment law, I have this question. We talked of increasing cross-border investment both in South Asia. There's an investment treaty that has been pending within SAARC for a very long time. Do you think that if an investment treaty is signed by all the 8 SAARC countries, which is ambitious, which has free entry, preferential treatment and things like that, do you think that would sort of help you facilitate cross-border investment? And that would include all the 8 countries.
You see, you said you are not an economist. Do realize that most economists think I'm a lawyer and most lawyers think I'm an economist. But let me ask you this. What is the probability that you will see Salman Khan wandering around in shirts? It's pretty low. Exactly similarly, the probability of all 8 countries agreeing to this, I would say, is pretty low. So therefore, I would say it's a hypothetical question. Having said that, to repeat what I said earlier, that this idea that we can somehow segregate cross-border movements of capital from cross-border movements of labor is not true. The two go together. So I can have an ideal cross-border investment treaty, but I can completely circumvent it through whatever I am doing on the visa front. And by visa front, I am talking about business visas. So therefore, I am slightly skeptical of this happening.
Since we are
done. Yeah. Well, there couldn't have been a more convincing lecture on the theme that Vivek covered. I assured him that none of these were covered in the conference. And therefore, being a valedictory speaker, you have enlightened the participants equally had you been in the inaugural session as well. So there has been no loss to us. Thank you. Thank you for giving us time. So, as a token of our appreciation for your time, there is a small memento from South Asian India. So now I invite Soumya Datta, our organizing secretary, to give a vote of thanks. That's the concluding part of the conference.
Thank you, Professor Panda. And so finally, time has come to end this conference with a word of thanks. Over the last 2 days, we have had a very fruitful and enriching series of engagements, deliberating on different aspects of South Asian economic development, ranging from traditional areas of development like health and education, food and nutritional security, to new areas like macro and finance. Incidentally, we didn't have any session on trade integration. So sort of part of our attempt to expand the scope and meaning of what we understand by South Asian economic development, and this is something you So the common thread which bound these deliberations together was an attempt to understand the region that we all live in, and we attempted to provide a platform and South Asians from the entire region and also outside the South Asian region. We have participants from Malaysia and UK who are basically South Asian nationals who all joined in. So in this sense, we can consider this event a success, and I thank all the participants of this conference for that. Now, coming to specifics, firstly, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank our distinguished invited speakers. In particular, I thank Dr. C. Rangarajan for inaugurating this conference, and Dr. Atiur Rahman, Professor Raghavendra Jha, and Professor Vivek Devroy for being with us and intellectually enriching this conference with their excellent lectures. Thank you. Secondly, I thank all the presenters for submitting their research papers and finally coming here to present their papers in this conference. We have had more than 200 submissions for this conference, out of which 22 papers were selected, and finally 21 of them actually presented their papers in the conference. Many of them had to go through many hardships, including visa problems, which is very typical of South Asian region, and many of us had to run around quite a lot to get visas for our participants, but finally most of them could come, and I thank all the presenters for coming here. Thirdly, I would like to thank all the chairs and discussants for their inputs. I am sure that their inputs and feedbacks made a big difference in not only enrich the level of discussion in this conference, but I am sure that the presenters, when they go back, they will have something to sort of add to their work, and in that sense, I think the discussants and chairs made a major role in this conference. Fourth, I would like to thank all my colleagues. This conference was a collective effort, and would not have been possible without the contribution of each and every colleague in my faculty. And all of us were involved in some committee or other, and without their contribution, obviously this conference wouldn't have been possible. Special mention needs to be made of our Dean, Professor Santosh Panda, who for continuously guiding us at every stage of preparation of this conference, and without his efforts, and this conference wouldn't have been possible. And I would also like to specially thank Mr. Amit Rawat for his tireless effort in at every stage of preparation. I would also especially thank all the student volunteers for their tireless effort in all of them, our PhD students, which includes Vasuprada, Suluri, Sahil, and Chaitanya, and Krishna. So all of them made a major effort in the conference, along with both the first and second year batches of our MA program. And in fact, they are the ones who really deserve the major credit for this conference. So big thanks to all of you. I would like to thank the university for providing us with an opportunity and of course an initial grant money, without which of course this conference wouldn't have been possible. We are also grateful to the President of South Asian University, Dr. Kavita Sharma, for her cooperation at every stage which facilitated this conference. I would like to thank the university administration, starting from the finance department, which like any other conference played a major role in clearing the bills in time. And I would especially like to thank Dr. Vinit Gildial, Ms. Manori Bandara and Mr. Hemant Manshuramani for their help and cooperation, and Mr. Aslam Ali Ansari and Mr. Prahlad for their help. Also thanks are due to two students from Computer Science Department, Amit Shukla and Amit Ronya, for their technical assistance in getting our conference website working. So in case you have not seen that, our conference website provides useful input about this conference, and it will be updated even after this conference. If you want to look at the abstracts and hopefully the papers in some stage and photos and videos from this conference, you can visit our conference website. And I would also like to thank Ramesh for being a help at every stage of this conference. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our sponsors, ICSSR and Exim Bank of India, for financially supporting us. Needless to say, the conference of this nature wouldn't have been possible without financial support. And finally, I thank everyone who became a part of this conference as members of this audience. Your presence made this conference enriching, and we feel privileged to be in a position to provide a platform for research on South Asian economic development by South Asian scholars. We hope that we will get similar opportunities in future and also hope to receive similar support for our endeavors in future as well. We hope that you will similarly support us in future as well, and we hope to meet you all again in the next International Conference on South Asian Economic Development in 2017. Thank you all. At the lawns, the same place where we had lunch earlier today. So I invite you all to join us for that. Yeah.
Then you go find